Meanwhile, back in California, his old studio's landlord is suing him because he just walked away from police, and the company that abandoned it, Thick Boy Productions, is the same company that's still listed as the plaintiff in a federal copyright appeal. Now, just let me remind you of something. My Polish should write for this. The total amount of money that Swindell's owned from the 4 videos he's been sued for by Britain is $13,629.86. 13 fucking K, Brennan. And Brendan told the world when his own podcast while the case was still active that he'd spent $500,000 on monster lawyers and he had friends in dark places who were going to get the job done. A district court judge quoted that statement in her ruling and called it troublesome. $500,000 to chase $13,000 and Kyle himself could invest in his filing. The whole thing depends on a few $100 they might win from me. And this isn't even the first time Brendan's tried to pretend this lawsuit has nothing to do with him. Some of you will remember him, the father in the kid episode 1000. Brendan went in camera and said he had no idea what was going on with the case, blamed his old business manager, blamed his lawyer, said they might be working together behind his back, and it was completely out of his hands. He blamed the team. I made a video about it, and Ghost Lawyers saw the video from GhostShadows.com.
Okay, so just go to ChatGPT and ask it in Czech or in English or whatever how to add your camera to.
I did.
Okay, so your camera's on.
I have it.
Okay. Now, do you see on the right side it says "Start Virtual Camera"?
Yeah.
Click that.
Yeah. Done.
Okay. Now minimize OBS and go back to Rumble.
So are you the only thing I can be almost the famous man from Czech Republic?
Yeah, I mean, aside from perhaps some like historical rabbis who I'm going to probably promote as well, but like, who's the most famous person from Czech Republic?
That I think UFC fighter.
Easily. Don't even. I don't even want to condone the guy's name. Easily bigger than a UFC fighter. Who's like? Didn't Czech Republic have like a king at some point or anything?
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna be more famous than that guy.
Interesting.
Well, think about it. If I have more data than any person in global history, and people study my streams into the future, it would be like you were writing the Bible, and you add a character into the Bible, like a guy that you knew. And you would be one of those guys, and you'd be like in the new Bible, basically. Like, and it was all because you tweeted, "Does anyone want to be on my podcast?" So anyway, I was on a podcast for the third time in a few weeks yesterday, and it went really well. We talked about alien abductions and stuff, and in terms of like Nikola Tesla and some other interesting stuff. And then today, I'm really excited for the one today. It's also on like scientific origins of life, and there's one with 250,000 subscribers though. This guy's kind of tough to deal with, and I get it because he's got a really big channel and he has to protect it. So he can't just have somebody go out and be like, and take this supplement to live forever. Like, he can't have that. I get that. I don't say that though. That's, I don't say that. That's not something I advocate. I really don't talk a lot about health information by any means, but he doesn't want to go down those. So it's more a focus on just how just UFOs in the Bible, which I can do, and I can give a religious perspective of what that is. so, I'm awaiting him to approve. Yeah, exactly. And if he does, then we'll set something up.
I'm like that as a before. Like I'm happy for it.
I'm too. But even if, let's say, it falls through, I'm always someone who has to see the alternative. Even if it falls through, I've barely gone through my email list, and there are a bunch of other people in there who have huge channels like that as well. And you never know. This guy, even if he said no today, he may say yes tomorrow. But it doesn't. It seems like he'll let me on. So that would be really huge. But even if he didn't, I've got other people lined up, and maybe they have 50,000 subscribers or 500,000 subscribers. You never know. And then. And then I can always, I'm always, every moment, like right now, I have two computers that are scraping all of iTunes, or actually iHeartMedia and Spotify, to get email addresses. So like that's something that you should do for your podcast, is put your email address. Hey, if you want to be interviewed on my podcast, email me at whatever your podcast is. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I found this podcast. And that's the easiest way for someone to be able to connect with you. Hey, just email me. And you're going to say, but I don't want people to spam me with messages. My email's all over the internet, all over. And I barely get any spam because the spam filters are so strong on Gmail. You can only send, I think my friend said recently, we're going through these numbers, 3 spam messages out of 1,000 with a Gmail account before it gets shut down. So, like, you have to have a very good rate of people thinking that your email is verified before you're going to get in trouble, or in order for you not to get in trouble. And so, in your case, put your email out there. It's the easiest way for people to be able to connect with you. You know, I know that people are like, oh, DM me on Twitter. Well, guess what? People lose access to their Twitter accounts, or their Twitter accounts are suspended. Or same with Instagram. Like, email is probably the most consistent way of communication on the internet currently that generally does not get shut down. It can. I've had email accounts shut down for sending too much spam and stuff, but generally it does not. And it's it's a sad thing because they don't tell you. They don't tell you, hey, you're sending too many emails, or, you know, calm down or whatever. You know, only send like 5 emails a day or something. They don't tell you that. You're just emailing one day, and then all of a sudden you can't log into your account anymore. And it's like, what happened? And so what I'm saying is there's no feedback from them. It's basically everything's good, or you can't do it at all. There's no like, hey, we just want to give you an update, like that you're sending a lot of emails. Why don't you settle down, or else you're going to get nailed for spam. Anyway, go ahead.
I think like how do I find you? This was so fun.
You didn't find me. You didn't find me. I found you.
Okay, it was just, I don't know.
I was going through Twitter, searching the Twitter search bar. Anyone who said the phrase "be on my podcast," and you had said that at some point, and then I sent you I think I replied underneath it, something like that, and then maybe sent you a DM or something, and then we connected. And the interesting is, our whole relationship's on camera, so we can literally go back to that moment of that day when I found out about you, and you know, I mean, that's kind of a neat thing. With basically everyone on my stream, I can go back to the moment that I met them and where they become a character on the stream.
I was thinking like I was like, I don't know who you were. Absolutely not. Like I was like, just we're like, okay, let's try him. Like I was not sure who you are. Absolutely.
That's how a lot of people are, and because I have so much content out there, some people are squirmish about it. They're skittish. They don't want to be overwhelmed with information. Everybody wants a super professional, perfectly manicured everything. And when I first started, that's how I was. But when you've been doing this for almost 5 years, there's a phrase in English: "Desperate times call for desperate measures." You basically have to do everything you can to get found out about. And so then we did the first podcast, and then you came in here right thereafter, and I helped you with your link tree and all of that, and now here we are. You're going to be starting to live stream some aspects of your life, so that's cool. Uh, are you in Rumble?
I was needed to reset my computer because like it was like stuck.
Okay, that's fine.
So I need to reset again. So
Okay,
I have another question.
go ahead.
Like, do you ever meet before me some men or some people from Czech Republic?
Yeah, I have. They've been in the Discord. Yep, absolutely. I've had people from just about every country in the Discord. Um, I've had people from certainly Australia, Philippines, Israel. Maybe there's some random African countries, but I've had a lot of people from Africa in here. Everywhere from as far north as Tunisia and Morocco to Nigeria in the middle, South South Africa. Um, Certainly, and a lot of people who don't speak English come in here and they don't know how to speak with me, but they join the Discord for whatever reason. So, but yeah, I've had people in from Czech Republic. No one probably as much as you. I have had some people um, who come in and uh, they may just say I'm from Eastern Europe or whatever, and I don't press them on. Okay, well, what city and state are you? Or what city and locale? I don't care. Um, so if somebody's just like I'm from Eastern Europe, they could be from Poland. I've had a lot of people from Poland. Um, I know that's not Czech Republic, but it's close. Um, I'm trying to think of a place where I haven't had somebody. um, I think probably all 50 states at some point. And these are people with whom I've discussed, like had conversations. Um, Certainly, if you don't speak English, it's more difficult because you're not going to find my Discord that easily. But like the fact that you speak English means that you can come in here and read what's going on or whatever, and it's not foreign to you. But yeah, I would say that you're probably the person from Czech Republic who's been on the longest. But I've had some other people from Prague. Uh, Not too long ago. I'm trying to think exactly. I think it was a woman from Prague or something. And then uh, again, some people say Chechnya, and I don't go into. Are you saying Chechnya or Czech Republic? Um, I frankly don't really care where people are from. I mean, it's cool. That's. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, but in general, I am. I'm okay with people just staying as anonymous as they're comfortable doing.
So okay. So okay, when you are going to do viral, okay?
When I go viral, God willing.
Okay. When you go viral, how do you try to monetize it?
Well, it's very easy at that point. I have so much data archived on YouTube that I'll be able to monetize it through YouTube's programs. So
Yeah, that's true.
yeah, um, and then also Rumble and Twitch and Kick will all come running because I'll be monetized there as well. And we're just gonna take all that money and put it in a big pot, a big um, not-for-profit trust, and then anyone who's helped me along the way, we're gonna help to fund everything that they need. We'll also take donations at that point for big projects like creation of agricultural drones and saltwater greenhouses and floating greenhouses and things to help end world hunger and world thirst and stuff. But that's really big. And my the key to my content in anything that I do is it's free. So I don't ever paywall things for people. I feel it's important that they're able to watch it all and in as much completeness as possible. Now, in the future, will I do some kind of paywalling? I don't want to, but there may be some people who say, um, we want a certain view of your camera and we'll pay extra for that, like a first person view. But I'd like to give people a first person view for free. So, what instead of paywalling something, I would just say, do you have a company that you want me to sponsor? Okay, send me their merch and I'll wear it. And you pay me X amount of money to do that. That's how I want to do it. So that the most amount of eyeballs are able to see my content.
Okay, so my link is never going to be on your stuff because I'm broke as fuck.
No, your link, no, your link will be huge because you talked about it, and so your link will make you a billion. Just that link will make you a billion.
Why?
Well, because you talked about it, and not many people talk about it, and a lot of people don't have the courage to ask me to promote their link. And once I go viral, absolutely, I'll promote your link, 100%. I mean, will I wear it on a T-shirt? Maybe 1 or 2 days, absolutely, just because it's funny. It's like, oh, you talked about this, and you had the courage to ask me about it, and at the time I said no. But now that I can actually get you some money, yeah, absolutely, I'll do it.
Because because I built that courage because like if I never ask, no answer will be always no.
Yeah, there's a phrase in English: a hungry mouth doesn't get fed. Or pardon me, a closed mouth doesn't get fed. Pardon me, a closed mouth doesn't get fed. So you ask for, or a squeaky wheel gets the oil.
Yeah, and I think that's why I'm asking you because like you will remember, and that's why I have like some names. That's why I have like some big names too soon. And yeah, just nice.
Yeah, for other people, I mean, depends how they want to interpret it. I doubt anybody's going to put your link in their profile for them. That's just not how
I
people work.
understand.
But what they would do, or what you should do, is put your link in their description of their video and in the clips that you put and all that other stuff. And then also, you should have a wish list now that you're associated with Amazon. So that when you have friends who are like, hey, I want to buy you another monitor, or I want to buy you more RAM, or I want to buy you a different mouse, or a different headset, or different speakers, or a different computer altogether, you can let them do that. So you have a wish list of stuff that you want on Amazon. And then as you get more and more fans, someone will purchase something for you.
Wish. Okay, I'm wish. Yeah, it's like so many wishes, like wishes come on my my wishes. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I will definitely. So, like, but like, how how can you be like? What is like how much you can again? Sorry, how 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 big is going to be like your like your learn about people? Yeah, you are talking about like millions and millions.
No, billions. I mean, I think without sounding egotistical, the word that you lose, that you love to use, um, with this project, and I know how much data I've amassed. Within a month, I'll be the most famous person on Earth. Maybe a year, but every everyone will. Oh, way bigger than Trump, way bigger than Elon Musk, way bigger than Vladimir Putin or King Charles II, or all of those guys. Like, um, bigger than the Pope, uh, bigger than Benjamin Netanyahu. And the reason why is it will be a phenomenon. The people can just watch someone live their life 24 hours a day, going to exotic countries, sleeping, eating, laughing, picking up, doing good in the world, building projects. Like, it's going to be like Mr. Beast times 1,000, because Mr. Beast doesn't let you watch him sleep. And Mr. Beast doesn't have years of archived content that no one has seen. And that's a really neat aspect of it as well. It's basically like I'm on camera, but like I'm not paying attention to them, so you basically get to peer into my life. There's a word in English. It's known as voyeur or voyeurism, which is like someone who likes to look through someone's windows and watch somebody, maybe when the other person doesn't know about it. And people have a desire to do that, to see what other people are doing when they don't know that they're being watched. And that's what my old streams are like. So, that I'm using of being on podcasts, and um, we'll see how it goes. I'm excited for the one tonight, though. And there are some podcast questions. One person wanted to do like tarot card readings. Do you know what tarot cards are?
Yes.
And
I know it's nice.
yeah, and there's a fine line within my religion about lending credence to that. Um, I might be able to say, and I haven't said no yet, but I'm just a little leery about that, because um, there's some kind of divination, basically, like that we're not supposed to do. But then again, in the future, people may find that to be really interesting, and just for novelty purposes, but not actually using it in a realistic way to manipulate the future kind of a way. Um, so that's one that I said I would not, or I I didn't say I wouldn't be on it, but I was leery about that one. I've had another one where the person came in here and was very um, there are just people who are very, I don't want to say rude, but there are some people who may be very critical of Israel or critical of Judaism or whatever it is. And I don't want to be in a situation where I'm put into a tough spot where there's no right answer. So like there's something called a loaded question in English. So Tony, I'm gonna ask you a question, and you have to answer it yes or no. Are you ready for the question? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Wait, no, I didn't ask you the question yet. Are you ready for the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Yes or no, Tony? Do you still beat your mother? Yes or no? Do you still beat your mother? Answer. Answer. Tony, answer. Answer.
No.
Oh,
No.
so you used to beat her.
Oh my God.
Do you get how that's a loaded question? There's no right or wrong.
Yeah.
There's no right or wrong answer in that, and you can get someone in a tough position with that kind of a question if you
But
don't.
like,
So here, I'll explain it to you. If you say yes, I still beat my mother, well, then you sound like you're someone who beats their mother. If you say no, don't still beat my mother, so that means you stopped beating your mother, but you used to beat her. There's no way if you're forced to say yes or no that you can say, hold on, I never beat my mother. That's not something I would do. You don't have that choice. It's just yes or no. Does that make sense?
yeah.
And so,
But like, when you are going to be that much famous, you need to be ready for question about Israel and this. Like,
I'm okay with
and
that.
it's your
No, no, no.
religion.
I'm okay with that. I'm absolutely okay with that. And I've spoken on that at length. I've spoken on that at length. But if somebody wants to ask me a loaded question like, do you agree that babies should still be killed? Or do you still
That's
believe
not
that
stupid.
baby?
That's stupid question.
No, it's not. I get asked those kind of. Do you still believe that baby should be killed? I never believed that baby should be killed. I'm a world peace advocate, but they can catch you in a tough spot. And so, in terms of questions, and I don't really get into politics all that much, though some people may say I do more than others. Um, I don't really find either side to be that attractive to me, and they're both kind of corrupt. So I avoid those kinds of discussions. I invite people to ask me questions, but like you should see some of the questions that I get in here, just in the Ask Rabbi Anything section um, about and um, like
I am sorry to interrupt you. Sorry. First, like, you first contact me. Did you research on me on my okay? I will do it.
no, I couldn't find it. You didn't have anything linked.
Yeah. So like, it was like blind. Like,
It was blind.
let's go.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I do most of the podcasts. I don't really do any research on them because I'm on a lot of them. I might 30 minutes before the podcast starts take a look at it just to see how long the normal podcast is, so I know. Because some podcasts like yours, it's going to be like under 30 minutes. The host tells me if you're going to use an iPhone, it's got to be under 30 minutes or something like that. Okay. I've had one guy who was like, it's got to be 20 minutes, but we're going to do 5 of them. Okay, you want to do 5 of them? That's fine, but they're going to be 20-minute snippets. Whatever you want to do. Then I'll have one like yesterday for more than 2 hours. And it just depends on the format that somebody wants to have. And uh, I'm someone who is pretty open to most discussions. So, um,
Right. I am. Right. Again, I'm happy because if you are well, I'm happy because I'm want to see my friends win.
absolutely. And you're going to win. Literally, Tony, within like 3 days of my podcast blowing up or my being on a podcast blows up and my stream blows up, you will blow up because I was on your stream and people want to dissect my every word of what I said on your stream, or on your podcast, and the questions that you asked, and all of that. So, like, don't. I mean, just on Rumble alone, I uploaded your podcast like 16 times. So it's all over Rumble, and it's all over. It is on YouTube on my accounts, and it's on Twitch or it's on you can't upload on Twitch. It's on TikTok and Instagram, and it's not always super easy to find because my not all my accounts are as big as others, but and sometimes I just create an account just for interviews, just so it's hosted on the platform, but it may not be on my main account because I don't want to risk my main account of getting banned for whatever reason, whatever they want to do. Um, but it's there, and people will search it out, and they will find it to be very interesting and such. Anyway, you need to.
I have my number.
Okay, good.
Ready?
Okay, so at the bottom of Rumble where there's a little camera that has a red.
Yes.
That's okay. So click on the arrow next to the camera, and you should now see OBS. Yes, click
Virtual
that.
camera. Yeah.
Yes, good. And now you should see yourself. Now, do you know how streamers put like they have like augmented reality things? They'll have like how many people are listening to them, and they can have like a banner, pictures, and all that stuff. They do that through OBS.
I don't know how to do this.
We're not going to do it right now, but I'm just telling you, if you want to make it so that you have a green screen behind you, or that the background's blurred, or that you want to make it look like there's a battle going behind you, or you're on a tropical island or anything like that, you can do all that with OBS. Or you want to put a graphic, you want to have it so that people can watch what you're watching, that's all done in OBS. But we're not going to do that right now. We're just going to try to use OBS for like a few hours to see if it resolves the issue you were having where your camera was shutting off. Okay, so now turn the microphone on.
No.
Okay, now go live. You did it yesterday. Don't be scared. Just click it, and then start applying for jobs.
I need to do some vacation videos for my live podcast. So I will gonna do this. They will have fun. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I'm alive.
Okay, I'm gonna go check you out right now. Yeah, I see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're clear. Surf jump.
Yeah. 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 Let's go.
Okay.
So I'm not good.
You're good. So what you should do is check yourself on all of the social media to make sure it's good on everything. And we'll make it so that like you can have in the corner your name and your link tree and all of that kind of stuff. Don't worry about that right now. We're just testing this to make sure it works for long periods of time, okay?
Yep.
But just know, like later today, if you want, we can add some cool effects to your stream.
Alright. You can be on my stream too.
Yeah, if you want, you could stream the Discord in there if you want. Do you want to see how to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Go to OBS.
I am.
Okay. Right click on your video and back to where it says like add something.
Yeah.
And then click window. It should say like window.
Yeah.
Click window. And then do you see Discord on there? It should be in like a drop down.
No. I don't know why.
Oh, I know why. Because you're not using your computer for Discord.
Yeah, yeah, understood. Okay, okay. I will be calling you from Roy. Okay, brother. Okay.
Okay, do whatever you need to do. Go to your.
Okay.
Okay. Tony. Oh, that's fine.
Into the court, and Brendan was forced to floor and argue that he's being briefed on the case and he personally authorised the appeal. He didn't realise that lying about a federal lawsuit in front of hundreds of people would have consequences in the end. Now, it's all a proxy. He wanted his audience to think the lawsuit had nothing to do with him when the court forced him to own it. The exact same thing. He does it in new branding, and I cut out all the negativity, and I get it. I gave them lots of hate. It's the same bullshit. You don't spend $500,000 chasing $13,000 unless the point.
Yes, sir. Okay. Now, do you see on your OBS when you click window? Yeah. Can you? Okay. So right click on OBS on your camera and add, and then do you see window capture or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Click that, and then do you see Discord? There's like a drop down. Yeah, that's fine.
About the money, Carl can't afford a lawyer. His channel makes $1,000 to $2,000 a month. There is nothing to recover here, and Brendan knows it. His lawyers know it, and the fucking court knows it. So why is this still going? Because it was never about the money. It was about making sure that if you make videos about Brendan Shaw, there's a price to pay. That's the message. That's always been the messaging here, and no amount of rebranding changes that. Brendan can call himself Big Fucking Brown. He can do 6 shows a week from a storage unit. He can read comments from 25 paying fans and call it the best thing he's ever done. He can sit on the fucking chair in a fishing rod until David Lucas that comedy was never the plan. He can look into his live stream camera and tell you he's cut out all the bullshit and moved on. But meanwhile, his lawyers are still filing.
Okay, let's look at it. I don't see it. Oh, now I see it. Yeah. But it's too big. So now what you want to do is click on the corner of it and scale it downward, like smaller. Just like so it's a quarter of your, maybe an eighth of your screen. Hold on. A little smaller. A little smaller. I see you laughing. It's cool. Yeah, that's good. And then put it like you can put it behind your, no, too small. Uh, like put it in the corner the upper left corner, if you want, yeah, there, just where there's nothing going on, like so that people still see your face, and then make it big, make it as big as you can, so that it's not covering your face. You can do it there too, but just so that it's not covering your face. Just so it's not covering your face. What? Yeah, you do, and you will. Now, Tony, what I'm going to say to you right now is I want you to shut off the Discord. The way that you do it is right click on the Discord and press delete, or there's a delete option. We can do it in the future. You can do it later today. I wanted you to just see how this works. OBS is the software that people do to make their streams really, really cool. They don't do it through a browser. They do it exactly the way you're doing it. But we're just periods of time, okay?
So like delete.
Yeah, so you right click on the Discord and then do you see it says delete later today? But let's just test it for a few hours. Okay.
Is that it?
Let me see if you did it.
Let's go.
Let's go exactly. So and you can do all kinds of flashing things, and when people follow you, it'll make a sound, and you can have your chat on your screen. You can do all that, but don't do it right now. Right now, we're just going to test because your camera yesterday. That's the first thing we have to address. Okay. Okay. So in the meantime, go apply for some jobs, and if you need my help, I'm here to help you. But don't forget, ask ChatGPT first, and what if you need more advice, I'm here to help you. Okay. And then just know a little later today, once we test your camera, and really you can do a bunch of add-ons for OBS, and you can have a thing at the top that says where to follow you and your link tree, and you can put your Amazon code on there. So, and you can put your logo on there. You can show people, you can change your background to be a green screen. You don't have to change your background. Like, you don't need a green screen. It'll just make you look like you're in a tropical area or whatever you want. So, um, with that, go apply to some jobs. I'm going to do what I need to do. And if you need my help, let me know. Okay? You're welcome.
Over 13,000 dollars. So don't believe Brendan's bullshit. He's exactly the same person he was back in LA. He's still the pathetic bully who wakes up every day trying to fill the void that Rogan left behind when he abandoned him. Yet somehow continuing to sort of small seems to still be a priority for him, even though it looks like he's slowly going broke. No wonder he's so excited to read out comments from his 25 fans on a live stream. But anyway, that's the latest from Brendan Shaw. The guy's looking for coverage of the nuclear holocaust. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel if you enjoyed it there. And I'll speak to you in the next one. Thanks for watching.
I need to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Take what I want to give the entire episode to like I want to do episode to travel in my life podcast. But I was like trying this for like 3 hours and nothing happened. So I don't know what is wrong.
Okay, what happened?
So I need to I don't know.
My first question: did you ask ChatGPT? Okay, why don't you ask ChatGPT? I can. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can you see me on internet? Yes, yes. You can. Yeah, yeah. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Do I need to be funny?
Yourself. Be yourself. Realism is what people want. Yes, sir.
I think somebody is unable unstuck in like frozen. Can you please check?
I'm checking right now. Yeah, your screen went black. Okay.
And I think it's the number is not working.
No, Rumble's still working. You're still streaming, but your screen went black. Is OBS working?
OBS is frozen.
Okay, well that's what went wrong.
So what I need to do?
Okay. So this may be a bigger issue. We're gonna look. Okay, so
Internet issue, right?
no, not internet. No. Let's see here. How many gigabytes of RAM do you have on your computer?
Maybe I need to.
No, I didn't ask for an opinion. Just tell me an answer to my question.
Yeah. Okay. RAM, I have 8
Okay.
gigabytes RAM.
Yeah. So no, not kilobytes, gigabytes. Okay. So so what you probably want to do is leave Discord, close Discord from that device. Use Discord only with your phone because that's kind of a not a lot of RAM, which means your computer's not going to be able to do that much stuff. So shut down Discord and then come back in on your phone. Alrighty, sir. What you want to do now is stop your streams and then restart them. You go to your stream and Rumble. You press stop stream.
Number is not working. It's not there. Nothing is working.
It's frozen?
Right now. Yeah.
Okay, just hit the refresh button on your browser.
Still. I
Alright.
need to shut out.
No, so then just Control Alt Delete and then close. Are you using Chrome?
Yeah.
Yeah, Control Alt Delete on Chrome.
Yeah, I need to. Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, I'm back. And I'm Buster.
Okay, now what I want you to do is go to OBS, go to settings, go to advanced, go to process priority, and then put above normal or high.
Okay. Still nothing.
Well, no, it's okay. Now go back to Chrome
Yeah.
and
Okay. Should I end my stream?
yes,
I know.
yes.
I know. Okay, done.
Okay, now restart it.
So this is still like the OBS is still stuck.
Okay, Control Alt Delete on OBS and then restart.
I need to have new OBS. I need to like
Control Alt Delete, end task on OBS,
Yeah.
and restart it.
okay. Yes.
And then I want you to type. Let me know when you're ready to type into ChatGPT.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, can you type into ChatGPT?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, type in disable
Yeah.
hardware accelerated disable hardware accelerated ACC yeah accelerated GPU scheduling and then type HAGS HAGS
It is ring doing and the last
HAGS HAGS yeah HAGS and then ask it how to do it in Windows.
Yeah, this is about Discord, yes?
No, this is about your computer. Ask ChatGPT how to disable hardware accelerated GPU scheduling, also known as HAGS. Did it tell you how to do it?
Wait. Just type in DMs because I can make mistake also. Just type in DMs.
No. Type disable HAGS Windows.
Disable what again?
H as in hamburger.
H.
A as in apple. G as in gorilla.
G.
S as in snake. And then Windows.
In I have it.
Okay, do what it says.
Yeah.
אם הקבוצה יצאה, אז כן, הוא הראשון, הוא הכי תיק שמה. שניהם נכונים. כי הוא יכול להצטרף עם כל אחד ואחד, כל אחד קבוצת כל אחד, אנחנו לא יודעים מי. לא ספק עם מי הוא יצטרף. אז לכן, מבחינת שלא ידעו, אז לא נלחם. הבעיה אומר, אפילו כל התמיית אומרים, שניהם יכולים, לא משנה, אומר הבעיה, אותו רעיון כמו שמענו קודם, לא משנה, אם בוא למשל האופן, תכניסו מן האופן, אז גם אמרו בגלל הראשון, אי אפשר לכל מהם, כי יכול להצטרף, זה פיק אחד, זה כלי אחד.
But I did already, so this is not going to be problem. I did it long time ago.
Okay. Now try streaming again. Let's see what happens.
Wait. Click over S and make him boss. Okay. Okay, let's go. I will tell you something. I have like in 2 days. I have first time in my long time. I am going out with a girl.
Oh, great.
And the best point is, she is my friend.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
When did this happen?
She tried to like she just followed me on Instagram, and I was like, why you follow me? And she's like, yeah, I like your stuff, this shit.
Did this happen yesterday?
Yeah. No, it was like 1 week ago.
Well, good for you, my man. When are you going out with her?
In 2 days.
Okay, excellent. That's really good to hear. All right. Are you ready? Are you going to go live again?
Yeah. Microphone, camera, but obvious. Enables. I will try again. Do you think I one day will be best podcast in Czech Republic?
Perhaps.
Or like most youth?
Yeah, I think most of you probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everybody will know name. I need to eat something, so I will be back and I will try again because like today internet is fine.
Okay, why don't you just put the stream on to test it? Go eat something and come
It's
back and.
not working.
Why isn't it working?
I have no idea. I don't know. I'm going to not working. Internet is not working. I have no idea.
Your internet's working. Then restart your computer and start a stream.
Okay, I need to restart my internet yeah, on my computer.
That's right.
Maybe one day I will have so many files
Perhaps.
in everything. Are you like when you are going to be famous? Are you like planning change like what you are streaming?
Yeah, I'm gonna travel the world.
I know, but money will never be like in 1 week or like in like 2 weeks. So like because if YouTube has some I don't know some things, no?
Within 24 hours, all I have to do is put a Patreon link out, and it'll be huge.
You are going to be most fastest millionaire in USA.
זה לפעמים טוב, חקלאי. אומר לגימורה, אומר רבי יום הכל, ונוציא נוער לפני השם. תציץ מרצה לפני השם, כאילו לפני השם, בוא, אומר זה לפני השם, מתוך המסעדים גול. אבל לא יוצא לו, מה שבחוץ לא. אז הוא לא, אם אבן שמאל, אולי זה הרבים, שאותה ביד שמאל, הוא לא ביד ימין, שכן כל ביום הכיפורים, גם כן, יש חתר של שמאל, ביום הכיפור. הנה, כאן הבן אדם עשה עבודה בשמאל, ביד שמאלית. ולקדושים, שמה? ואיפה זה מותיים? אז הנה, תראו, יופי, משהו חדש היום. הנה מהכיפור, הכהן גדול, לוקח ביד ימין את הכלים, ותכתב את ביד שמאל, ואין ביד שמאל לפה. הקטור את העבודו על ביד ימין, אבל הוא לוקח את הכלים, כלים, ודין, אז אנחנו רוצים שישלח את זה יותר טוב מימין, ותכתב את ביד שמאל. אז הנה, רואים שלפעמים אנחנו לא מקשיבים על השמאל. אומר, הבעיה מקור, אבוי. אומר שואל, אבוי, נתחיסי. מה זה אבוי? זה תחומה שיטתית. תשמעי את זה, בשביל הציבור. זה כאן, אבל אני לא מקשיב על זה. אתמול כן, מחר כן, היום לא, כי יש לזה בעיה כללית. ואמרו לי, יהיה לו טיפול ושירו יתפודת. תקשיב, תפודת. ככה יוצא בעבודה, העבודה היא לכתחילה, הם גיבו עם עצמו. לא שהיה... שהיו שונים, לא, ככה כל מיני גיבו עם עצמו. אולי שיום העבודה כזאת שהיא לא עבודה מלבישת, זה לא שראינו קודם, הוא שם על הקיר, כן? ולחזור לשם, אי אפשר לחזור לשם. שכתוב בפסוק, עבודה כזאת מה קורה שתישב ועשה משהו בשמאל או במקום בימין? והקורבן שמתאמץ או רק שמאל בגלל רבי שמודד לשמות בסימי, הבן של רבי אמר לרבי ועמדי לו לשימו ברגל רבי הבן של רבי אמר לעמדי שלו לרבי ובכל זה היה הבן של רבי אמר לרבי.
Did you restart your computer?
Yes, I am almost done.
Okay.
יש עוד דבר שכל להגיד ששם את הבהמה, יש לו רגל שבורה. שמת אותו על המזבח. יהודה מגודל לא איפה. יש עופות, כל עוף, כל מונה שאתה מביא, יש לו מום, בסדר. לא אמר, כמה מסודר מזמור, וכמה מסודר מזמור, אין מצל לך בנתיבת אור, וגם אין בעיה שלהם שאם חסר העבר של האור, חסר לו כל הכנף, וקורצים מרב הרגל, אבל נשבר לו, בסדר. אז אתה רואה, שום כמקור, יש כאן איזה עצר. למה אתה אמרת שאתה אומר, יש לי איזשהו עצר, איזשהו מקום בציבור, נו, גם חלמו, יש לי איזה עצר. טוב, אור עליי, אבל כמו, אתה צודק בגלל, אבל יש פשוט, הוא לא יהיה לו, כי לא יהיה לו. לא יהיה לו כאן. אתה לא צודק. כי בלמו,
Then celebration when you are going to hit your goal. I can't hear you.
What are you saying?
Do you have a plan for celebration?
Yeah, the whole thing is going to be a big celebration. So I'm not. You can't count your chickens before they roost.
That was cool. It was He was good. If I am little bit of more looking good, like it's so much easier with girls, with everything, with streaming, with everything.
Yeah, help your self confidence.
You are thinking you are very like beautiful man.
When I was younger, yeah, I got tons of chicks.
What changed?
Oh, I've been live streaming my life 24/7, so I don't go to the gym. I don't like I used to be a long distance runner, but I know it's still there, and there's something that women have for older men too. That's like a daddy complex, and so I can utilize that as well. I don't. I know what I say is attractive to women, and so I'm not. I don't. I'm not in it for chicks. Um, I know that when I go viral, the fact that I have the opportunity to perhaps be the fact that I have the opportunity to perhaps be the most famous person on earth will get me as many chicks as I want. I could be the ugliest dude on earth, but the fact that you can make a woman famous means that you'll have women vying for you till the end of time.
So like you are going to be have more than Chris more
Easily,
than him.
100 times, man.
He is looking good.
No, everybody says he's screwed up. Did you see he got a nose job and everybody thinks he looks bad?
Yeah, like I think he can still mangas.
Not me.
Okay, okay, but be real. If you play now, stand up with him, he came up.
Incorrect. If I say to a woman, I can have you in the annals of history, your progeny, your children will echo into eternity and be able to experience life extension, reverse engineering, and mind uploading to be able to live indefinite immortality. Or you could just be with some YouTuber. Which one do you think is bigger?
Mm-hmm.
My question for you is this: are you live streaming yet on Twitch or on Rumble?
No, because Rumble is not working. I don't know why.
Okay, why do you say it's not working?
I said. Because I am in there, but like everything is like I cannot see nothing. It's not nothing me click anything.
Okay, so it's frozen.
You can like half.
What's half and half?
Yeah.
What's half and half?
Something like I can click like I can click on content, but I can only click videos and nothing else. It's like everything is not right for a.
Are you in Rumble Studio?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you are you in your studio?
Yes, and yes, I am in my studio.
Are you in the section that says end stream?
No, because it's not fully resonated.
Okay, can you press refresh?
Yes, and nothing happened.
What do you mean nothing happens?
It's still the same.
Okay, is there an end stream in the corner?
No,
Okay, click on the Rumble logo on the upper left corner.
nothing is working.
Hit Control Alt Delete. Press Control Alt Delete.
And okay,
And end task on Chrome.
you know what? I'm going to restart my whole internet. I will be back.
Not the internet. No, you already did your computer.
Internet is good.
No,
Yes,
your internet's fine.
bad internet sometimes.
Your internet's fine. We're talking on it. It's fine. Instead of you coming up with suggestions, would you please just do what I'm telling you?
Okay, what I need to do?
Press Control Alt Delete.
I'll control. I don't have control on the keyboard.
Open up your task manager.
What is task manager?
Look, you gotta ask ChatGPT if you don't know that one. Please.
Okay. We right back.
Could you just do what I said? Can you just have it?
In 10 minutes. Yes.
Okay.
It's working. Let's go.
Okay.
Working.
So are you live streaming now?
I'm not saying it's Rambo is working, so give me a second. Take the time. Looks in the time.
שהעציץ לא מנסה להצילה. כלומר, ולמטה הם אומרים כמו, הרי לא היה לצחת הפוסר. כן היה לצחת הפוסר. למה? ותפקיד מרצה. אז היה כאן מיטה טובה, מיטה כאן, והיה לצחת הפוסר. בכל מתמעטים, לא יתקדם. אם זה יצא לפני הזישה, אז לא. לא ביכולת. למה? כאן, התפקיד לא מרצה על...
Are you streaming?
If I'm streaming, I will tell you. I will tell you.
סוף סוף הגענו לכם. עכשיו זה לא מתחיל, הוא קורא את יוצא, יש. ויש. הוא יתקול את מרצתי על הפילוי. ותנועה קורא את סובר של מרצתי על הפילוי. עכשיו, בוא נגור איתו. טוב, מה שקרה זה? יש לנו פילוי על רייסטר. רייסטר אחד כתוב, הוא לא מרצתי. רייסטר שאני כתוב, כתוב יותר. מה אמרנו? שזה מחלוי כתרפנו ברביוי. ביוך, ביוך, רבוי ביוך, ביוך לא מנצל ביוך, ביוך לא מנצל, תגיד כן מנצל ביוך, לא לבית. אז מה? אמרנו שרגע, זה לא מסתדר, האם רבי יוסף סובר? לא, זה היה ככה. רבי יוסף סובר, אתה חושב על העקידה, אז אמרנו הייתי. כבר הוכחנו שפילים על הגידול. מבית רבי יוסף, לא רבי יוסף. אז אם זה לא רבי יוסף, אז אי אפשר להגיד שהברייתא רבי יוסף. כל זה, אלו המערכות של ההתעשי. וזה לא, אנחנו חוזרים. זה הברייתא, כן? כאן גם כאן צריכים להגיד להכניס את המילה לא כזה. הברייתא הראשונה שגיל פרטיסו לבטל זה לא כזה. הברייתא זה החבר שרק ראינו את זה. זה לא בדיוק. יש סתירה בברייתא. וואלה, אם לא ראינו, כאן זה נהיה זה מועד קצת הקילוי. שזה הקיצור רצה על הקילה. נכון, זה שם את זה? כן. רואים שהוא לא קונה כמה, כי הייתי שם את זה לרבי יוסף. איפה ראינו שרבי יוסף לא קונה? תקנו בו. אמרנו שאם נפרק את תקומו במייזית, תקומו מאה במייזית, לפי רבי יוסף כמו תקומו, גם לפי רבי יוסף, גם זה רבי יוסף. דיין, לזה אומר, בין במייזית, ולא תקומו, תקומו בצורה. ועוד הגמור בתחום בטיגו. עכשיו מה הוא לא קנה שם? הוא מסתכל. בכל תחמים שם אולי הוא כן קנה. כן, הוא אמן תריו. אז בפיתו זה הולך. אין לנו עוד מה לא אמר. חייבים להגיד, בלב פריר חייבים להגיד שזה לא בלי הזה. רבוי צהי! שאתם רצו, מנהי
I will be at it.
There we go, big dog.
מה ראינו אתמול? אז יוצא ככה שאנחנו ראינו שלשום בעצם, אתמול, את רביעו ברבונו. רביעו סובר שני במינו לא בטל, ואם רבונו במינו בטל, אז תמיד שיטה שאומרת בעצם, היה לפי, היה שתי שיטות לפי. כאילו, אחד מבטל את השני, השאלה מה מבטל מה? האם הבטל מבטל את המבטל או מבטל את הבטל? בטלתי את זה, מכירים לפני המבטל הוא לפעמים הגדול. הבטל הוא הקטן של האדם הקטן הזה. אז זה מבטל, זה הבטל. זה לא משנה אם הוא קושר. It is June 22nd, Monday. Now, typically, we do the big round breakdown live on Mondays and Thursdays. Then we do the live chat on Tuesdays and Fridays. And usually, Tuesday, Fridays, live chats are at 11 a.m. Central Time. Monday's big round will typically be at 9 a.m. So I know I'm getting older. For Father's Day, I got my wife got my grill built. She got my grill. Had some professionals in the grill, and then I got wider toe shoes. So I know you know. That's how you know we're getting older. I don't know how I feel about them. So you guys can see them. They get a big heel in them. I just went wider toe shoes. She said these got the highest ratings. They're Stoke shoes. They were the Bruce Bullet on the side, so I thought they were Bruce Bullets, which I love. Because the Austin company, they're wide because I'm constantly on my feet. Like yesterday, I was on my feet from I get to the football field until I got 7:30, and then I went straight from there to watch these two games. I got home at 5. I noticed through a bunch of comments that not that many people knew Shaw got dropped by Podcast One. I didn't make a video about it at the time because, kind of go, white red-handed chicks and big booty Dominicans. But yeah, you got dropped by Podcast One, and his deal is coming up, and that is the reason why. He's quitting all of his podcasts. So this is where the Chops exclusive distribution and advertising deal with Podcast One, which covers his flagship shows like The Fighter, The Kid, and The Golden Hour, is expected to conclude in August 2026. This stems from an exclusive 3-year partnership originally signed in August 2023 and later extended/renewed in early 2025 when Podcast One announced in January of this year their re-signings. Shaw wasn't part of it. Adam Carolla was not Shaw. This explains why Shaw just recently completely quit the Golden Hour podcast and why he's been talking about quitting the Fighter again. He's going to quit both. See, what had happened here is Shaw signed that deal. Remember, Theo hated that deal. This is a big part of the reason why Theo Bob left. Jim Cornette sued that column. Helps the guy with Shaw and others like Podcast One. It finally dawned on Podcast One that Shaw's career is completely over. But they initially just paid out Shaw because him and Theo were owed money. But Shaw was like a settlement deal. It was like $2.5 million in some stock in the new company that they had formed. It used to be called something else, then it became Podcast. And the stock was nothing. But with that money, Shaw was supposed to pay him. And he just went and going all on nicotine pouches and grabbing cars. But Shaw still had to pay everyone. Callum, $5 grand a month. God knows what he has to pay to the potato head and all the staff and everything. However, now that deal is over, gonna be over in August, in about a month. Shaw is going to quit those shows because Shaw spent the last year doing all these patriarch Q&As talking about how he doesn't want to do that podcast anymore, that it's dead. The only reason why he's continuing to do it because he's contractually obligated to do it. I've always maintained the fact the reason why he just didn't fire Calvin like a year ago is because I don't think he can for his deal with podcast once. Like that possibly will allow Sean to do whatever he wants. However, Sean just fired Calvin. I'm pretty sure it's on my podcast. Did you just fire half of the show? You're not allowed to do that. August, Calvin's done. You think Sean would put up with this? And that was from yesterday's breakdown. This show. Calvin missed another. They're not doing it fighter to get episodes today. Calvin missed another day. Calvin put in no effort. This whole time, Sean has been testing Calvin to see if he's really putting in effort to keep the podcast going. What's this podcast one deal? So the fighter can't do well. The golden hour. Because I was wondering, why did he quit the golden hour? He quit it some weeks ago. Why now then? Oh yeah, that deal's up in August. Kevin Saves. He's going to maintain whatever studio space they use. And like I said, he pays Towns $25 grand. God knows what he has to pay them yet. You would assume more. I don't know if he was going to ask me. None of these podcasts make any money. I think Sean has figured out the only way I can make money is just do live streams. And then he's still not really going to make money. He's going to keep running out of that storage. But I'll make a little bit, but none of which to maintain the lifestyle he's set up for himself. But this is the reason why he's putting all the podcasts and all of it's testing. It's just going to be Sean and Jen in that story. Not answering some chats and answering fake questions. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
What's up, sluts? No one really wants for sure. What's up, sluts? No one really knows for sure. Elevate, different, Chaim. This is the majority. You got it? 37, 69, Christian world. With Ryan E. Chaim. 36, 31, 137, Amos was born. 35, 26, 235, Enos, Isaac was born. 34, 36, 325, Kenan, son of Enos was born. 33, 66, 395, Mahal, son of Kenan was born. 33, 014, 60 yards, son of Mahal was born. 31, 39, 622, Chanak, son of Herod was born. 30, 74, 687, Methuselah, son of Chanak was born. 28, 87, 874, Long 2, son of Methuselah was born. 28, 31, 930, Adam died.
מה ראינו אתמול? אם לא בא לכם, זה במינוי. לא ראיתם, וגם לא ראיתי את זה אתמול. זה במינוי, כאילו, זה הפסר על הקשר, זה במינוי, זה אותו מין, כן? טוב, אז יוצא ככה, אנחנו ראינו שלשום בעצם, אתמול, את יהודה ורבונון. יהודה סובר שני במינוי, לא בסדר. לא בסדר, ואם כי רבונון במינוי פצל, אז יוצאים. ואז ראינו שיטה שאומרת בעצם, אז היה אחד מבטל את השני, השאלה מה מבטל מה, האם הבטל מבטל את המבטל או מבטל את הבטל? פסקתי את זה, משאירים את המבטל זה תמיד הרוב, הגדול. הבטל הוא הקטן סביבה, לא משנה אם הוא קשר או נבילה או שפות, זה לא משנה. משהו הרוב הוא המבטל, הוא מנסה לבטל. המיעוט הוא הבטל. ואז ראינו דבר מאוד מעניין. משנה אם הם מיעוט אחד, הם מיעוט דומים אחד לשני. זאת אומרת, אם למשל הפרטיות שלנו, הבשר הנבילה יכולה להעבר לקשר, כאילו התקומה יורדת ממנו. נבילה היא נתמה. ואחרי שהיא מאמינה, מצליחה, שתמילה יותר טובה, מתקלקלת, אחרי שזה מתרכז, התקומה פוסעת ממנה, אחלה ממנה. אם אנחנו מסתכלים, לפי רפוזה, רפוזה אומר שהמוגמה שלה, אנחנו רק עושים פוקט, לא אכפת לנו שום דבר מהבטל. אז למשל הדבר הזה כאן. אנחנו לא מסתכלים על הבטל. כאן הבטל הוא המיעוט, הוא מתרכז, הוא יורד ממנו עצומו, והוא אותו מחד יהיה כמו שחוט, כמו משקליים ממנו מחד. אבל לא אכפת ממנו. למה לא אכפת ממנו? כי לפי להכתיב את זה, אני רק מסתכל עלינו למטה.
Either time is 2786, Tuesday, June 23rd. I'm going to do this for 171 days. Number 17. I'm shooting that.
It's a complicated relationship with three agents. At times, there's a conflict. ובחוד שלנו הוא אותו מין, הוא אותו מין, הוא ממש קדוש וטהור, הוא פריימות, לא, הוא מין במין, הוא religious images in the Western world, from the destroying angel of the Hebrew Bible to the pale rider on the four horsemen of the apocalypse to the Malak Amot of the 32nd Surah of the Quran, the angel of death stands equally foundationally and mysteriously in the history of Abrahamic religiosity. In this episode, we're going to study the early history of the angel of death, from the Bronze Age Levant to the rise of Islam. We'll see that the personification of death has gone from being a god in their own right to a terrifying angel, mostly associated with indiscriminate mass murder, to being tempered by the righteous deeds of humans, and even being the subject of a few pranks by a couple of witty scholars. I hope you'll join me as we explore the early history of the angel of death. If you're interested in scholarly perspectives, make sure to check out my other content as well. Also, I hope you consider supporting my work in producing accessible and free content on topics of esotericism on Patreon or the one-time donation. Your support of Esoterica completely makes this channel possible. I really appreciate it, and you can check out those links in the description below. So let's turn to our exploration of the origins and early history of the angel of death. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The personification of death in ancient Canaan can be attested as early as the 12th and 13th centuries BCE. The most famous example is to be found in the tablets recovered from Ugarit, typically known as the Baal cycle. These texts describe Baal's ascendancy to the divine throne through the defeat of El's two sons, the tyrant Yam, or seed, and the ravenous Mot, or death. Following the defeat of Yam, Baal attempts to resist the power of Mot, only to be overcome by the intense power of the drought emanating from the underworld. Whereas El merely mourns Baal's death, his sister, the terribly fierce Anat, seeks out and eventually kills Mot by cutting him into pieces, winnowing him into the air, burning the remains, and then scattering them upon the ground. In the meantime, Baal is actually miraculously resurrected. He in fact copulates with a sacred heifer before his death, perhaps to ensure his subsequent rebirth. And so is Mot in a battle to stalemate. Baal becomes king of the gods, while Mot still rules over the underworld and continues to consume the living. Of course, the battle between Baal and Yam, or the sea, is part of the larger cosmic primeval struggle against chaos in the ancient Near East. Whether it's the struggle of Marduk against Tiamat in the Enuma-Elish, or the Babylonian creation story, or the remains of a very similar kind of story which actually lingers in the Hebrew Bible in places like Job and quite clearly in Psalm 74. However, Baal's fight with Mot, or death, seems to reflect the specific geography and climatic conditions of ancient Canaan. Unlike Egypt, with its cyclical flood, which is reflected in the relatively optimistic theological landscape of that country, or in Mesopotamia, with its random and destructive flooding, is also reflected in the much more pessimistic philosophy of that region. Canaan does not rely on rivers for its agricultural productivity so much, but rather the winter rains. So the battle between the storm god Baal and the drought-inducing god of death, Mot, is also a reflection and hope for the drought to be conquered by life-giving winter rains. Even Mot's death at the hands of the ferocious Anat reflects his body being cut up into pieces to seed the earth. Given all of this, it's unsurprising that Baal worship proved to be extraordinarily popular in the region of ancient Canaan. And this also explains just why the prophets of the Israelite God in the Hebrew Bible were so stridently anti-Baal. He was their biggest theological competitor, and for good reason. I may cover the Baal cycle and the Canaanite mythology, including the rise of Yahwism in the region, more in a future episode. Let me know if that sounds interesting to you all in the comments, and if so, I'll try to make a video on it at some point in the future. I'll also include a link in the description for an excellent up-to-date collection of these mythological texts from the period prior to the rise of the Israelites in ancient Canaan. Unsurprisingly, with the succession of the Israelite God in the region, previous mythological elements were actually rolled up into Israelite mythology, including the struggle with the sea, or Yam. You may recall from that myth, his chief captain was Lotan, the coiled one. This becomes the Leviathan character of the Hebrew Bible, and even the identification of El, the Israelite God, is a process of theological fusion through the early Iron Age. Death, or Mot, also seems to have become part of the divine council or retinue, becoming a kind of servant of the Israelite God. While the phrase Malach Hamavet, or the angel of death, only appears kind of once in the Hebrew Bible, there in a non-theological usage and actually in the plural, Hamavet, an analogous entity does make an appearance. This is the Malach HaMashchit, or the angel of destruction. Sometimes just referred to as the messenger or angel of the Lord, this entity seems primarily to have the grim task of mass execution, striking down Israelites, Assyrians, and Egyptians alike. In fact, the only vivid description we get of this entity is a vision had by King David, where we're told of the titanic proportions of this angel, such that they were standing between.
Okay, good. Let's see how long it goes.
Sword in his hand, extended over Jerusalem.
Yeah, it was internet issues.
I don't know if that's certain. I don't think so, actually, but we'll see.
There, the Israelites were warned to smear lamb's blood on their
Which is so yeah, so I'm back and yeah, and again, thank you for your help.
You're welcome, my friend.
I know I can be sometimes spent in the eyes.
You're good, big dog. I would tell you if you annoyed me, and you don't. I like you.
Reference to this event in its mythology. Further, this entire spring festival may actually reach back to much earlier Canaanite practices.
Well, but I will go working out because I need to be in shape. And so I will be back.
Okay, dog.
Later.
Take care, big dog.
Okay. Take care.
Bye.
Complicated festive meal. It is often forgotten that it is also Jewish custom for a family's firstborn to in fact fast the day before Passover in a kind of remembrance of those killed in that final nightmarish plague. Curiously, there's a bit of an intermission for the angel of death during the development of apocalyptic Judaism. This is mostly because in this period, the character of the devil
When I am like when I'm not fully here, should I plan some episodes like a podcast?
I think it's a good idea.
Along with much of the mythological landscape of early Christianity, are primarily dominated by the good versus evil battle between God and the forces of Satan and his cadre of demons. While this apocalyptic mode of Judaism was clearly influential, perhaps in some sense the most influential religious movement in all of history, especially if you measure that in terms of the success of Christianity and Islam, it was only partly embraced by rabbinic Judaism. The earliest texts of post-temple Judaism, really Judaism proper, such as the Mishnah, redacted around 200 of the Common Era, contain very little of this dualistic attitude and concern with supernatural affairs generally. However, properly getting force or what is constitutive of transferring an object from one domain to another is much more the concern of these very early texts in rabbinical Judaism than angels and demons duking it out somewhere. However, by the composition of the Babylonian Talmud, which was redacted sometime around 500 to 600 of the Common Era, the Malach HaMavet, or the Angel of Death, makes a dramatic reappearance as such, and there are numerous cameos for the Angel of Death in the text. The mythology is incredibly rich and manages to be at times both creepy and, well, comedic. I mean, what better way to deal with the dread horror of death than humor? From this earliest strata of literature on the Angel of Death, we learned that they were created on the first day of creation, and that once judgment is made by God, the Angel of Death cannot at all be deterred. Kind of. It also appears that repentance and righteous deeds, and especially acts of genuine charity, can actually discharge the Angel's death agenda. Curiously enough, the Angel of Death is unable to pass through the city of Luz, where the blue dye, or Techelet, is made. And in fact, when the sages of that city want to die, they just go outside the city gates and the Angel of Death dispatches them.
When it's
the motif harkening back to earlier angelic entities like
you have like a new episode like every when it's done one episode it's like automatically a new episode. How can I do that?
You make a playlist on YouTube?
Yeah, it's okay.
And then add all of your videos to it, and then share your screen and just allow it to play.
change their appearance to distract and therefore greet their victims. We are told that if dogs wail for no reason at all, that means that the Malach HaMavet is nearby, like every scary movie ever. But if those dogs are especially playful, it's because the prophet Elijah has come to the scene in question. In normal times, the Angel of Death is the slowest of all the angels, but during times of plague, unfortunately, they are the fastest. We are told that if the dogs of a city wail for no apparent reason, that means the Malach HaMavet is nearby, like every scary movie ever. But if they are especially playful, it's because the prophet Elijah has come to that city in question. In normal times, the Angel of Death is the slowest of all the angels. But unfortunately, during times of plague, they are in fact the swiftest. Further, we're actually told that, quote, if the plague is in a city, a person should never go to a synagogue alone, as the Angel of Death keeps his utensils there, and for this reason, it is an incredibly dangerous place. But if there are children learning or a quorum or minion there praying, it's in fact not a dangerous place because the Angel of Death can't store their things there in those circumstances. This idea that while praying or studying, the Malach HaMavet has no ability to interrupt also appears in various tales where the angel basically pulls strings to interrupt people from studying, well, to reap their souls. We were told that at the hour of death, the Malach HaMavet stands at the head of the dying with a drawn sword, to which clings a single drop of lethal poison. As soon as the dying person sees the angel, they're seized with a kind of convulsion. Their mouth falls open, and in drops the fatal poison. Death takes hold, and the person becomes yellow and putrid as their mouth is suffused with the poison inflicting death. In other cases, the malachama actually carries the knife of a butcher rather than a sword. This is probably a pun on shachat, slaughters, ending with a tet. With shachat, he destroys, ending with a tav. Recall that in the Hebrew Bible, this entity is often referred to as Hamashchit, the destroyer. There's something genuinely dreadful in the notion that to dispatch people, the angel of death, well, spiritually butchers us. Of course, if this is dreadful to us, so much more compassion should be shown to the actual slaughter of non-animals. Oddly enough, the Malach HaMavet is also said to teach the sages some pro tips about how to actually avoid the angel of death. For instance, we read, Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi said, the angel of death told me 3 things. Do not take your cloak in the morning from the hand of your servant and wear it. Do not ritually wash your hands from one who is not ritually washed in their own hands. And do not stand before the women when they return from the burial of the deceased. Because I, Malach dance and come before them, and my sword is in my hand, and I have license to destroy. Again, that word destroy and butcher play hand in hand. One sometimes gets the sense that the angel of death goes about their grim task with something like reluctance. It's necessary, but there's no glee in the reaping of souls. Though the Malach HaMavet isn't grim entirely and even betrays some humor, even if it is gallows humor. Indeed, my favorite tale in this very early literature about the angel of death also features Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi. In that story, we're told that Yehoshua's time of death had been decreed, but he was given the choice of how he would die given his righteous life. So, he requested to see what his portion in paradise would look like. Along the way, walking with the Malach HaMavet, Yehoshua demanded to hold the knife that the angel of death used to dispatch mortals because it was, well, the thing was freaking him out. This makes total sense. When they got to the wall separating paradise and this world, well, Yehoshua wasn't quite tall enough to see over the wall separating the worlds, so he asked the angel to lift him up to see his portion, and Yehoshua ben Levi promptly jumped over the wall into paradise. Well, despite being tricked, the Malach HaMavet actually grabbed a hold of Yehoshua's cloak. But because he had never broken an oath, he was that righteous, the angel had to let him go into paradise alive. Now, at this point, the angel says, hey, at least give me back my knife. You recall that Yehoshua actually asked to hold it because it was freaking him out. It was a death knife. But the rabbi says, no, I'm not giving you your knife back because you just go around killing everybody with it. There's a back and forth, but at any rate, a call or a heavenly voice actually issues forth saying, give him the knife. It's necessary to kill the created being.
I have something with that.
What's wrong?
Because everybody can see the episode, but it's no like no one can hear.
Okay. Did you ask ChatGPT?
No.
What did I tell you to do before you ask me a question?
Ask GPT. Okay, I will be back.
Okay. And if you still can't figure it out, we'll do it.
Yahushua gives it back and is actually allowed to stay in paradise among the very few people in Jewish mythology, such as Elijah and Enoch, untouched by the angel of death. In fact, this custom of attempting to trick the Malach HaMavet endures to this very day. There is a custom that if a person is gravely ill or facing imminent death, their name may be changed on their deathbed. The idea here, the angel of death will show up looking for David ben Moses, but because the name change, David ben Moses is now Aaron ben Moses, and well, with some luck, the angel of death is actually tricked and moves on. That guy's just not there. I'm actually told that every once in a while you will come across a single gravestone with two names and two sets of birth and death, actually indicating that that person actually tricked death at least once. May we all be so lucky. To get a little darker, there's actually something called a modern Kabbalistic curse involving the Malach HaMavet. Typically, it's forbidden in Jewish law to pray for anyone's death. Indeed, it's much more typical to pray that the sinner repent and not be punished, much less killed. However, there is a very controversial custom whereby one can pray that God will audit the sins of a specific person, and if those sins actually merit divine punishment via early death, great, the Malach HaMavet will be subsequently dispatched to do the deed. This curse, for lack of a better word, indirectly summons the angel of death. The mode by which the angel of death executes that person also gives the curse its name, pulsa denura, or the fiery lashes in Aramaic. The use of these fiery lashes to punish everyone from the angels Metatron and Gabriel to many different ancient rabbis to a dozen or so contemporary Israeli politicians shows that the angel of death still commands a sense of fear, dread, at least for the people attempting to invoke him. In some slightly later early medieval legends, we are told that the demoness Lilith, this is the rebellious wife of Adam, typically responsible for killing babies, has actually become the nagging wife of the Malach HaMavet, with us getting a kind of laugh at his being tortured by her nagging, just as he nags us to death. Har, misogyny. Of course, death would go on to be personified in Christianity as the pale rider among the four horsemen of the apocalypse, though would not really go on to remain an angel proper. According to Christian mythology, Christ defeated death on the cross, which will be properly annihilated in the final judgment. In fact, we read in the epistle to the Hebrews found in the New Testament, quote, "Since therefore the children share in flesh and blood, he himself, Jesus, partook of the same things, that through death he might destroy the one who has the power of death," that is, of course, the devil, "and deliver all of those through fear of death were subject to lifelong slavery." This idea that Christ defeats the devil, who is in some sense in charge of death itself. With there being no specific angel of death, the images of the Grim Reaper in Christianity took a much greater hold, although these typically lean on imagery taken from Greco-Roman paganism, such as the scythe and hourglass, which are typically linked with Saturn Kronos. However, the angel of death, or the Malach HaMaut, plays a major role in Islamic mythology and is actually one of the four archangels in that tradition. There, the angel of death, you'll notice that it's actually cognate with the Hebrew Malach HaMavet, Malach HaMaut, is actually mentioned in the Quran at Surah 32:11. It is in fact sometimes linked with a Jewish angel/demon, it's hard to say exactly, named Azrael, or God's helper. You'll notice that in Jewish mythology, the angel of death is very ever rarely given a proper name, though they are sometimes linked with Samael, or the quote, poison of God, also appears in Gnostic mythology. There is an enormous and contested array of traditions associated with the angel of death in Islam. For instance, the painful extraction of the soul from the sinner and the pleasant extraction from the soul of the righteous, the post-mortem angelic examination before the day of judgment, and even that it's in fact the angel of death that has to deliver the bad news to those who cry out in agony in hell. That they ain't getting out of here. Of course, this is only the very early history of the angel of death. This entity will go on to thrive in Jewish, Christian, and Islamic folklore, countlessly reappearing in cultural expressions around death and mourning. The angel of death has even gone on to become central in a completely new mode of religious expression known as the so-called cult, quote-unquote, of Santa Muerte. This is a fascinating and religious movement indeed, all topics for future exploration here at Esoterica. If you're interested in the plethora of early Jewish legends about the Muhammad, the angel of death, I've included a link in the description below to a collection of them over at Safaria with Hebrew, Aramaic, and English translations. This episode has been kind of Passover themed, angel of death, Passover, yeah. So, I hope you enjoyed it. I really also hope you enjoy this lovely time of the year. I hope we all experience our share of rebirth, and I hope we can play a couple of tricks on death. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. הוא מזמן, הוא מישהו. אחר כך הוא שפר לו את זה, ואז הוא הוסיף, הוא הולך לו מנשאר. ואז הוא שכנע את זה. אם הוא עשה את התקומה הכי, הוא יהיה את התקומה הכי גבוהה שיש, אז שאלנו, אז איך הוא עושים את זה תקומה יותר קטנה? התירוץ לא, הוא התחיל בקטן, הוא נגע בזה, הוא הזמן לו, זה רק מישהו. אחר כך הוא עושה את זה בתור סביב, הוא שכב את זה, אבל נהיה מישהו, אז הוא עושים את זה תקומת אבא דומו, זה נהיה מטרס, זה אפשר לדעת את זה 50 וזה אבל ברגע שזה 100%, איך אתם עושים את זה 50%? מה? זהו, התירוץ של הגמרא. המים, הוא כבר בתחום, הוא אמר להם, הוא ממאי להאיש, הוא ממאי, מי אמר לך שהוא לא גבוה ישוב לפחות הריבה? שהנגיעה היה הכי ששכב על זה. זה הוא חבר את זה, כל לא היה נגיעה. אחר כך הוא עושים את זה נגד, והכדור החמור הוא עושים את לו. היו עושים את הכדור החמור גם, אבל לא חושב, הוא נגע לו, שגע לפניהו בסקוליוי, שנגע באמיקו, ישתר את זה נגע לו. בסדר בסדר, בוא נראה אם אני הולך להחליט. המאמר לרביעי,
I often challenge the rigid distinction between rationalism and mysticism, and I've argued that this distinction says more about where we find ourselves in intellectual history than how one goes about searching for fundamental truth. Perhaps no philosopher has been caught in this tug-of-war between rationalism and mysticism than Baruch Spinoza, derided as a heretic whose ideas were tantamount to atheistic rationalism and praised as a man nothing short of intoxicated with God. Spinoza's philosophy cannot be so easily captured by simplistic and blunt analysis. In this episode, I want to explore the history of this typical method in a more hermetic, mystical Spinoza as a philosopher of eminent divine joy. This episode is also special because it's part of a collaboration with my friend and colleague Zevi over at Seekers of Unity. Of the people I've met over the years exploring mysticism, Zevi is among the most impressive. He manages to strike a balance between intellectual rigor and deep sensitivity on a topic that is as important for grasping the human experience as it is deeply difficult to study. Make sure to check out his project over at Seekers of Unity. You can check it out at the card above for a wide range of explorations of mysticism, including this series on pantheism. We're working together to dive a bit deeper into the philosophy of Spinoza. And if you're interested in Hermetic philosophy, mysticism, or magic, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content as well. And if you want to support my work of making scholarly, accessible, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube, you may want to consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. Your support of Esoterica really does make this channel possible. I really...
אנחנו יודעים, כבר אמרנו גם כמה פעמים, שלנו שפותח, יודעים מינקה, לא מוסיף שמש. למה? החבר שקיבלו לכם. אבל לא מוסיף שמש. הוא עולה, ושם שמש. בקוילה. לא בכל המקום. ניצר, וחמש שמש. יש לנו הפוסים, הוא אמר, הוא עצמו נשך שכל שיור יעזור, הוא מעלה. כאילו, סיכון בשביל זה. האמת היא שישמעו כל הסיפורים אחר כך, אבל בסדר, יש כאן. מה זה שם שחור? זה המרכז חוישה, הוא מכניס הוא בסנקציה, יש קצת שמן מהכלי הראשון, יש לנו קצת שמן בצדדים, מהמרחב שהיה למזר, אז הוא ככה אמר, לא, הוא מנגר, בדיוק, מנגר, בשק שחול. היא לא רוצה. זאת שאומר, שיש כמה מהסחויתם, אתה לוקח קצת שמן מהצדדים, נכון? אתה אומר, אז אין בעיה שהוספת שמן אחר. אתה רוצה לך להסביר, אני לא יודע, לא יודע, יכול רוצים להיות מולי השאלה, ולהגיד להגיד, אני לא מבין. לא נתן שמן. הוא תמיד כאן השמן בקצר, אל תכניס לבני הקבוצה. הקבוצה זה להיות מושלום. רובד היא כניסה לצפורים. רובד זה מה? שנקרא ידישה. רובד. שתרבד עם משהו מאוד גדול, מלא שמן. זה אפילו שהיבש סופג את השמן מהשני, יש כאן שתי בעיות. מה שתי בעיות? ההוא יש לו מדי הרבה שמן, ההוא יש לו מדי פחות שמן. כן, זה בעייתי מאוד. זה לא בעיה. היינו שאוילין ואוילין לא פטר, כן, שני דברים שעולים על המזבח, לא בטלים אחד לשני, הוא לא פטר, נשאר. תמיד הוא באמת אומר שזה פטר, מאוד, לא יעד, תמיד לנו לא יעד. הורה, מה אליו, אנחנו אומרים לך ספויסטר, יערב, בכל זאת, מה זה חרב בבנים? מה זה שתי הדברים האלה? יספה, אם אני קורא את זה, אני שום דבר. חרב אצלי, זה לא ספויסטר, אין לו שם. זה הכי יבש ישראל. יש הזיזות, גדולים. בעיה לפי כולם, גם לפי החומר. שאומרים שלא כאן לא יציב, זה רק בגלל שאוילם ואוילם לא מבינים, אבל סתם ככה, סתם שמן לא. אבל לא מה חשבת. לא זה כך. כאן זה מלכה ידישה של מלכה ספויצר. יש לנו בעיה, מלכה של למדנו כאן, שמלכת השמן, לא בעיה. לא, אין לנו בעיה בכלל, כי אנחנו לא מדברים על מלכה ידישה כזאת, אלא אנחנו מדברים על מלכת הודים ואילים במלכת ספוט. מלכת של כבש, במלכת מצד שמאל, לכל מסורת של קמח, אתה מבין שכל שמות של שמן. המון שמן, כאן פעם הרבה יותר שמן, אבל תחציב לאנסור פה עם רק שתי מורים בכל היסטוריה במקום שלו. הוא יש לו פחות שמן יחסית. אז כן, הנה, אפילו רואים למעלה. שתי לוק שמן עם שורן ושלוש לוק עם שורן. אוקיי. אז זה הכוונה שלקחת משהו יפה של השרים, ילמדת את זה ביום מוכנסים. רגע, זה נקודה. אבל הוא סופק, מה סופק למה? לא, מדברים על פרים ושנסים. לקחת מלכה מכאן ומלכה מכאן ותתערבב. נכון, זה נקודה. הוא יבש, יחסית, לכבש הוא יבש ולכן, אין לנו רק היה על מה שקורה עם מלכה ספויצר. זהו. כמו אין אתה יכול לעשות דבר, זה הכוונה הפעמים. חורף שנמצא לגיבול, דיבר על פרים ותרבובים ותפסים, ועוד האלה נתקורים לו, זה משהו, יהיה לך לסיפור. זה נתקורים באלה במיוחד ספוט. חורף שנמצא שמאלי, אני לא רואה
We appreciate it if you find those links below. So let's turn to the philosophy of Spinoza, the heretical atheist, the mystic of immanence, or both. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the pain in history, philosophy, and religion.
עד שיצא כל השמן שלו על איזה, הנה, שכה.
Baruch Spinoza was born on the 24th of November, 1632, to a mercantile family who had spent generations as refugees following the Alhambra decree, which in 1492 expelled hundreds of thousands of Jews from Spain. From what we can tell, he was raised in a relatively orthodox background, receiving a traditional Jewish education along with learning his family business. Though it appears that in his late teens or early 20s, he began to frequent the association of certain radical Protestant followers of the philosopher Descartes. I think, therefore I am Descartes. While the reasons aren't exactly clear, Spinoza was subject to the cherem, or the excommunication from the Jewish community, on the 27th of July, 1656, at the age of 23. It seems that the excommunication was probably for several reasons, some of which included his emergent critical approach to the Hebrew Bible, his likely embrace of at least some aspects of the Cartesian philosophy, which at that time was considered kind of like an atheism, though Descartes does give at least three different proofs for the existence of God throughout the Meditations and all of his other works, so whatever atheism means when it comes to Cartesianism. Aside from theological and philosophical heterodoxy, Baruch was also in a dispute with his sister about the family business following their father's death, and temporary excommunication was sometimes used in the Amsterdam Jewish community as a means of enforcing social compliance. The excommunication decree was actually reconsidered in December of 2015 by the Amsterdam Jewish community. It was actually upheld. He's still excommunicated. Their argument: why should the community change the decree when Spinoza himself expressed no interest in it being lifted? Spinoza wished to be in exile, and thus it was and should be. We may very well never know the reasons, but the writ of excommunication, while somewhat formulaic, is dreadful actually to read. What's fascinating is that while expelled from the Jewish community, Spinoza never converted to another religion, much to the confusion and chagrin of the times. In some sense, this makes Spinoza among the first figures to live outside of the system of organized religion at all. It may, in fact, make him something like the first secular person in Europe. I've always seen this as a testament to the strength of his character and the integrity of his beliefs. I mean, can you imagine the courage it must have taken to live as both ethnically Jewish, with all of the anti-Semitism that came along with that at that time, but also excommunicated from even the comforts of being a second-class citizen? Spinoza faced an exile within an exile within an exile, though we should think of him as a hermit. He met with and corresponded with numerous examples of the rising bourgeois intellectual world, including Leibniz, philosopher and co-inventor of the calculus, and Henry Oldenburg, the first secretary of the Royal Academy, and the inventor of the modern system of peer review. Indeed, the lenses that Spinoza ground as his vocation, how he made a living, helped nascent astronomers like Huygens peer deeper into space and thus into time. Those very lenses likely also contributed to his death, likely by something like ciliosis, on the 21st of February 1677, at the young age of 44. His most important metaphysical works being so controversial they could only be published following his death. That very year, Spinoza's central metaphysical document, the Ethics, first appeared in the debate over just what kind of philosophy this was. hasn't ceased to this day. Was Spinoza an atheist that simply used the term God as a synonym for nature? Or was he a kind of mystical pantheist for whom nature was the immanence of God, or something altogether more complex? Spinoza's metaphysical legacy remains one of the most complex and difficult to settle in philosophical history. A very basic outline of the ethics runs something like this. God, or nature, Deus sive natura, to use Spinoza's language, is the only true substance of which everything else has been known them are modulations of that substance, understood under the attributes of either extension, the aspect of matter, or thought, or the aspect of mind. Of course, God, or nature, has infinite attributes. We human beings only perceive those of thought and extension. Somewhat like Neoplatonic philosophy, between the infinity of God and the finiteness of individuals stands the finite and infinite mediate and immediate modes of both thought and extension. These comprise the total system of motion, and the rest, one could even use the word energy of matter, along with the spatial system of those bodies as the mediate and immediate modes of extension, which Spinoza refers to rather mysteriously as the quote face of the entire universe. Similarly, the totality of all information being processed in reality is the quote absolutely infinite understanding, comprising the immediate, infinite, eternal mode of thought. The immediate, infinite, and eternal mode of thought remains rather unclear in Spinoza's system, though one could perhaps deduce that it must be something like the totality of all minds, mine, yours, every mind, such they quote constitute at the same time the eternal and infinite intellect of God, as Spinoza puts it, though exactly what this is remains, like I said, a bit mysterious. That mode of substance, or God, or nature, that is the human being, us, like all beings, strives to persist in being by an internal ontological force that Spinoza calls conatus. However, unlike many other beings, human conatus operates under and perceives the attribute of mind as much as its physical extension. Despite the perfection of being itself, the human mind is often limited by incorrect, corrupt, or otherwise inadequate ideas, especially forms of pesky emotions, what Spinoza calls the sad passions. By clarifying our mental perception of being, or nature, or God, we ascend through three stages of intellection, whereby confused and inadequate ideas give way to a final realization of our place within the perfect system of God, or nature. By perceiving ourselves from this God-eye perspective, we're no longer
Okay.
enslaved.
What did AI say?
I fucked up more with AI.
Okay, here's the answer. In OBS, go to the audio section where it says desktop, turn that volume all the way up. That's your answer. Okay, if you fucked up really badly, just uninstall OBS and reinstall it. It takes like 10 minutes.
So I will end the stream. I end my stream. This is let's type start stream. I need pause. I need to do working out. I need to have my real life.
Doug, just get this done. It'll take 5 minutes.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck was that? Bro, I need to pause. Like, seriously. Yeah. I will work out them. I will work a lot.
Do whatever makes you happy.
Like,
To our sad passions like hatred or greed or any other kinds of inadequate ideas, but rather we experience a kind of interior freedom where peace of mind, scientific clarity, and emotional tranquility all exist together in a state which Spinoza calls true blessedness. Now, I'm not going to pretend that my summary here does any justice to Spinoza's system. Oh yeah, did I mention that the Ethics is written like a geometry textbook with axioms and definitions and propositions, following one from another via logical deductions, with the occasional scholia and the lemata to break it all up. This is referred to as the more geometrico, and it often proves to be a serious barrier for studying Spinoza's thought. Indeed, this all allows me to set up the question that is in fact the most germane one here in our study. Was Spinoza a mystical pantheist whose system seeks human unity with the divine, or was he just basically an atheist who only used God language to escape being completely written off and even persecuted by his contemporaries, and his system basically leads to nihilism? This question is very difficult to answer despite the fact that Spinoza wrote the Ethics in the geometric mode precisely such that the reader would perceive his ideas as clear and distinct. So what's going on here exactly? By in fact exploring previous answers to just this problem, atheist or mystic? A starting problem is the context of Spinoza's writing, more generally. As you can probably imagine, during his life, Spinoza's thought was incredibly controversial. one of only 2 books he published during his lifetime, the Theological Political Tract of 1670, which criticized traditional interpretation of scriptures and argued for freedom of conscience and speech about religion, had to be published anonymously. Indeed, the printer even forged a false printer's mark to hide its origin. It was said to have been printed in Hamburg, Germany by one Heinricus Kunrat, clearly a reference to the Hermetic alchemist Heinrich Kunrat, who died in 1605. Why attribute the text to Kunrat? Well, here we already have a kind of Hermetic link to Spinoza, and it's perhaps that Kunrat already published such unusual Hermetic alchemical text that such an avant-garde theological political text would be weird enough to group them together. Regardless, the Amsterdam censor was not tricked by this attempt at subterfuge and declared the book was, quote, forged in hell by the devil and a renegade Jew. One can only hope to get such a rave review these days on any book of philosophy that one could imagine publishing. The Theological Political Tract was scandalous from the very beginning for basically declaring that religions as we know them are, quote, superstitions, and that such superstitions cannot validate state power, thus arguing for the de facto separation of church and state. Further, he criticized the traditional understanding of the Hebrew Bible by engaging in a very close reading of the text in the original Hebrew. He argued against the reality of miracles, and he argued for freedom of speech and freedom of conscience, specifically vis-a-vis institutional religion. While Leo Strauss has pointed out that the Theological Political Tract is a kind of esoteric text, it doesn't take much reading between the lines to see that this book was a bombshell for a world dominated by institutional religion, which underwrote state power. Unsurprisingly, Spinoza quickly gained a reputation for being a notorious atheist. Indeed, the term Spinozist and atheist became interchangeable in the years following his death, a shift that I think that followers of Descartes really welcomed. They were also typically known as atheists. Indeed, Spinoza came to deride the, quote, stupid Cartesians for promulgating this charge of atheism, one which he strenuously denied. Well, he denied merely physical extension existed. I'm not sure that makes him a theist in the robust sense, but still. Of course, in the Theological Political Tract, the state can oblige one to believe in God and the, quote, divine law, that whatever is hateful to yourself you shouldn't do to your neighbor. But again, what's going on here? Let's read between the lines. The moral law can be derived from the, quote, natural light of reason, and the God in that text that one is obliged to believe in is simply the result of the logical deduction about the principle of sufficient reason as it applies to the world. That is, the world has to have some kind of cause. That cause we call God. But no, there is very little traditional aspects of God, either Jewish or Christian, in terms that would have been understood by his contemporaries. And people at the time certainly realized that. Further, we learned in the ethics that Spinoza's God not only does not perform miracles, but takes no notice of human beings at all. It's foolish, Spinoza notes, to pray or even love God with the expectation that God hears or loves you back. And his God has neither will, nor intellect, nor feeling, but operates according to the necessary laws internal to it, of which the modes, including us, are equally locked into this vast system of necessary determination. This is not a God that hears your prayers to pass your calculus exams. Indeed, one may wonder if you were to do a kind of search and replace throughout Spinoza's ethics, which sounds somewhat mystical, even Neoplatonic at times, and just replace the term God with nature, which Spinoza himself seems to think would be completely appropriate. Deus sive natura Would anything of philosophical or theological merit be lost in the substitution? And this is what's maddening about this question. There are reasons from Spinoza to indicate no. The system is a form of theological naturalism from which God is simply identified with nature in a kind of God equals nature equation, God having no separate ontological reality apart from the total system of nature. This seems to be what Albert Einstein thought when he was asked by Rabbi Herbert Goldstein in 1929 if he, Einstein, believed in God. Einstein actually wrote back, quote, "I believe in Spinoza's God, who reveals himself in the lawful harmony of the world, not in a God who concerns himself with the fate and the doings of mankind." Although Einstein may even be a bit more of a theist than this read of Spinoza, the Einsteinian Spinoza's God still, quote, "reveals the, quote, lawful harmony of the world," whereas that is precisely what's up for debate in this question. Though Einstein was a physicist, not a theologian or a philosopher. Regardless, in the years following his death, Spinoza was certainly derided as an atheist whose theological deflation simply reduced God to nature, thus effectively rejecting the existence of any deity at all. You can see this attitude expressed in early images of Spinoza, where he is simply described as Judeus et atheist, Jew and atheist. However, by the early 18th century, this would begin to change, if ever so slightly. In 1699, Wagner for the first time links Spinoza's thought with the Jewish mystical speculations of the Kabbalah. Ever since then, numerous scholars have attempted to find a clear and distinct link between Kabbalistic writings on the one hand and Spinoza's system on the other, though I think to little avail. To what degree Spinoza learned Kabbalah before his excommunication isn't clear, though it was certainly in air. Shabbatite's fee was declared Messiah in the summer of 1665, about 9 years after Spinoza was excommunicated. Spinoza was even asked his opinion about the whole Shabbatite's fee Messiah business, but sadly, his reply has not survived, though I can't imagine him being terribly impressed by the Kabbalistic Messiah. Though, at least in the early Spinoza, such as his treatise on the improvement of the intellect of around 1662, we read that the goal of philosophy is, quote, "the knowledge of the union that the mind has with the whole of nature." This sounds quite mystical without getting too much into the weeds of what that mysticism might be. Though I should point out that Spinoza mentions the Kabbalah by name only once in his surviving writings, and it's not a roving reference. We read in the Theological Political Tract mentioned earlier from about 1670 that, quote, "I have also read and am acquainted with a number of Kabbalistic triflers, whose insanity passes the bounds of my understanding." If Spinoza's system were influenced by Kabbalah, it seems to have been at best indirect, perhaps through Ibn Ezra, whose own Kabbalistic signposts are themselves intentionally hidden in his biblical commentaries, or perhaps through the influence of Abraham Cohen de Herrera, as Miguel has argued. Indeed, speculations about the origin of Spinoza's pantheism reach far and wide, from perennial philosophy to possible Sufi contact through his father's business to Renaissance Hermeticism especially. Though I have to say that I find the similarities between Spinoza's system and Kabbalah, or even other forms of monism like those of Advaita Vedanta or the teachings of the Upanishads, to be much more the result of typological homology rather than direct or indirect influential influence. To this day, scholars have been unable to point to a single direct influence from any of these sources. For instance, to my knowledge, there is no evidence that Spinoza even read Giordano Bruno, much less was influenced by him in his thinking. Despite this, one of the most influential histories of philosophy in English by the Jesuit Frederick Cobblestone still forwards the theory that Bruno ultimately influences Spinoza, despite the fact that we have no reason really to believe that. Indeed, I think much of this confusion is from people not reading Spinoza on his own terms. One of the key strengths of Spinoza's system is that he very, very carefully stipulates every major philosophical term in his project. So terms like God, substance, attribute, mode, essence, mind, extension, while having their origins in the lexicon of medieval scholasticism, are given radically innovative definitions in Spinoza's system. I mean, so radical that God becomes an extended thing in his thinking. This is an absolutely heretical idea in any school of medieval philosophy. The mistake I think people make and continue to make is that they read terms that they are familiar with, or they think that they're familiar with, like God, and rather than understand them strictly in the way that Spinoza meant for them to operate in his system, they begin to play fast and loose with similar terms in other philosophical systems that use similar kinds of ideas. While the terms are perhaps verbally the same, I use God, you use God, Aquinas uses God, Spinoza uses God, to equivocate on their use in the Spinoza system as they appear in other schools of thought virtually necessitates a misreading of Spinoza's ideas. Thus, Spinoza ends up being cast in the light of Kabbalah or Advaita Vedanta or even mechanical materialism. All the while, the actual Spinoza system is misread, misunderstood, and decomposed as if by a worm in its blood. Sorry, that's a pretty obscure Spinoza reference. Indeed, one of the studies I most admire of Spinoza is the deeply critical analysis of Jonathan Bennett, precisely because he takes the inner world of Spinoza's system in absolute, serious, and painstaking detail. Of course, it's such an eviscerating take on Spinoza's thought that it sometimes brought me to tears, but the rigor of the dissection, how much care Bennett shows precisely by his mastery of Spinoza's thought on exactly Spinoza's terms, is positively breathtaking. Personally, I think that a criticism that takes a thinker radically serious on their own terms is far superior to any superficial fanboyism. Authentic criticism is almost always an act of admiration. Or at least I tell myself that when I read some of y'all's comments. Thank you. Sadly, the early history of the reception of Spinoza's philosophy was rarely from actually reading his works. Indeed, the inadequate summary of his ideas by Pierre Rabbi in 1697 was the most common and popular, and often this version was attacked as if it were a true account of Spinozism. Similarly defective, though popular French summaries of the time would also go on to influence the militant anti-religion and libertine thought of the 18th century. In 1705, the Irish Lockean philosopher John Toland actually coined the term pantheism to describe the philosophy in which God was identified with nature, a position he ascribed to both Spinoza and Moses, like biblical Moses for some reason. It's just worth repeating that the term pantheism was basically invented to describe what Toland took to be Spinoza's system. So the link between pantheism, the word at least, literally begins with an analysis of the philosophy of Spinoza, though this is clearly indicating a kind of theological naturalism. However, the atheistic naturalistic destroyer of religious superstition would give way to a far more baroque concept of Spinoza's thought. Through the 18th century, especially in France, Spinoza's system would not only be employed as part of the attack on traditional religion, but also, and to some degree ironically, as an attack on what was perceived as the mechanical philosophy of the radical materialists. The mechanists, as you may remember, held that the world was something akin to a vast machine in which every element functioned like the components of a clock. Here, the world was understood fundamentally and really only under the guise of physical extension, or matter in motion. However, discoveries in biology, and especially questions about how inorganic matter could give rise not only to organic life, but also to consciousness, prompted a new kind of interest in Spinoza. Recall that in Spinoza's system, God or nature could be understood by both the attributes of thought and extension. Thought was just as much a fundamental aspect of reality as physical objects extended in space. In this reading, the cosmos becomes something like a vast, living entity rather than a mere mechanism. Spinoza's system becomes read as a kind of vast cosmic vitalism. Indeed, it's a kind of early panpsychism, with nature itself being just as much consciousness as physical extension, with our singular consciousnesses being what modes of this vast cosmic consciousness. This vitalist shift, especially in French thinking about Spinoza, continues, in some sense, to this day, as we'll see when we get to figures like Deleuze and Descartes. Of course, at the same time that Spinoza is being biologized in France, his thought becomes the center of an intellectual firestorm in Germany and the Enlightenment. Not to get too much into the weeds of the so-called pantheismos debate or the pantheism controversy, the central question of the controversy was this: does the Enlightenment, with its focus on the supremacy of reason, ultimately lead to pantheism and, by logical extension, to atheism? Of course, this is a major concern because many Enlightenment thinkers held that some kind of détente could be achieved between faith and reason. You can think of something like Immanuel Kant's famous 1793 book, Religion Within the Bounds of Reason Alone. However, Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi argued that lurking behind the Enlightenment was a vast gulf of not just atheism, but full-blown nihilism, a term actually forged by Jacobi in some sense to describe the destructive power of the Enlightenment, or Spinozism. Now, to be clear, Jacobi wasn't just being a religious stooge or anything like that. Something very much like this position was even held by the Scottish skeptic David Hume, who regarded Spinoza's system as, quote, true atheism, backed by what he called the hideous hypothesis of his metaphysics. Well, Jacobi's answer was to introduce the importance of a kind of moderated form of belief or even faith back into philosophy, though this was met by not a little scorn on the part of the Enlightenment folk. I have to say that this whole pantheism controversy business, which I'm only covering here very thinly, reminds me a bit about contemporary debates about disenchantment and the re-enchantment of the modern world, whatever that is, in religious studies. That is, the idea that the Enlightenment scientific modernity stripped the world of religious and spiritual qualities, and that the new religious movements are, in various ways, attempting to re-inject spirituality and religion into contemporary life. I'll leave aside the question as to whether or not the world was ever really disenchanted. It wasn't. But the pantheism controversy really seems to be alive now in a way that seems interesting to me now. But the key question was whether Spinoza's system led via pantheism to atheism and thus to nihilism, the destruction of all values. Oddly, the very prompt for the whole debate also became its solution in a sense. The rationalist Spinoza would soon become transformed into the romantic Spinoza. That Spinoza system would come to represent atheistic nihilism in one conversation and a way of understanding the universe as an entity alive and teeming with consciousness in another reveals just how tortured the conversation had become through the 18th and 19th centuries. The two would oddly come together in the German Romantics. As the dust settled following the pantheismal streak, which my spell checker wants to make into pantheism streak for whatever reason, so they're Sesame Street. The Romantics were increasingly interested in the religious philosophy in which divinity was radically immanent to the vast beauty and wonder of nature, rather than some transcendent sky down. God combined with nature, Deus sua natura, you said? Well, how about yet another Spinoza remix? German pantheism meets French vitalism to forge a truly romantic reading of Spinoza. It's here that we have the poet Novalis famously declaring that Spinoza is the man intoxicated with God, and Hegel arguing, quote, the fact is that Spinoza is a made testing point in modern philosophy, so that it may be said, really, you are either a Spinozist or you're not a philosopher at all. Of course, Spinoza for Hegel is just the starting point for philosophy and not its culmination. The culmination will be Hegel. Nietzsche even declared in 1881, I have a forerunner and what a forerunner, referring to Spinoza's focus on pure joy, such that, quote, as Spinoza would write, the free person thinks least of all of death, and his wisdom is a meditation not on death, but on life. For Nietzsche, Spinoza was a philosopher whose liberation from dogmatic theology, this in some ways prefigures the famous death of God, described in a book I might remind you called The Joyful Science, allowed Spinoza to uphold the values of life and joy, rather than the servile, sad passions which so dominate Western philosophy and religiosity, according to Nietzsche. This quasi-mystical, just mystical reading of Spinoza has perhaps no greater recent champion in the 20th century French philosopher Gilles Deleuze. For Deleuze, this is a bit akin to Nietzsche, Spinozism is a philosophy of radical metaphysical immanence. This, of course, is to be contrasted with nearly 2,000 years of religion and philosophy, in which reality, what is said to be truly real, whether it be the divine realm of religion, the realm of atomic forms, the neo-Platonic one, or the Gnostic world of light, is thought to be a realm transcendent to all. For Deleuze, Spinoza represents a philosophy committed to a radical ontological immanence, in which reality itself is an expression of an ontology seething with desire and power. Because Spinoza's system rejects ontological transcendence, Deleuze conceives of the ethics, Spinoza's chief text, as a truly dangerous hook to all the Western metaphysics, and in one of his seminars actually likens the book not only to a magical grimoire, but the most frightening of all tomes of sorcery. In one of his lectures on his infamously difficult book with Guattari, Anti-Oedipus, he declares that, quote, the true name of the Ethics is the Necronomicon, a reference to that horrid volume and Lovecraftian lore. Yet, this most dangerous book of magic is said to be authored by a kind of savior, a philosophic messiah, and their friend worked together with his philosophy. Deleuze and Guattari declare, quote, Spinoza is the Christ of philosophers, and the greatest philosophers are hardly more than apostles who distance themselves or draw near to this mystery. We have in Spinoza almost too much to comprehend. From the arc rationalist employing the clarity and distinctness of the geometric method to exorcise all remnants of superstitions from the mind of modernity, to Spinoza the mystic and sorcerer, whose philosophy teems with joy and desire, conjuring away transcendence in favor of a radical metaphysics of immanence. According to his writ of excommunication, he was author of, quote, abominable heresies, and according to his most recent prophet, nothing less than the Christ of the philosophers. But we leave Spinoza in perhaps the most difficult place imaginable, somewhere between heretic and Christ. But as he leaves us at the end of the Ethics, he reminds us, all things excellent are as difficult as they are rare. All the more reason to study a bit of Spinoza's philosophy if you never have, and to give it another read, perhaps seeing it less as a text of philosophy, but perhaps as a grimoire with the power to threaten the very metaphysics of Western philosophy. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
1920. That was really good. That's your boy? That's your boy? That's your boy? That is your boy. What is this? Oh, shit, dog.
Yeah. Even stupid grades, we gotta give them just, even if it's just a couple of lines or something, but you can do whatever.
All right, I got you something right here.
Brian knows I'm gonna buy him on tell Sony to stick it in his jeans, man. It's something that stands out of a motherfuckers on it on a pay-per-view card. He's about to wrap here on Joe Sony 14.
I'm gonna sing it a little bit. Sing it.
Sure, you wanna go crazy, go soft on us, feel free. I wanna take you to my mother's upstairs. Yeah. Right, and that's something
Is his name Baby Gans? Okay, that was one of them. 50 G's, baby.
Hey, I love that. Is that the bonus you guys get for Fight of the Night?
Yeah, 50 G's for the bonus. So it's
That's it, new favorite UFC fight. God, that is so fucking cool.
That's kind of crazy that I feel like I'm softer on the inside than like most other fighters. I feel like come with like a tougher upbringing and everything. So for me, like looking back, I'm like, how did this happen?
That is so fucking cool. This guy choked the man out so fucking hard. That is awesome. I can say it one more time. He had to tap a man with his foot. Basically, like, explain everyone out there. Why did he tap with his foot? That is absolutely right on. Is right. Very funny. We love you, Brian. Thanks for performing. I loved your minute. Definitely home base. You talked about where you are and your setup, and that's part of the game. This is as good as the set gets on this quarantine. I'm gonna ask a prediction so you got game. That's Ferguson. Good question.
I got a first had a lot of time to prepare for this. And they just needed to fight short notice. So I leaned to Ferguson.
Brian, awesome stuff, dude. Thank you so much. So fun to have you. And fresh off of a big win and a big win here tonight for you as well. Thank you so much, Brian Keller, everybody. Social media is Brian Bill 1315. Thank you, Brian. 8 seconds every time. 6 seconds. That'd be crazy. How cool was that? We're so way to start the show. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. We're leaving the Arthur Adler head of security for the New York. That would be fun. That'd be our first head of security that could actually defend us in any way. That's fun. What a fun way to get a kickstart with this unbelievable fighter. So, all right. Let's keep this on. Now, it's ready to our next comedian. We don't know where this is set from. Many reminds me this is Mark Kayla Mosley, everyone. Mark Kayla Mosley,
אז אתמול ראינו שיש כלל וכלל, התחלנו עם כלל, כתוב קורבן. כל קורבן כתוב, לא משנה אם זה ציפור, אם זה עץ, לא משנה מה. ואחר כך היה לנו מנחות פה שזה פרט. הכנסנו עוד פעם את הכלל, איך דולר של אחד. מה הוא אומר? הוא אומר, מה אחד יכול לבדוק את המחאה בתחומו? המלכות במצב בתחומו. ואוהלו לאישי ושופטים שנמחה על המזרח. יש לו מזרח החיצון, שיש לו מזרח החיצוני, באזור. אז כל דבר הוא חבר בתחומו, לאישי יש לו מזרח החיצון, זה דבר מהקהל, זה אופן שמקבל תחומה, וזה גם נשפט על מזרח. וגם זה החיצון, אז צריך מלאך. יש לו במחאה בתחומו, יש לו לא זה בתחומה, יש לו דם ויין. לא צריכים דם, לא צריכים את הדם, על החיים שלו, והחיה יכולים בתחתיתים, לא צריכים. ותצוי לו, שאינו המזרח החיצון. איך צריכים את הכללת? וכך ראינו על המזרח הזה בפנים, אלא כאלו במה הישראל לדם. אז אני לא יודע, אני אומר, יהיה לנו משהו יותר גדול, אני לא מעט. הגיעה האונייה. על המזרח הזה שוכרים את הכתובת. לא בתוך הירקון, ובהיסטוריה צריכים כל יום, במים. מה הפרט יכול לשאול שגם כולם אישים, יש לה מזרח מיטו, ולא מזרח מיטו, אם זה המיין שלו למי, לא יש לנו מזרח. כל הזמור, אלא כמה זה מעט לקרוא לבא. פתאום סוג להם, שדם מוקרים לו. יש לי בעיה, יכולה להוכיח, אני מדם מבולדה, שימר את הפסוק, איך את הפסוק, כל מיני אופות, כל העם, העם מבוקר, מיד מבוקר, מיד מבוקר. בדיוק הפסוק הזה, היינו פשוט, ברגע ששמים מלח בתוך הדם, אז לא שכבר לא דם, לא אמר זה איני, לא משנים, דם שפיש לו אינו איבדו. אם אתה מבטל דם, אז נבדוק, אבל לא, אם אתה עובר את זה, זה לא עובר על האיסור של דם, למה? כי זה לא דם שתוכל לעשות כפור על זה, אתה לא יכול לגרוף את זה, זה דם שהלך. ולא מבינים, גם שהוא לא יכול, אין לו יכול לבוא. זה נגיע לנו. ואם אתה מולך דם, אז אומר רש"י כאן, שאתה מולך דם, שאתה לא צריכים למלוח דם, אתה מכניס מלח לתוך הדם, זה נראה שהוא מליח, הרי הוא רוצה רותח. ורותח אמרנו, שבשל דם, זה לא דם, אם אתה שופט אדם, אז אתה לא אומר על האיש שכובד. יכול להיות שזה אסור, אבל זה הכל עושה לך. אז יש לך חשוב להגיד, לא תמיד מנוח, כי אתה מולך את זה, אתה הולך את זה. אבל אני אומר, רבי זה אומר, ריבונו של שלום ואלום סתם, הלוך האחרת, ריבונו של שלום ואלום, אין בוהם משום מזרח אחד. אם כבר שמת על המנגל, אין לך תראה, זה היה כל כך חמים, זה דבר מעניין, מסכות. ברגע ששמת את הבשר על המנגל, על העץ, בשנייה, אז זה עשה את כל הריח הזה, ואתה כבר יודע שצריך לא חולקים למזה. מה הוא לפעמים לו, אז כל זה אומר, למה זה סיפור במיוחד, אבל יש לנו המלח,
terrestrial radio. They listen to
לא, אז זה נגיד בו משהו שלנו, אולי תעשו טיפה לא כגם, טיפה עדיין להמשיך לבנות כגם, אבל מצד מאוחדת, הוא בעורר מבחנים לו. גם שכיף לאיתנו אויבר עליו. עכשיו אמרנו, אם מבצעים דם, אין זה מישהו דם. לא קורא אותו לא אמר לו, לא שמע את זה. הוא אמר את זה. אין שהבאי או תיקו, וזה נשכן אנחנו לסבור כבדיוק היום, מה שבדיוק חשוב, בדיוק כבר אומר, אם הוא רוב החול, עוד מסוהרים על זה, עוד מסוהרים על זה, עוד מסוהרים על זה, חימם את הקורמות, הוא פה את האדם והחול, הוא לא נשאר את האש, או שיהיו את החילו, הוא עושה חילו, שבעצם אוכל, כתוב בתורה שתחיל הכל לפני, וזה זה משקיע, שזה יש חידוד גדול. אפילו שישר נובלים, אתה חי, הוא יחל לגמול, גם השתות הזה חי. השתות תורה, אם אתה נשאר את אדם, לא אתה חייב, לא אתה חייב לנפל דעת, לא חייב, לא דעת, דיבור, איפה אתה לא חייב, כאן שיפטר אותם. למה? הוא מאוד, ברגע שאם אתה עושה מהסיבה בשמש, אז יחזור, יהיה ראות לכפרה את זה. אבל אם אתה עושה את זה לאש, נגמר. נגמר ולכם, נעים מאוד, כפרה אחרת. היה עם זה שעתיים, שעתיים ששמנו את זה בשמש. כבר אתה לא יכול לעשות את זה למזרח. אתה חושב כמה שעות, אז אתה חוזר למה קורה קודם. נו, ברגע שאתה לא חייב לשמור ולמכור כפרת, אז היה דוחו. תפית את זה מהמזרח, ברגע שדחית מהמזרח, או איזה מישהו אתה לא יכול להחזיר את זה. בואי נראה, לא דימון מאוד לא ישמע. אבל הוא לא ישמע, זה כפרה. כמו גאלה, נו, יעמיד לו, מה קורה לזה? זה כמו גאלה. הנה גאלה. הנה גאלה תדם. וואו, זה נשמע.
What do you say that you would do it? She said, yeah, bro.
זה לגמרא אחת, אבל עכשיו תראו מה זה גאלה. גם שקורא את יכולים מהאו, אם אדם נהיה גאלה, לכן הוא אוכל את זה, מה לא מלא, אין זה מיסי, הנה, רבים אמר לנו כבר את ההלך הזה, שמיסי, זה נתן למיסי, אישתי. בואו נגיד מה להגיד. אבל אומר לו, דימו, מחלו זה בסדר. מחלו זה דימו. יש תפקידים שמבאת את הדם לחטות ששמים בחוץ, כמו שראינו בבן אדם הזה, או חטות שתופשים בתוך היכול של מה? או מה? שנייה נראה. אז תמתי נצטרף לי משהו. אז גר זו מיוס סיור. דרך אגב זה סקילי עוד סיפור, עוד משהו. לא אמרתי את זה גם סיפור הזה. איזה רצון זה יכול לקריו. הנה, ותפקינים נתן גם בחיצוי ותפקינים. נצטרף החיצוי ונגיע החיצוי מהבויסאי. זה נגיע החיצוי. אבל אני לא מתפקינים עצמי זה שטוי. אם זה חטות שבא בקיצוני בחולוי חייב. למה? חלום רחמונה לוקח. בדרך כלל זורקים. אבל חטות.
אז זה נבוס?
My goodness.
Well,
There you go. Speaking of vaginas, the one open, guys. We have a regular on this show. Everyone, he is a lot of human beings' favorite human being. He's one of my favorite human beings in the world of history. And he's here again, ladies and gentlemen. Make space for the great Michael Blair, everybody. Take a selfie with Michael. Live reads and cold reads and audition reads and absolutely, it would be a pleasure to have you guys audition. We're here to help you, and we're here to if we have any if we have any spirit characters you're willing to help you. What's the audition that you're going to be reading for? Sorry, I apologize. You go right ahead, Michael.
שהמלח שנמצא על העבר של הבשר, אם אתה משתמש בזה, אתה חייב על מעילה, תביא קורבן, תשלם חומש. לגבי הכבש, מה שנמצא על המזבח כאן, מה זה אומר? שזה נפל מהעבר הזה. שמת המלח על הקורבן, וזה נפל על הכבש, אם אתה משתמש בזה, אתה עכשיו בניו, כן? או לא יודע, 30 סנטימטר היום, צריכים לזרוק מלח. אתה לוקח את המלח הזה, זה לא רואה. אין מילה. אני חושב את השאלה, למה? כבר גם אתה משתמש בזה. נו, אז גם מהעבר, אבל זה דבר משלם. רצית מצוות מוליכה, עכשיו אתה יכול לגרד את זה אולי. למה שם יש מילה? אם זה על העבר, זה אסור. כי זה נפל מעבר על הכבש, שזה מותר. לא יש לגבי העבר. שדר הכבש, מי שרואה שזה נזבח, אין בו ילם בוי. אבל מדובר כאן שזה נפל, מה שאומר, זה נפל מהבשר, לכן אין בזה איסור מילה. אומר המס למייקרו, איפה אתה רואה את זה? הרי גמרת את המלאכה, גמרת את העבודה, ברגע ששמת את המלח על הבשר, אז קיימת את המצווה של מלאכה, ואז אתה משתמש במלח, מה הבעיה? כתוב, והקרפתון זה לא צלובה, בבית השלישי בקרפתון. אז זה בני השם. והמשיכו הכהן עליהם מלח, ואוי לו להשם. אז גם המלח נחשב אוי לו. זהו, אי אפשר לשנות. זה חלק מעט. כאן אותו, מלמד על העצים, שהוא הכהן מיליון שלו. יש חקר לכהנים שצריך במלח. אז הוא יודע, מה זה? מתי? אומר שמו, לשון על הקורבן. מותר להם שכהן מביא קורבן. לפעמים שהוא יכול לשמח במלח שאתה משתמש. אבל האכילה לא. הוא אוכל שם סטייקים בבית המקדש. אסור לו לאכול מהמלח. אין לי. זה לא כדאי לי. מה? בוא נאמר, אכילה זה מה שמוכרים את הסטייקים מהחוף. בסדר, לא היה שאני לא יכול לזכות שיבינו, אתה תקשיב להם תורו, ואיך הם נהגים אותו, עם המלח של תמיד, זה מותר. להכניס חוטו ויבינו, מה, למנגל עצמו? איתנו, לפי זה הגויים, בשביל שמותר את המלח ניסוי, יש שלוש ערים מאוד, הוא נשקע את המלח, במקום של המלח שלנו, ואגב הכבש על הכבש, ובכל שילה, יש לנו את זה כאן, לא נראה כאן, לא יש כאן הרימה של מלח, יש כאן, שלוש מקומות. ויש גם מלח שאומר כמו כתוב שכתוב מפורש, חיים מורחים אורות. זאת אומרת, במלח של הביצמידות, הכל לוקח את האור הפרטי שלו, שהוא עכשיו קיבל מהבהמה, מהקורבן, שזה שלו, הוא משתמש במוצרים של הביצמידות, זה לא מילה. אגב, הכבש, שישו מאוד מזרבן, הוא לא ישב, זה שישו מאוד מה קודם מזרבן. יש הרינה של מלח כאן על למעלה, כמו שהיינו בסרטון, שלוקחים מהמלח, שמים בתוך הקמיצה, בתוך הלבונה, והכל יש. זה דבר מלך. זה מאוד. סטוריס, ששרח לי את המביס, שמים מלח על הפטוריס בביטחון. איפה שמים את המלח? זה דבר מעניין. קו. ואחר כך יורדים למטה ושמים את זה קו, על המזרח הזה. מה קורה כאן? הסטוריס אומרים כאן, זה מעניין. מגביל, זה טוענה, אבל מה אומרים לכם בגלל של מזרח, יש מה מגבת, מזרח הפנימיות, לא הבנתי איך נקראת המזרח החיצון שאתה עושה הכתרה על המזרח הפנימי. טוענה, לפי שעל הצלע של המסמך ובנקר לגבור. אבל המזרח ללמוד כזוב הוא יורד, כאן יש לנו משהו מלך. לעלות עד לכאן. תיקח מכאן. אבל כל אחד צריך לרדת זה מלך המלכה. המטריסס כי כאן זה נקי. למעלה זה נקי, כאן זה לא נקי. למלא דם של כל מיני קורבנות וכל מיני דברים, זה לא מוצא טוב. זה מיכה קראנו, וחמישי אבל נראה בסופים על הסועי. שם מורחים את כל הדברים האלה. ככה, למה הבשר שהפריס נוכל, למה הוא לא עושה? בוא לא נגיד את כולם, לא, ודאי שמותר לא להשתמש בקצת מלח מהביצמידות לאכול את הקורבן, את החתיכות של הקורבן, את הסטייקים של הקורבן, שמותר כל מיני לאכול. ומה הכי לא דחולי. אתה מביא סנדוויץ' מהבית, אתה לא משתמש במלח של הביצמידות. עכשיו, חולים פשיטו, מה לא אוכל, אסור להכניס את החולים בכלל. אני לא יודע, אני אומר, אף אגב, גם אמר, נקלו, שייכו, נקולים, נקלו מאוד, ויש אחרת לעשות. יש, הלכה, הנה עוד דבר חשוב. וכל הסטייקים של הביצמידות, הוא יכול על הצבע. לא, אל תוכל להסתער, ממש, רעב, כמו, דיאטה ואת אני לא יודע. זה נשמע שכל קורבן, זה נשמע שזה לא מכובד לאכול משהו קדוש בדבר קרוב. הוא לא יכול לקחת. זה לא יודע, כמו של מלח. מלך, זה מלך אוכל. לא רעב, הוא לא עושה דיאטה של 3 שנים, הוא לעזור, זה נורמלי, גם כאן, אז קודם תיקח סנדוויץ' בחוץ, ואז, לא אמרתי, לא אוהבים. מלך זה קורה, בכל שמאזים לזה. אז עוד פעם, מה קורה כאן? קודם כל צריכים לדעת את זה. מה שכתוב גם בגמורה, שלא תקודים בו חולים בתחומו כדי שנחל את זה לצבע, הנקודה הזה, שהוא יכול בחוץ לבצמידו. לא בדרך לבצמידו, אבל יכול להכניס, אסור להכניס חולים לעזור. אז כמה דברים כאן, יש כאן איזה אומרים שקטשופ מותר להכניס לעזור. הוא לא קטשופ, אבל למשל, בוא נגיד שאתה אוכל סטייק קטשופ, לא יודע, לא יודע מה. זה מותר, אפילו שזה חולים, זה הולך ביחד, זה נכון דברי של סטייסיס, לא רק שכאן, אבל סטייסיס כאן מביאים את זה, שמותר להכניס דברים, כל מיני תבלינים, לאכול את אבל כאן, אנחנו לא מדברים על תמיד. כאן אנחנו מדברים על סרטה שהשווארמה שהוא אוכל לפני הסרט של אשתו. זה לא קשור. אבל בצד שני, אתה אוכל שווארמה שהוא יהיה שבע, ואז יוכל את הקוצ'ים. אז זה כבר, זה שיהיה תמיד חולים, זה יכול להיות תמיד. אי אפשר להכניס כזה חולים תמיד. לא, באמת. בקוצ'ים לא הבינו לו. זה לא מבינים. ודאי. אני אומר לא. אני מדבר על אוכל שהוא אוכל כדי שיהיה שבע. מה זה מתכן? שיהיה תלויים החולים, לא המנחה, החולים, איזה החולים הזה? יש איסור להכניס חולים לתוך האזור. בדיוק. כן, עדיין. טוב, בוא, יש סיפורים האלה. אני רואה שיוחנן מתאבד לי זה בלב מה? כי כמובן לא היה, אין לה כבד זה מה? אם הנקודה זה לסי את המלח, אבל הכל במתן זה היה כבד זה מה? זה כבד זה? כל היה כבד זה לא, אם לא היה תכנאי בד זה נעצור, חש בישראל יבינו, הנה אנחנו נראה לישראל, וזה היה לו יבינו, זה נראה מחר, אולי כל מי באמת שונה, הוא לא חלק מהמחר השקל, איתני, יוכל לא יהיה להראה להם מקום, יוכל לא יהיה להם מקום, כדי שמביא לבן גם את זה. יש דברים שאתה צריך להביא מהבית. למשל, את הלבונה, צריך להביא מתוך הבית. להביא מהמגירה לבית. הגירה גם כנראה. ודאנו, למה? הורים מלחמה ומלח. ונאמר, הורים מלחמה ומלח. יש לדברים, מה לבואנו לבייסון? אבל לא יותר לבייסון. הייתי אומר, שגם אומר, צריך להביא מתוך הבית. אוי כלל, אני אומר, לא. לא אוהבים לחבר עם מלח, לא אוהבים לחבר בבית. ואז אומר להם, מה העצים שציבו? אבל אולי חמר דומה לעצים, שזה בא מהציבו. נראה לי מתגורים, דובר נגיע, אני לא אהיה בכל הצלח. ודובר אני לא אהיה בכל הצלח. דבר שלא יהיה בכל זה המלח. ומדים את זה מדובר שלא יהיה בכל זה, שזה עצים. אנחנו רואים לו שאני נגיד בכל הצלח. לא, זה לא בכל הצלח, זה משהו מוכן. הצלח נגזר כל דבר הפרטימו, ותלכות שהמלך בא
The only place in your entire life where we'll always have more time for you.
זה בואי לו. היחיד הוא עצם של בואי לו. זה אתה אומר. זה לא אומר, גמורת, מסלח, גמורת, שורת, מסלח. אחרי למרו. אולי לא רואה. אם הבדק מאחור שעשו בין בני יצרות פניס, עוד פעם כדור גם להפריס, ולא? מה לנו שציבו, והפורסאי, שנקרא בבדקות, וטוב ונעים.
It is written by Edward Albee. It's directed by Jerome Robbins. It is choreographed by Maria Sheila Monto.
I like when they're bootleg, like makes it feel like I'm in a theater.
That's what's up. Primero habló un budista, una sola de cosas que yo dije, que sé que eso de hoy de uno, no se puede hablar. No, casi eso de cosas que no es vela. Ahora la dice, para mais uma que é
Your audition, you did the entire Broadway play just then. That was incredible, Michael. I think you got this role without a doubt. I'm not talking about your wheelchair. I think you've got multiple roles, like the wheels. But your scooter, this is incredible. I can't believe all of the characters that you've done. You did so well. And disable all of them laughed at themselves in the middle of their audition for a second. That was just incredible. How do you, can you have to show up to these auditions in person, or can you do them over Skype? I love it, Michael. Well, an incredible performance. You did much more than you had to do. But I absolutely loved every single second of it. I fucking love you. Everybody loves you. Anything else you want to say before we keep moving? That's right. Absolutely. There you go. Michael there, everybody. Little change of pace with Michael Clear. That'll be a fun one to listen to at 125 speed, right? Hearing the word McDonald's. Let's get back to a song we've never seen before, or know any idea about. Let's see what happens here as we get the comedic stylings of Nick Meyer. Yeah, Nick, what's happening, man? Where you at right now? Oh, I love Boise. Boise is one of the great cities in there's gems like Salt Lake City and so many other things. What's that? Oh, yeah, I thought that was something of listening, and it definitely has only about half of what are you know, a piece of the Skywalker on over there. They're gonna have it be back. Wow, it's been a trying time keeping that hand clean during this pandemic. You just put it in the dishwasher.
It's worth about $500, so I put it in the dishwasher. I you don't want to mess around. It doesn't really listen to right now. You can see that it's stuck going backwards. It's because it's not listening to the ears. So that happened for a long time.
Wow, so that's a $500 million. Here's the $1 million question. What happened there? How'd you end up with that?
I got back to
the girl on here earlier that vagina closed like a fucking bear trap. I thought you got caught up in that. Visited her. Wait, so exactly how did it happen?
so I was working on power lines, and I don't remember exactly what happened. I remember
He's from Germany, don't mind him. Go ahead.
I blacked out, woke up, but guys, they got me off and pulled me out to an ambulance, and the whole thing took me and I spent 3 months there.
Did you ever figure out if it was like something wrong with the pole, or did you do something, do some
Also, it was a really small lines, but it was kind of west. So, and I just jogged up. So I was working on something that I didn't really ship it from those places. And over
captains and Bizai contacted the piece of metal and to this event here moving off the neutral line.
Do you regret not saying hi? My name is Dave. Welcome to Jackass. Wages are for those keeping track. Coffee, Mr. Sam. Right. Wow. Give him a hand, everybody. Mr. Sam. Wow. So how long ago? You can just say that might be the most patronizing thing I've ever seen in my life is a one-armed man clapping at Jimmy David back. How long ago did that happen?
5 years ago.
5 years ago. So, you stay sort of just chilling after that? You get paid by the power company, or what goes on now?
It's like a workers' comp rehab, so they're pushing me to go back to school. Like right now, which is just insane, but they're and I'm getting now. They want me to do like business management or something like that.
That's fun. Wow. So what do you do for fun, Nick? Or some like hobbies or something that you do? I imagine you steal a lot of things out of like these go machines, right? You just scoop out underneath there with that arm and
Go underneath that right hand glove thing. So it's the above right hand gloves.
do you go scan like you still do your pictures and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's all.
Have you ever tried to jerk off with that?
No, like I was saying earlier, it gets stuck. Jerked off. But I actually went off right now and tried to tell the kind of I recently lost my security. Sitting around the house, reading and watching TV and stuff like that.
Do you ever think if you get another arm, you can go back on the power lines and wait for the electricity to zap it?
Maybe turn me into a
I
flash.
don't know.
Oh my goodness. Jesus. Sell your jet ski. So Nick, I love it. You're in, so you're in Boise, Idaho. And you saw a dog running into your video at one point. Is that your only roommate there? You live by yourself, or what's the deal?
Yeah, he's actually sitting here on my lap. He just doesn't want to get stuff out there.
Nice. So it's just you and him?
Yeah, just me and him.
That's fun. So, like, did you get a good amount of money from the accident when it happened? That's why you're able to live by yourself, or is it just Boise cost of living? It's pretty low.
I was at a farm before I got into driving in San Francisco, and I decided to get into like get back security. And then when I got to work, I wasn't making much. It was an entry-level job, and I needed to go back to California where I'm from. So I went here and stayed here, and I didn't get in North Dakota, exactly. It's a pretty so I love it very much.
I love it, absolutely. Our friend from Germany, Gustav, has a question.
Yes, Nick, have you seen the Disney Plus series, The Mandalorian?
Yeah.
Would you say it's better or worse than the Star Wars movies?
It's on. When you say it's the best Star Wars thing that's ever happened, including the original 3 Star Wars movies, this is not a trick question in any way. Is it the best thing that Star Wars has ever made, including the original Star Wars movies? Correct. Thank you. Because it would take a fucking retard moron to say something like that, wouldn't it, Nick?
Yeah, would you say it's better than most of the Star Wars movies?
That's a whole different thing. I don't know. Anyone
That's better than the new ones. But I said that with the new Star Wars.
Oh no, I will never let you sit it down. The best thing Star Wars is the best out of all the movies. The best thing Star Wars ever made was these words that came out of Red Man's mouth. I almost had his arm off at the elbow.
I think it's pretty close. I think the Mandarin.
You're talking about your girlfriend again. That's it. I don't want to talk about the Mandalorian. This is something Well, what's Tijuana Robotics that says your handle here is that? What is that?
Yeah, so I wanted to go. I was kind of lined up all these illustrations, and I figured my products would be done. One of the things that was a robotics company is like, I see where they're all tracking you down on your body. That's
Well, Nick, fun times, man. We've been to Boise, right? You do the Boise show last summer?
I wasn't there. I kept it.
Kill Tony fan for all of it. But you grew your teeth back from listening to Kill Tony, and that is once again one of the medical anomalies. Tell your friends, if you have any friends that don't have teeth, tell them to listen to Kill Tony. You will grow your teeth back naturally. Fine, you have teeth now. Fine, you have teeth, Nick. Congratulations on a great performance here. It was nice to meet you and a fun performance, and thanks for talking with us, Nick.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, there he goes, Nick Meyer. Let's keep flying through it. We have another comedian. Here's Nicole KP, everyone.
Bucket of Destiny. What a coincidence. That's what I call my cut. Such an honor to be on the show with Tony Hinchcliffe, the top young rising comedian in the world. He looks so young that he could be my son. And not just because I fucked his dad. I don't have to worry about fucking because I look like Greg Griffin. No, I don't have to worry about fucking because I'm married. My husband can't cook at all. He can't even make mac and cheese. He can't mix the cheese in right. So I haven't seen that in my noodles since I went to a frat party. I used to be in a sorority until I became a freshman 15. Now I'm a female construction worker. I have to wear a sports bra and jackhammer, or else I get a black eye. Also, we gotta shake a lot of contractors' hands, and there's nothing worse than a limp handshake. You might as well put your limp dick right in the palm of my hand. Alright, thank you, everybody.
Wow, Nicole KP, my goodness. There you go. Nicole, welcome to the show. How are you? How's it going? Where are you located right now? What bondage room are you in right now? Where in the world are you in? That's right. Draft house. There he is. Yeah, we know because Ryan and I are both from Ohio. We make fun of Michigan a lot, and it's one of those places that sort of gets taboo with Michigan.
It used to be a place that you could go drink and go to a strip club and meet tea.
So a lot of people from Ohio would go up there and they trust your crowd. It's a lot of people. That's right. Better than the Mandalorian these days. So you're a Jack Hero. So the upgrade on the Tachi, or does the Tachi not do anything? Cynical, fun times. How long have you been doing that tough guy job for up there?
I just switched into this job 2 years ago. I went to construction school and got a trade for it. And just started comedy 3 minutes ago. I was already punching up on Mr. Jeff's over here joining us. I'm on conversation. Oh my God, Joel. Cuban Freddy Krueger this evening. Wow. So Nicole, you did so many jokes in a minute. It was impressive. Not all of them had punchlines, but you did a lot of jokes, and there was a few little bangers in there. So that's fun. You have a boyfriend, Nicole, with your dirty mouth up there in Windsor, Canada? I am married for 4 years. Oh, that's great. You actually said that. You have any kids? You just started interested in having them, or are you physically unable to bear children? Just kidding, right? You're not able. There you go, right? You got a new closer, everybody. So Nicole, do you have any special skills or talents or anything like that? I used to figure in your computer room is weird. Is that a picture in a frame in that top right corner over there? Actually, that's a picture from the video game. That's fun. I love that. So you and your husband have been married 4 years. How do you keep things exciting in the bedroom? Any advice for our European friends here who sometimes have a lot of wild things that they get into sexually? Anything like that over here in Windsor, Canada? Just always let the ladies get theirs first.
Let him give you his hot link.
Gustav, one of these sillier characters, I would call it. It's very silly. By silly, it means like you don't necessarily like on paper it wouldn't necessarily look funny when you do it. The way you say things, and sometimes you can mug the camera, you commit, you say it, your voice changes. Are you zooming in on him right now? What's going on right now? No, don't do it. Get out of there. What do you know? Don't do it. How do you say no? Don't do that. Get out. Get out.
I don't appreciate civilian cheating me, and I think I may have to go home.
Oh, no. Gustav's leaving. This is great. No, Gustav, don't.
Obviously, it's not what you're saying is not funny, but how you're saying it is.
No, Gustav. No, don't. Oh, you're walking straight towards the camera. Oh. I can hear the wooden shoes. That is the saddest walk of shame. A man with wooden shoes walking away on a cement floor. This is my insight. It's usually insight taking care of your shame. Is that a deep storage refrigerator in your computer room?
Yeah, there's just no room.
What do you keep in there? Your husband of 4 years?
Yeah, Carol, just chilling on the
You're kidding. What do you keep in that fridge? Do you have anything good in it you stocked up for the pandemic?
Yeah,
You get on me, girl.
Nicole, you did a ton of
No, I'm just trying to
jobs.
find these
Was
bitches.
that fun for you to write? Or to write that stuff? What was your process like for that? I would ask if there's no audience, no breaks at all.
Yeah, if you ever actually go on stage, you just again, the beginning suffices you just to calm down, slow down a little. Like you work really fast to give any time between jokes, just a little bit pacing. But you did great, and I think you should try it on stage.
Oh, thank you very much. There you go. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nicole. Thank you. Nicole came here. Alright, we have another regular. His name's William Montgomery. Very controversial character. A lot of people love him. A lot of drama in his life. This pandemic is rumored to have him sitting on the edge right now. He's here with us, ladies and gentlemen. William Montgomery.
I've been listening to the diary of the insane boy. At this point, I'm a little confused about what the diary is actually about. Every time you start a new chapter, I wonder their witch is going to show up. We'll also searching their witch and the force of mere
William Montgomery, almost right in there. William, that was fun. Very fun stuff. I liked quite a few of those jokes you had there, buddy. You've been staying creative, staying writing over there.
I have actually watched the Matrix last night. What the hell is that about?
Yeah, it was your first time watching The Matrix. My goodness. I heard Amazon is going to be making a new series about The Matrix. It happens like the time after The Matrix with a whole different cast and everything. Yeah, and rumors are that it's going to be better than the original Matrix movies.
You're right about that. That's what you
Yes, that's actually it. It's
have you all seen that?
Yeah.
I didn't know your ex-girlfriend lived in Nashville. I'm a little confused at that piece of shit.
Yes, it is. Oh, witness concern. Yeah, you're not really in Memphis, are you?
I'm in Memphis right now. It is freezing cold.
That looks exactly like the backyard you were in last week.
It's not actually. I'm back in Memphis. I'm at my parents' house.
Is that a dolly behind you? You have a dolly at your parents' house?
You need a dollar.
Then when your girlfriend uses security overhead baggage. Whoa, pair of scissors. I find it really hard to believe that Larry and Francis would keep their back patio as disorganized as the area that you're at right now.
Seriously?
Yeah, like Christmas lights on the top there, like it looks so ghetto. Everything looks ghetto there. Come on, have Larry and Francis come out and say hello. If you're really at home right now, have them come out and say hi. Call their names Italian, please. You're an Italian restaurant. No restaurants aren't open right now, William. You just got caught. You just got caught Italian supply. You just lied on the air to us. Ronnie Rosani's is not open. We just looked it up. The producers looked it up. They gave it a thumbs down. Ronnie Rosani's should open. What?
Why did they tell
No, but then the producers are. You have the producers cracking up in this booth right now because they didn't. I don't think they told you to keep it so low, did you guys? Wow. Oh, William, don't do that now. What? Yeah, no, that's crazy. That's absolutely insane that Shaquille O'Neal passed away. Was it the coronavirus that killed him? How did he die? Yeah, absolutely. How have your symptoms been lately? You've complained about being sick for weeks on the show. You look fantastic this week at an angle. For some reason, really, maybe that's why they told you to hold it there, because this is your best angle that I've ever seen. I didn't do that. Uh-oh, we're getting a little more camouflage in here. Borrowed his brother's cursive shirt to take with Lucas there. Yeah. Yeah, it's good, man. It's much better without you here in studio. Things feel cleaner. It feels more sanitary in here. Things are all looking up, you know? That's a good question. What does it smell like, Red Bandit?
Jeremiah's feet.
There you go. There you go.
He's a fungus bro.
Oh, there you go. A lot of information. It's a callback. That's true. Joel Neeson's being on the road and seeing Jeremiah rubbing his feet.
Honestly, at this point, yeah, I do. I can't wait to get back on the road.
Do y'all think that's actually going to happen? I heard it's not going to happen. Stick around. You fly too much. So did you fly to Memphis? Because you look like you have hitchhiked. Have you ever hitchhiked before, William?
I took a boat, actually. We've been Erie Canal.
Erie Canal.
No, yeah, I took it.
You drove? All by yourself? Yeah. How long did that take you? It took a week. Yeah, I think it's weird. It's creepy. Okay, it's like on the TV. William, this might be crazy, but we went live a few weeks from Cody's outside. If you'd like to sing a piece of that song for us tonight, you sing a little bit. That was great. All right, William. Well, we love seeing you. Is there anything else you want to say or any questions for us before we let you go?
I just wanted to give you a moment of silence for Nick and Peter Truman, both the Truman's brother and Supercuts. They are currently not with us. They died of some promoter bullshit. I also want to give you a minute of silence for Kathy, the out lady from Mormon Bailey's. She not only looks like an apple, but she flies like one as well.
Okay, one last question for you, William. What was that Italian restaurant you said your parents were at earlier?
Ronnie Grizzani's.
Ronnie Grizzani.
Look up the Yelp.
Okay, I will. Ronnie Grizzani's in Memphis, Tennessee. Okay, you spell that R-O-N-N-Y?
Yeah, why?
Just keep trying until it comes up.
Yeah, there he Grizzani's with
There he goes, William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to keep going with William Montgomery. Hey! Wait a second. Wait, there's smoke happening over here. Are you guys picking any of this up? Oh my goodness, what is this? There's a smoke machine clearly hanging. Seen this guy on this show before. Oh my goodness. It's Hulk Hogan, ladies and gentlemen. Fresh off of a big weekend at WrestleMania. There's a lot of smoke in the room. There's literally so much smoke for that entrance. I am not surprised. Hollywood, Hulk Hogan from the NWO, from the WCW days, in the WWE, WWE Hall of Famer, then taken out of the Hall of Fame. People say he's going to get back into it though. He said the N-word before. His daughter had sex with a black man and he said the N-word on a recording. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, legend of wrestling, fresh off of the biggest weekend in wrestling, WrestleMania weekend. Hollywood Hulk Hogan, how are you, Hollywood?
How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing fantastic, sir. Man, they say don't
Everybody
get
stop
your
what you're doing.
but, see you
You sober up yet?
Dude, been 24 hours.
Okay, well, I'm just asking. Sometimes people have hardcore trips, baby. Are you ready to lose?
Should I get Rothschild?
Yeah, you should. You absolutely should. Shout out to Zoot for getting Riser in here.
He's almost fine for you.
All right, but are you ready to lose? Zoot, I'm gonna beat you so badly right now in mini golf that you, my friend, aren't gonna win one for the next year. I'm gonna beat you. I'm so good right now. Zoot, you have an invitation, and everyone's awaiting you. And you just had one of the worst shots I've ever seen. It's terrible. I can already tell this is a bad shot. One of the worst shots we've ever seen. Awful. Awful. Zoot, went in the black shit. Zoot, are you gonna go? He left it short. He left it short. Folks, Zoot left it short. Now I'm gonna get his shitty ass ball out of my way. Get the fuck out of here, son. Look at that move. One of the sexiest shots in the history. Did you like that shot? Because you can't get my ball now. You can't get my ball now, son. You can't. Oh, you. Thank you, dog. Dude, did you know you just helped me?
Yes.
Did you recognize that I'm on fire in this game? And I don't think I'll ever lose again, frankly. That's just garbage. Absolute garbage. I could even just bounce it off this wall, miss it on purpose.
Why did you do that? You could have got the first free shot.
It wouldn't have been the first 3 shot I hit. I played this whole like 20 minutes ago. Look at this, dude. You know I'm getting it in, dog.
רק בקודשים רבויסה. אם התורה מכילה את עצמה פעמיים, בקודשים זה משהו. זה גם שמור מציס. לא אמרו, זה לא יקוצה בקוצה באמת מגיעים. מה לא יקס? במילים, כתוב פעם אחת ולא יקוצה, בקוצה. בצניו, לא יקוצה.
Bingo. I'm up 1, and I'm not gonna fuck around anymore. I'm gonna show dominance. Oh, I hate these holes. Dude, I just hit one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. Oh, are you kidding me, Zoot? Are you kidding me? Whatever way you want. I wouldn't go that way. I need one of the greatest shots in the history of the game right here, Zoot. You need one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. He left it short, folks. He left it short. Oh, almost. Dude, I've got a take no prisoners attitude. This game is over, son. Look how good a shot this is, Zoot. Zoot, are you watching this? Zoot, are you watching this? Zoot! Zoot, did you see my shot? Okay, good. No. I'm amazing. I get a hold on that hole that's hot because I'm sick. Look at this shot, Zoot. Zoot! I told you, dog, I'm on fire today. What are you going to do here, big man? That's a devastating shot. Yeah, I mean, do you see how well I'm playing, though? I think Brandon. Look at Zoot. You could make this shot and it would be one of the greatest shots I've ever seen on this hole.
We're just joining.
Brandon, I think. Brandon. Look at this. Are you serious? Zoot. Oh, Zoot. Zoot. I'm going to play you again. We're going to play until you beat me, okay? Zoot, I'm on fire. You're not touching me. I'm talking shit like it's going out of style, big man. That's a terrible shot. You know that's a terrible shot. You're not even trying. That's a garbage shot. There you go. That's how you try, dog. Zoot, shooting it in. shooting it into a wall. You want to see one of the best? This is one of the best drives you've ever seen. You gonna water bump me? Are you proud of that shot? I'm gonna put my ball right in between your ball and the hole. Look at this. I'm calling my shot, dog. I'm calling my shot. Oh, I effed you. I effed you hard. You're done, dude. You're done. I know. I had one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. You're done. You're done. Bounce it off the right wall and back up into the hole. Right wall, all the way. Full speed. Full speed. Or you could just try. That was garbage. Dude, I've already taken the lead. Dude, what is up with this hole? Zoot, this hole and everything for which it stands is terrible, and nobody likes it. I don't like it. You don't like it. That was not a good shot, Zoot. Zoot, calm down, dog. You do that all the time. Yeah, I know. Hilarious, Zoot. Okay. Yeah, you do. You leave for all kinds of reasons, dog. Zoot needs one of the best shots of his career right here, folks. And he just got rejected, and it's in a super difficult next shot. Look at this shot. Zoot needs the greatest shot of his career right now. Yeah. Zoot's down 2-0. He would need the greatest comeback in the history of the game right now to win this one. I'm not good at this one. Terrible shot. Hit my ball, Zoot. Hit my ball, big dog. Not like that. This would take the... Oh, that was almost amazing. Zoot's got a difficult shot, folks. Zoot's ball is further back from the tee than basically it was on his initial shot. And I have a chance to make it in the hole right here. Folks, if you're watching this, you are in the presence of greatness. That's it. Zoot just got destroyed. Zoot's down 3-0. Zoot's gonna get stumped, baby. I hate this hole. Does Zoot go long, or is he gonna go try to make it through the spot? I don't know what Zoot was thinking there. That was bad, Zoot. I just had a bad shot and gave you an opportunity to score. Make it. Oh, Zoot. Those two little holes are so small. I don't understand why it's so difficult to make it through there. All I know is Zoot is about to get skunked. He's on the verge of getting skunked. He needs one of the best shots in his career to be able to make it through these holes. He's taking way too much time. Hours. Zoot is taking hours. Absolute. Zoot, make your shot. Zoot. Zoot, what? The glitch. Okay, well, get back in the game, go. Take your shot. Zoot, there you go. You got the shot. Folks, we're about to have a skunking here. Zoot is about to get skunked. He's about to get farleyed. It's over. Zoot, it's 4-0. It's 4-0. Here we go, baby.
Like how you said, this girl doesn't really move like a real man, just like Marina.
Absolutely, 100%. She's an open-minded babe. She's one of the hottest chicks of all time, just based on her brain. Notice I didn't ask you 0 to 10 that bitch. That bitch is a 10, Zoot. I'm telling you right now. Zoot, what'd you think of my shot? That's short. Devastating. There's a chance I could. I'm not going to check the shot. You need one of the greatest shots in the history of the game right now. Not what you needed. I'm going to hit this for the championship. Zoot, you got skunked. 5-0. Perfect game. Perfect game, Zoot. It was not even close. Zoot, I'm going to play you till I beat you. That's 2 till you beat me. You just have to tie me. You don't even have to beat me. That's 2 in a row. I'm telling you, I'm so on fire in this game. It's ridiculous. Donut hole. Are you serious?
It's gonna be kidding.
Down 1-0.
I don't know that show said that.
I don't know, I hit something and it went backwards or something. Zoot hits an actual. Zoot, are you proud of that shot?
So, nice perfect show. I cannot trust it. Yes, perfect. Yes.
But you know I could make this shot, Zoot. Zoot, you know I could make this shot. Hit the tree. Zoot. Devastating. That branch, the branch of that tree fucked you. Dude, I'm not good at this hole. Yo, pimp. Eye contact, physical contact. She texts you.
ובראש שלו לוקח את הקמיצה ויאכל את זה. אז יש מזה נכון. אסור, קשה. אבל להניח, זה הכל טוב.
Look at this shot, Zoo. Are you seeing this? Zoo can't even get past the first part. That's another rejection. Straight up rejection. And I have a shot at the hole. I have one of the best shots at the hole in the history of the game. Are you serious? Dude, are you serious that ball didn't go in? It's rigged, son. They don't pay attention to you. They introduce you to their boyfriend. Or even just guy friends. That could be a good sign, but not if they have interest. Then they're just basically showing us, hey, I have interest. Stay away from me. They don't make eye contact. Absolutely no physical contact. They don't text you. When you ask them if they want to go and do something, they're always busy. They don't make time for you.
שלחתי לשאול מה זה למטה של דויסאי, להוציא כל השמן שיש בכלי. היה לי כל מיני ספיקות כאלה, כל מיני דברים באלופר שאני לא ידעתי, באתי לשאול אותו. ואמרתי לו, למדתי דויסאי של ללמוד ולשמוע. לסחוט את כל מה שיש ללמוד ולשמוע, כאילו ללמוד מהחוכמה שלו. זה לשון אחר. הלשון הראשון זה שזה היה כל מיני שאלות קטנות כאלה בלימוד, באתי לשאול אותו, שיעזור לי לעשות סדר. או שלא, לא היה לי שאלות.
WTF with your ball.
הוא אהב אותו, אמר לו, השוד וזה, רק נניח לדגום או למוח או מה... זו השאלה שלנו. ובראש שלו חושב בשחיטה שהוא רוצה להשאיר את הדם עד מחר. אמר לו, כושר. מה אמר לו לפני זה? תתילה הוא מתפסות. לא כושר. עכשיו הוא לא ביטר לו. ארביס מגיע בלילה. מה קורה מישהו שוחט את זה והפלמי הרמדור למוחו? אמר לו כושר. שעתית, מוחרק, אבל לא כושר. תוריים, כושר, אבל לא כושר. מי נכנס? אבל לא כושר. אבל כל הנקודה שלו עזר, שמאפנה הוא כבר שיר עשה. אין לו שבלייזר פה.
Hit my ball. Zoo. My man. This game is out of touch for you. It's out of reach. That's 3 straight wins. 3 straight wins, son. Oh no, you could time me on this. I want you to. I'm sick of beating you so badly. Get it. Hit the thing. So do you know what a water bump is? Are you serious? Not that at all. Make it so we can be done. Make it. Oh, Zoot gets another chance at it. Perfect. Excellent. Good job, Zoot. Bravo. I'm proud of you, big man. Bravo. So do you think this girl likes you? Yes or no? I'll wait. 100% chance? 5%. Okay, cool. Do you know that I discussed?
She said, dude. She said that she would watch my favorite movie, and then she told me watch my favorite movie.
Yeah, this girl wants to fuck. Did you know that I discussed the most famous Australian abduction case on a podcast yesterday? No, you didn't.
What's the next time it's journaling abduction case?
It's from 1993. Some lady.
1993.
Yeah, look it up.
Is that the odd on the left?
Is it what?
Odd on the left?
Spell it.
Odd on the left.
No, it's a woman.
You hear what that?
Aliens.
Australia?
Yeah, look up 1993 woman alien abduction, Australia. 1993 Australian alien abduction woman. Doug, aren't you looking it up? Are you looking it up?
Kelly Collie.
That lady.
Kelly Collie.
Yeah, that lady. So what are your thoughts on it? Read it to me. Let's hear what Zood has to say.
Not about this exploration. What the physical wireless experience terrifying missing top. Then I'm gonna go
Did you ever heard of that? Are you glad you know about it now? Are you glad that you know about it now? I'll wait. Oh, look who the fuck shows up. Look who the fuck shows up. Yeah, it's Riser. How you living, pimp? Alright, well, it's a fascinating story. Read it to Riser. Riser wants to hear about it. Don't you, Riser? That's fake news. Everybody knows Riser wants to hear about it.
Why haven't there been any UFO sightings since 1993 in Australia?
There have been a lot of UFO sightings. There are UFO sightings every single day.
Yeah, is that the question?
Yeah. Zoot.
They're like the U.S. government released UFO sightings after 1993.
Zoot didn't mean to say UFO sightings. He meant to say alien abductions.
Oh, alien abductions?
They do. And there are implants that are put in people. They're little Tic Tacs. And they're like metallic Tic Tacs. And they are sometimes placed in the hand, sometimes placed in the foot, sometimes placed in the nasal nasal canal. Do you all know that I was on a podcast yesterday for 2 hours, kicking ass, taking names? I'm on another one tonight, and God willing, and I don't know if this is going to come true or not, but I've got an inquiry from one person. Guess how many followers they have on YouTube or subscribers? When I say guess, I expect you to guess. 250,000. 250,000. 250,000. You said 400. 400 is not correct.
Question.
All right, well, that's a cool story. So, and then I'm on another podcast on Thursday and another on Friday. How do you guys like that? And I'm currently watching
James McCann's podcast
today. He's actually we're gonna Skype it, and I'm watching Disclosure Day. And do you want to know how good it is on a scale of 0 to 10 thus far? I'm about 25 minutes into it. It's a 2. It's not. It sucks.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, Kim? Right?
Sounds like Zoot is ready to play the game when he's the narrator.
No, that game sucks. Riser, did you know that Zoot? Did you know that Zoot's got a girlfriend, and I think he should marry her? What the fuck, Zoot? How you living, big dog?
Is it homeless girl?
No. Some girl who doesn't believe in the moon. You know, the whole deal. Anyway, the Apollo missions, all that stuff. I have a question for you. I have a bunch of questions for you. Are you ready for them? Do you want them rapid fire, or do you want them slow?
I want the breakdown, the big brown breakdown on Zoot's girl.
Okay. I got excited there.
Plant the seed.
I got
excited. Zoot go?
Dude, he is literally jerking himself off raw. I really got excited there. I thought you were going to ask me about the big brown breakdown because I had all kinds of news. But
Have you taken any substances recently? 'Cause I would never ask that.
okay, but just in case you did, let me just give you a quick overview. Podcast one, which
No. I think you mentioned Brendan Shaw.
okay, are you ready for me to ask you questions?
Okay.
Where do we stand on parrotcarrot.com?
What do you mean? Do you think I've given up on it? Because the answer is no. Actually, I've gained more confidence over the last 2 days because I completed the app already. It's already done. But I wanted to just quickly make it won't be that long.
No. Stop. Last we spoke, it was like last Thursday or whatever. You were like, "Oh, I've got stuff to do today. I'm gonna do this, and I'll try to do something." I was like, "Dude, in 5 minutes we can send off an email to see if this website's available." What did they say?
No, I didn't hear back.
Okay, I mean, you didn't contact Namecheap or whatever either.
No, I sent them. I sent the email like to the registrant.
Okay. You wouldn't go through Namecheap?
They literally do the. You don't go through Namecheap. You go through this like little agent, domain agent, which is their interface. But literally, I mean, like I said, like on GoDaddy, it's like this huge scam where it's like it's a profile picture of some smiling guy, and he's like, "Oh, I might be able to get you this domain," and then it says like you can pay this guy $140. Literally, if you pay that guy the fake guy $140, they go to the registrant email that they have listed, and they send them an email. Same exact thing that you can do on your own internet. So all those little like middleman, like brokers or whatever they say are just like literally lies because the company is legally obligated to send them the email from their encrypted registrant email that they have listed.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't time of the essence? You don't have time to be like to wait like a month. Well, maybe not really. I don't know. Maybe a month at the most. But you're gonna want an email or a website, right? Or at least a domain.
Yeah, no, I'm leaving in August to go to my to go back to Ontario for a month, so I'll be able to launch it until September when I get back anyways. So
all right, why don't you
I'll get everything that I need ready.
Why don't you get parrotcarrot.org for like $5 and then just transfer everything once you get parrotcarrot.com.
That's an idea.
That's a phenomenal idea.
Honestly, do you want the honest truth?
Yeah, and then do you want to hear my honest truth? But yeah, go for it.
Okay.
In my opinion, I have found a name that is better than Eric Garrett.
Incorrect.
And
Not gonna
we may
happen.
not agree with it.
Just a moment.
That's okay, but
Just a moment. I want to hear it. But what up, Glitzy 5 Open? How you living?
what's up?
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How'd you find out about me, son? Okay, tight. Do you know how they found out about me?
Probably research or word of mouth. I don't know.
All right, excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Let's see, 5 Open. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm sort of like king of the internet, and here's why. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you? Let's see, 5 Open.
That's pretty good.
Excellent. In addition to promoting world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth tens of millions of dollars, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
That sounds fine to me.
Excellent. In addition to streaming my life for world peace, I'm additionally a futurist. I like to have discussions on the future, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, cryptocurrencies, quantum computing, space tourism, space elevators, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, things like Santa Claus machines, like a replicator that you might have seen in Star Trek, teleportation, telekinesis, telepathy, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, has founded known as Colossal Bioscientifics. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, the next 2 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian. Yeah, definitely. And they also made headlines with their direwolf projects, which you can visit. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is a really exciting project, a series of projects, and I'm feel privileged to be able to document these things. Additionally, I talk about things like life extension. When you were born, let's see, 5 Open, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to give you the resources to be able to extend your life to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, blood transfusions, testosterone replacement therapy, whatever it takes, whatever you want, within reason and within your own consent, to extend your life to 100, 120. But at 120 years old or so, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2026 when we discussed this, it all sounded like science fiction, but it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is all with your consent. If you don't want this, it shouldn't be forced on you, but if you'd like, you may have the opportunity to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI. Knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Glitzy 5 Open, is that you may have a future of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
That's pretty cool. I'm already a data already see what's up right there with you.
100%. Well, I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. I've been live for almost 5 years. Every 12 hours, I archive the streams. I additionally multi-stream on Rumble and Twitch and Twitter and some other places as well. And basically creating the world's largest timeline or the world's largest time capsule of human data in global history. So you get all of that. In a previous generation, I would have been a diarist or someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. But instead, I just use video as my medium to be able to archive history.
That's something I can totally get something because, like I said, I'm a data hoarder. So if you think, like if there's somebody saying you can't store it, they take that as a challenge. I'm right down the same page.
Excellent, my friend.
Archival stuff.
Absolutely. And it's more than just a story of my life and data on one individual. I also 24 hours a day. Exactly. I keep a radio on in the background. So you can literally go back to any moment of any day of the last 5 years, essentially, and know not only what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history. Have you ever played the game Grand Theft Auto?
Sure.
Excellent. Well, if you're familiar, the radio plays a key role in the game, what's going on in the city. And in the same way, the radio plays the role of basically creating timestamps so that you know what's going on in world events whenever anybody's watching one of my streams. It's a very similar concept. Excellent. I've been on a lot of podcasts recently. I was on one yesterday. I'm scheduled to be on one tomorrow. I have one on Thursday, one on Friday. Some of these, and then I'm in discussions with some other podcasts to be on, some with as many as 250,000 subscribers, some more perhaps. So one of these days we're going to blow up, and all of the data that we've archived over the course of this time will have the opportunity to be seen, and you're part of the live stream now. So what do you want to say to the people of the future?
Stay safe. Stay safe. Stay warm. Don't be hungry.
There you go, folks.
I have to say.
Absolutely. Well, I'd like you to thank your friend for introducing me to you. I sincerely appreciate that. So tell them, shout out to your friend, and please, on my behalf, thank them for me.
Sure.
Tell me about yourself. Aside from data hoarding, what do you like to do?
Being a programmer, like I would say more like maybe scripting more than programming. I wouldn't call myself a real programmer, but I have been programming stuff since I was like 11. Both computers, doing all kinds of stuff that I can't talk about. Someone who is with me lived a simple life at one point. But regular guy.
Excellent. Very well. Well, you're more than welcome to stay as long as you'd like. I'm having a conversation with a friend here. Feel free to
ask you a question, Lizzie. Yeah, are you integrating with AI in your scripting, programming stuff? Integrating how like the stuff that I'm writing is like are you asking if I'm using like AI to help you program, or are you saying am I programming stuff that integrates AI? Just kind of like generally like how AI is shifting the way you go about things. So for me personally, I would say that I use it sparingly.
whenever it comes down to it, I try to go based off my own knowledge and stuff like that first. Because when you start to rely on like stuff like AI, especially if you already know something, your brain starts to build these new neural pathways that go like, oh, this is what I need to, like, I need to do data retrieval. Okay, instead of using my actual like brain's functioning and brain's power, I'm like converting that to ChatGPT. So like I've noticed that like AI usage, if used incorrectly, can make you dumber. But I would say at the same time, if used correctly, I would say like I am probably 20 times more productive than I would be if I did not use AI. And I only mean that in the sense of like I can do like backend programming. I'm really good at backend programming, all the functional stuff. But when it comes like UI and UI design, it's not my strong suit. So being able to come up with a fully faceted idea and actually put that into action has become like 20,000 times easier, if not more, due to the use of AI. However, I refrain from using it too much because then you just forget how to program. You pretty much just you start reinforcing these negative neural pathways that can be seen as negative, but are actually negative. So I think if you use it correctly, it's for the benefit of everybody. But at the same time, it'll definitely make you dumber if you use it wrong.
Yeah, no, I agree. You basically are cementing that you should just outsource all of your thoughts to AI and you get like lazy and stuff.
Yeah, so it does do that. I personally have like felt the effect that this is not just like some like generated notion that I've like come up with based on what I've seen. This is like based on like how it's affected me personally. Like I know for a fact that in certain ways it has definitely like made me like not dumber. I mean, dumber's not a good way to put it, but if you especially for somebody with ADHD, if you have a brain and you have memories that are in place, they become less important to your brain itself, and so it will like not overwrite, but like it'll choose that information faster than it'll choose your own information. And it's like if I only know how to do something because AI told me, it's like then I'm relying on AI, not that I actually know. Right. So yeah, people end up outsourcing their brains a lot to it and don't even realize. But I think it's a good tool. I think it's great. It's great if used properly. It's changed my productivity like massively because there's certain stuff that I like fall short on. There's no doubt that like would have been overlooked if I didn't have like AI do like a second look. Like, there's like video game companies that are going so far as to make their programmers write code with AI. And then if they're not writing it with AI, they need to run the code through the AI to do like just generalized checks. I can see how that idea is like solid. But at the same time, you're outsourcing that mental power, that knowledge to the AI instead of actually coming up with your own reasoning.
Yeah, so that's like part of the issue too is like you still have to have like a fundamental basis and understanding of like how these systems are like put together, and so if you have like no knowledge on like what are like the best database to use and just whatever, like you're gonna just get whatever the AI tells you to use, which may not be the best tool, but
reduces creativity as well. Reduces creativity because it's like, it generates like this. It generates this scenario where it limits your creativity because oh well, did you do it the way that AI would? Well, that's not how painters painted their art. That's not how most stuff came about. So if it starts to become like that, that's when it becomes like a fundamental problem. Everything AI related. It's like, oh well, did you run it through the AI or did you come up with this on your own volition? And like
that's a good
people should be more worried about.
Like the AI like swap economy. It's like you still, even if you're using AI to program every single thing, usually if you just type in like Chat GPT, like what business should I start, that generates me $100,000. It'll give you like 5 ideas, but they're gonna be like not good. Realistic, probably
Told the last person.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the actual what you're building needs to be like a good basis of idea. And it's like AI can generate some of those too, but for like a real banger of an idea, it's hard to, at least with like a random generalized AI model, come up with
Another problem with using AI too much is getting to the point where you have this entire code base with 10,000 lines of code and you have no idea what any of it is. Okay, now AI goes away. Now we get maintenance on that program that you've had. Nobody knows how to work on it. It's either slop or it's like perfectly orchestrated. That's not likely, you know what I mean? So you end up with like a 10,000 lines of code that you have no idea like what they do at all, and then trying to generate an understanding is a little bit, I don't know. I think using AI, like especially like depending on the type of program that you're trying to make or whatever you're trying to do, AI would not be the best thing because it doesn't have the ability to like predict outside features or like outside events, random events, stuff that just happens. Like there's no. I'm about to have to talk people at work.
וכשהוא שחט את השני, עכשיו לאכול חצי מזית מעלה אנשים. אז רבי אומר זה לגמרי. למה? כי בכל אחד מהקבצים האלה, מספר בקרס מספר אחד ו-50% מהמערכות טובים. כל זה חצי מתי, ושני זה חצי שיעור. אז לא. לגמרי קשה, אין מה לגזור. לימור מי אמר לכם לא? לימור, כמה קרומה והנה, הוא אומר לו בחוסר בשיעור. כשאתה מכיר את הקוימץ, לא אתה לבוינו, לקחת שיעור שלם של התמידה, לקחת שיעור, יש שם אותי זי. בסדר, אחד זה משהו טוב. אז מה? זה חצי מהמתאים. בסדר, אני מסכים. חצי מתאים. אבל לא אומר, לחוסר בשיעור, לא.
250,000 subscribers, Rabbi?
Yeah, we'll see if it happens. The guy was like really sensitive on what he wants to talk about, and I was like, he's like, what do you want to talk about? And I was like, well, I talk about futurism, like all the stuff about life streaming my life and everything, and futurism and transhumanism and life extension technology, mind uploading technology, and he's like, we can't talk about anything health related or medical. And I'm like, well, it's not really like that's just like something that I touch on, but I don't. I'm like live streaming my life, so I know like YouTube censors and everything. And he's like, I don't want to take the risk. Is there any way you could talk to my audience about ancient texts and ufology? And I was like, yeah, I can do that. So I sent him an outline of what I wanted to discuss, and I have yet to hear back from him. But this just happened yesterday, so we shall see. And if I get on that one, we're going viral. But even if I don't, I've got these things that are lined up one after another after another after another. to the point
I
where
mean, it sounds like if you cater to his request to text ufology, which if it's like a UFO podcast, I don't blame him for not wanting to talk about transhumanism because they're kind of like different categories. In a way, I get that they can do that.
right. Yeah, no, I understand it's his podcast, so we want to keep it to whatever he wants. But I also said you can edit out anything that I say that he might think is controversial. So I sent him the outline, and it's pretty extensive. So if he wants to do it, then that's great. Because he was so specific, I put in there my exact introduction, my credentials, my exact introduction, and an overview, an outline, and then a conclusion, so that I'm not going to take him by surprise by saying you know, I don't want to say it was a word for word outline. The introduction and conclusion were basically word for word, though, because if I'm going to be on such a large podcast, I want to make sure that I have his permission to say what I want to say. But for the outline part of it, it's a pretty thorough outline. But then he can make any edits he wants or do whatever he wants. It's not a major issue. Did he just leave?
Probably.
Okay, so what's your dog shit name?
Oh, you really want to know?
Well, yeah, because I'm going to tell you right now that there will be a company known as Parrot Carrot that will do this. Whether you want it, that's up to you. But whether it's going to be your biggest competitor, that's up to you. But yeah, let's hear it.
Well, I'll tell you, you're going to disagree with it, but just from an intuition standpoint, I think when people
let's hear your name.
Carrot, it's not intuitive directly. You have to do it with
Neither's Fitbit. Neither's Grubhub necessarily. Grubhub sounds like a place where you have to go physically and get food. Fitbit doesn't sound like anything that would fit on your arm. LexisNexis, that doesn't even make sense. People use these names because they're catchy, and they are the leading.
StubHub, isn't that like a ticket?
Yeah, but it really sounds like a place for amputees to go. I mean, even tickets today don't have stubs, so it's an outdated name.
I mean, Netflix. It's flicks, as in like movie flicks on the net. It's imitative.
Yeah, I know what Netflix is.
So it's just more intuitive, and I completely understand that. Not every company whatsoever.
What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
The name that I think is a strong contender is Hype Herd. HYPEHERD. Hype, because the companies are buying hype from their product, and herd is a subtle nod to the crowd element.
I get that. I don't like the term herd because it makes people sound like cattle. Like herd mentality is a negative. That's like the first thing that comes to mind. And you're going with alliteration as opposed to rhyme, which is not as strong in branding. You're going with DoorDash when you could have Grubhub. Now, you may say, well, DoorDash is bigger than Grubhub. Yeah, that's because of the money behind the thing. But from a purely naming convention, rhyme is superior. Let's see here. Hype herd. Another issue you're going to run into with that is how's it spelled?
HYPEHERD.
Right, but when someone hears it, there's a 50-50 shot that they're going to type in HEARD, which is another challenge you're going to have to overcome.
That's true, I guess.
It's not a bad name.
But I mean, once they see it once, like written, like a social media post, it's like, my entry on Hyper.
I get that. You know what doesn't need that? Parrot carrot. You know what rhymes? Parrot carrot. And you know what has a built-in mascot? Parrot carrot. What's the...
Llama.
Oh, I hate it. Why a llama?
Llamas are herd animals technically, but they're very independent, and so they're not as much as like cattle or sheep. They're more independent herd animals.
But that's not what a herd of llamas is
Big
called.
personalities.
That's not what a herd of llamas is called. A herd of llamas.
Llamas are herd animals, of course.
A herd,
I don't think
a herd of llamas. Oh no, it's a herd. Sometimes called a flock, a pack, or crew.
do you know what a group of parrots is called?
Yeah, I do know this. It's a. I know crows is murder. It has a cool name.
Pandemonium.
There you go. That's beautiful.
It could also be a flock, prattle, or company.
Yeah, flock is usually. But pandemonium is
That's
beautiful.
more general.
Yeah, totally true. Okay. I don't like also. Well, llama starts with an L and it's very strong because it has two L's, and then you go with H. I would not go with that. I would go with. If I'm going with a herd, there are stronger animals. Like llamas aren't loud or vocal or anything. Literally, a parrot is the best marketing bird in the world. It's bright, it's flashy, it talks, it can fly, it's fast. They're beautiful. Llamas are ugly. They're slow. People don't know a lot.
But just from like a business perspective, this is the point that AI brought up that I could see as a potential hindrance. Is like just parrot carrot sound very like whimsical.
That's what you want. It's fun to say. It's fun to put on your social media. It's colorful. It has built-in emojis. Literally with two emojis I can give you the name of the company. Hyperd, you cannot. Hyperd you would need, it's not really possible. What's hype? You'd have like a megaphone?
Exclamation point and then like 16 goat emojis.
Exactly. I mean, you get what I'm saying. And Hyperd, it's negative to me. Now, you can say the same thing that parrot can be negative as well. So I am willing to accept that. If you're going with alliteration, there are so many better names than that, or that you could go for. Alliteration is easy. Rhyme is very difficult. But alliteration, you could go for cheer.
Well, do you like the first word hype?
No, I couldn't hear what you were saying.
The first word hype?
I couldn't hear what you were saying at first. I thought you were saying pipe. So it could have just been how I heard it. No pun intended. Okay, so hype. It's not bad.
The companies are essentially buying hype for their product.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Herd though, herd mentality is the first thing that comes into my mind. Herd is like you're going with the like it's fat, it's slow, it's like it's not unique.
I know, it just means group.
I know, but the big thing in psychology is herd mentality, or
Certification.
all that. Yeah.
I mean, crowdsourcing is using the power of a group.
If I'm a hot chick,
Humans are herd animals. Keep that in mind.
I don't think that's true. Some humans are, but there are other humans.
No, we
that
are
aren't.
herd. We exhibit behaviors that are very much like herds of group decision making. So like we see someone doing something, and then the more people that do it, the more people want to go do that thing. And we ride these trends, and then the trends accelerate, and the collective starts being attracted to an idea.
I get that. Is hype herd available?
Yeah. Oh wait, no, I think I didn't hear back.
Yeah, that's taken as well. So,
I think it expires.
what about hype herd with like hearing? Like it's someone heard hype about something. I think that's actually a better name for it. Because then you get away from that pack mentality idea, and it's just about hearing about hype.
I like the herd because I think it's just a sleek reference to the crowdsourcing.
It's not sleek though. It's fat. It's slow. It's grazing. Look, I'm just telling you. If I'm
Why are herds, in my opinion, are not necessarily inherently negative at all.
herd mentality is the big thing that comes up. Let me just ask you: if you're a hot chick and you have a post, would you rather have it say hype herd or parrot carrot? One is slow, it's group mentality, it's not smart. The other is a beautiful, vocal, fast bird. I'm just saying, women, just people in general, but like women push, they drive this industry. And women, in my opinion, especially hot women, will find parrots very attractive and carrots very attractive. And carrot brings to mind health and nutrition and even like good eyesight, even though that's kind of a false thing. And parrot is
How's that a false thing? Isn't good for your eyes?
yeah, but I mean, like there's like the old joke, like you never see a rabbit with glasses. But it's not also not like if you ate like carrots every single day of your life that you'd have 20/20 vision either, is what I'm trying to say. And frankly, it's not as fun to say. Parrot carrot's fun to say. Hype herd is hype herd to me looks like you went to ChatGPT and asked it for 100 different choices, and it gave you like a bunch, and you just chose one that you liked, which I'm 99% sure you did. Not saying that it's a bad name, but it's to me just not as attractive. And for anyone watching this stream, if you think that hype herd is better, then when you promote in the future, go with it. I welcome that for you. But we've already created a problem here, Riser, which is somebody watches my stream and Parrot Carrots, you didn't get it, they're going to take that and they're going to destroy you. Even if I had nothing to do with it, if they heard the stream and they heard the benefits, then when we went through this before and we were like, you're just cold emailing people, I've heard anybody can get names like that. I'm gonna name 10 things that are like that you could do. So dogs, like or promotion puppy, promote puppy. Um, the uh, the
Promo puppies.
speaking snakes, promo puppies, which actually isn't a bad name. But those are easy to do. And there's less value in that. What's really difficult to do is rhyme. There aren't that many of them. There are probably for every alliteratory or alliterative name there are, and it's a perfect rhyme. That's even more difficult. There are probably 100 or more, 100 times more alliterative names than there are perfect rhyming names. And especially 2 emojis, you can represent this. It rhymes. It's a beautiful bird. It talks. Somebody's going to hear my stream and they'll be like, why the fuck didn't Riser take that? It's absolutely perfect. Here's what he should have done. He should have gotten parrotcarrot.org as just a placeholder while he's jerking himself off with these people at parrotcarrot.com and upload his stuff to the website. And then eventually, just like Facebook was originally thefacebook.com and became facebook.com after Zuckerberg dipped in his pockets a little for it, Riser can do the same. Like,
okay, yeah, no, I didn't come in saying this is like a final decision.
That's true. That's true.
I want to present it as a fine debate, and I, of course, listen with open ears.
Yeah.
And I think he's done a good job defending Carrot and explained why it could definitely be considered a better name than I've heard. I don't know if I 1,000% agree entirely, but I do. I don't necessarily disagree with that.
All I have to do is just, like, to create a name like that is so easy that there's, not saying what you've done, Izzy, but there's no value behind it. There's a value between a perfect rhyme that has a beautiful animal as a representative. It can be represented in 2 emojis, very simply. Name an animal.
Pangolin.
Promotion penguin. Promo penguin. Name another animal.
The pangolin, but yeah.
Oh, pangolin. Okay, promotion pangolin.
Tiger.
Tremendous tiger, or Cali tiger. I'm sure there are some other T names that we could use to just. All you need is something having to do with promoting and an animal. And that's what I'm thinking, like 1,000 of those names. But I dare anybody to find.
No, well, bird is not as specific to reference to the crowd.
Which to me is even worse because it's not identifiable. Like, let me ask.
It's more descriptive of the platform overall, where someone could put the name and be like height and herd, and then be able to decipher what it actually means. Whereas carrot, they're gonna have no clue.
Who owns?
I understand that.
Who owns?
That's not even necessarily required. But
If you say to someone hype herd, they're gonna have no idea what that means either. No idea. Just like they won't know what carrot is without any kind of background. but they wouldn't know any of these. Even like you had the one, what was it? Something growth or something. What was the one that was very corporate?
Oh, CrowdSpark.
CrowdSpark. That nobody knows what that is. Upcake. Nobody knows what that is. There is going to be some kind of education that you're going to have to perform. Who owns um, Hype Herd?
I'm not sure.
Didn't you email them?
I did email, but I didn't.
Um, I almost like.
Oh, that's okay.
I almost like because actually one thing that's even better than rhyming is a pun, and Hype Herd could be a pun, sort of. Um, so that could be stronger, but it's something that it's not like a single animal either. I mean, get whatever you want. It's the fact that even if I had no endorsement of this, somebody's going to watch my stream someday. And if you don't take Parrot Carrot, they're going to be like, that's $1 billion idea. I'm going to take that and I'm going to run with it. Now, Hype Herd is when I think of it as a pun, it's a much more creative name now to me. I still don't love it.
You're coming around.
Yeah, no.
I appreciate that you can at least try to make the argument of being a good idea. I think your idea is a good idea. You think my idea is a decent idea. They could both be winners. And from what I gather, AI, it's not even so much about the name. It's just literally about the foundational execution, whatever. Because there's companies that are just like Uber, where it's like, okay, did Uber become a success because of the word Uber? Could they have named it like Chicken Rides or something, and it would have been fine?
It was both.
Probably.
It was both, but Uber's a great name. Dude, you could get Hype Herd right now for $13. But
Hypeherd.com.
HEARD, yeah. But that's a good pun.
Oh, HE.
ARD.
No, that's HE. That's herd.
HEARD.
That's not HERD.
Yeah.
Which is the valuable.
I don't know if that's that valuable. I mean,
because it references the basic, like the idea that makes the platform so well is the idea of crowdsourcing the idea. That's like the magic sauce of it. And so when you have a acknowledgement of that in the title, it's actually, I don't know, in my opinion, it gives, like, once people actually understand, like, oh, it's a crowdsourcing advertising platform. Companies go here to get hype, and it's crowdsourced by a large group of people, which is subtly indicated by the herd.
I get that. I don't think that's the strongest part of it, the group mentality. I get that is important, but to me, it's the fact that you heard hype is more important than the idea that it's group.
Well, the crowdsourcing, using a group of thousands of people to source the idea, is what gives you a better quality of idea. What is your stance from like the herd as in like listen or like herd it?
I think that's great. That to me moves it away from cattle and into just something that someone would undergo. They hear something, but yet still you could have your logo be like a herd, and so you could still utilize that. I'm not saying that that's negative, but it's just not necessarily in the name, and you could get that name today, and that's going to be important to you. I mean, if you are really looking at this website's not.
I'd rather much call it Parrot Carrot than Hype Herd with the HEARD.
H-E-R-D. That to me does not make sense. It's like off the bat.
Okay.
Like you heard about hype from this website?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's the fact that the hype was heard by the people, by the herd, by the audience. They heard about the hype. How did you hear about this? That's like a question that's used all the time. Frankly, uh, both could. So okay, so if I were watching this, I don't like the herd mentality. That's just herd just doesn't give people individuality. And when I think of herd animals, I think of fat, slow animals. That's not necessarily true. There are some fast animals that may be herd animals, but generally you think of grazing animals. And I think of a hot Instagrammer, and she's not going to want that on her social media. It's not pretty. She wants something that's pretty, bright colors, easy to remember. Rhyming is all really fun. Hype herd, if I had to scale them from 0 to 100, herd care I'd say is probably about a 95. Like Space is the hotel in space, that's 100. That doesn't get better than that.
Reduplication.
Reduplication, absolutely. Pun is really good too. So that maybe if we had a better pun, but the hype herd is a pun too, if you use it the way that I'm saying, HEARD. Just even if you spell
Is
it,
it not a herd? Is it the HERD? Is that not?
they're both a pun. They're both wordplay. So, but you're going to run into an issue that somebody has to read it.
I understand. It's like do you think that the word herd is just too dull and not as exciting, whereas parrot is more exciting?
Yeah, but yours is fewer.
Mine's fewer syllables. Yeah, it's only two syllables. It's very sharp and snappy.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Carrot is twice the amount of syllables.
Absolutely.
Which for memorization, yours is going to take a little. Actually, but the rhyme makes up for you basically. The memorization isn't going to be that hard.
Right. What if? Well, if you're gonna go, let me see here.
I just think like in like the context of the platform, like just referencing the crowd as just a herd from like a very zoomed out perspective, as like a vague descriptor word for what the crowd is doing in the context of the platform, I don't think is that bad. Because I do think that the crowdsourcing element of the platform is what gives it room to run. I think they both do exceptionally well. I think hype herd is fun too. Also. Because hype also on the internet has like a lot of positive meaning behind it, and so it kind of counteracts what you could perceive as like bad about the herd. When you check the word hype in front of it, you're like it like equalizes it in a way, because hype on the internet is such a key word that has like tons of like meaning behind it on the internet. So I think it's
hype's a great. Hype has a lot of value. But so the term herd carries a negative connotation. So does parrot, though. So I get that. In human context, because it implies that individuals behave just like everyone else and do not think for themselves. The usage is often disapproving or derogatory, suggesting that following social conventions is bad, thoughtless, or irrational, similar to animals like sheep that lack independent judgment. That's what I'm thinking. Sheep, a herd. Uh, while herd mentality or mob mentality can sometimes be beneficial survival strategy or foster social bonding, it is frequently criticized for leading to chaos, destruction, and misery when people conform without critical thought. It is associated with unethical behavior such as bullying or mob violence, while individuals surrender their personal morals and responsibility to the group. I'm not necessarily saying that that is always the case, but a lot of those things you're going to have to get around. And additionally, from a vocal standpoint, if I said go to hypeherd.com, you have to ask me how it's spelled.
Well, I mean, apparently you can buy the domain for Hyper for $13 to redirect people.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying. Um, Parrot Carrot is a viral social media challenge as well. The Parrot Carrot trend is a rhythmic game where participants rapidly alternate between saying the words parrot and carrot in time with a beat. Dude, it's built in. It's already popular on social media.
I don't know if I'm thinking it's sort of the Parrot challenge.
I mean, they say
you
that
can go ask the people.
I mean, this is
okay.
just
Well, here's what
that's just what AI is telling me.
What is the best? I asked her, what's the best name? I heard Ad Arena or Parrot Carrot. I said each of these names send a completely different signal to your target market. Choosing the best one depends on what brand identity you want to be with. The winner for pure viral retrievability, Hyper. The vibe, playful, modern, community-centric, and tech-forward. Why it works best. Hype instantly communicates the exact end product you are selling to brands. Momentum, virality, and public engagement. Herd is a clever, self-aware nod to the crowd and crowdsourcing. It implies a massive group of people moving together to vote, rate, and submit content. The verdict, this is the most balanced name for a modern web application. It's the perfect startup sweet spot, memorable, rhythmic, and highly relevant to ad tech. The winner for abstract, quirky branding, Parrot Carrot. The vibe, surreal, avant-garde, memorably bizarre, and consumer-facing. Why it works best. It relies entirely on phonetic rhyming hooks. It has absolutely nothing to do with advertising, which means you have to work harder to explain what the company does. But when someone hears it, they will never forget anything. MailChimp or Serpent. Verdict, it's a great name for a creative agency or consumer app. But for a dual-size B2B marketplace where corporate clients need to confidently post thousands of dollars in prize pools, it might sound a bit too sus. Rhythmic double word bounce. You like the Parrot Carrot, but it aligns perfectly with the mechanics of the crowdsourced ad application. It makes sense to both brands buying the ads and to the crowd creating them.
That's cool that AI says that. Or I shouldn't say it because I normally say that's a cool story, bro. No, it doesn't understand the business that well because Parrot Carrot is exactly what you're doing. You're giving a carrot to people who talk about your business. So I know you just said from an advertising perspective. Here's how I look at it, and this is with a lot of advertising. If I have a classroom of first grade kids and I say you can have hype herd or parrot carrot, they're all going to be talking about parrot carrot. Every single kid in that class wants parrot carrot. It's fun to say, and they're never going to forget it. And that's how marketing works. You have to go to the lowest common denominator. They don't know what a herd is. In a first grader, they don't know what a herd is, and a lot of people don't know what a herd is. They know what a parrot is. They know what carrots are. And it's fun to say. Now, I get what you're saying and what you said to AI, which is relevant. Yeah, but is it that corporate? Is it that corporate? It doesn't need to be corporate. It needs to be memorable. If you can get this bad boy to be memorable, that's all you need. That's what it's about.
I don't know. Does like Wells Fargo want to host like carrot Twitter? Maybe they don't go with it.
If it's a contest, that's what you want. Viral ability. I don't really like hype herd as much as I like herd hype. Did you see if that's available?
Like HERD or the HER?
How you have it? HERD?
Yeah, I think that one is available.
No, it's not. It's Cattle Revolution Year Round. That's a real website. So then you're going to have to deal with that too.
People typing in the name backward.
Well, yeah.
I'm lost. I'm on a cattle herding website. Please help.
Yeah, that's a good one. So they're a cattle producer marketing agency, and they're going to sue you if you go with hype herd because they're already a marketing agency.
Cattle producing marketing agency?
It doesn't matter that they're a cattle producing marketing agency.
That's it's a different name though. It's not the same order.
Yeah, but they're a marketing.
It's Blippi, and then you change the spelling of Blippi, and it still sounded out as Blippi, then I think you're fucked. But if someone's called Parrot Carrot and the other person's called Carrot Parrot, I think those are. I mean, I could totally be wrong. That's just my assumption after talking with AI about being sued for trying to name a website Blippi.
Okay, so if there's already a website that is a marketing website known as herdhype.com, could I get in trouble for starting a marketing website that is hypeherd.com? Is this too similar? Or would I be in the clear? I think you might be in the clear, but it might be a question.
I can't imagine someone can't call a company Bookface.
Potentially, yes, you could run into issues, but it depends on more than whether the names look somewhat alike. Trademark disputes are usually based on whether consumers are likely to be confused about the source of the services. Some factors matter. Some similarity in names. Oh, wait, hold on. No, let me type it exactly right. Herd hype versus hype. Looking just at the names, these are very similar because they contain the exact same rule. From a trademark confusion perspective, a court or trademark examiner would often look at similarity in appearance, similarity in sound, similarity in meaning and impression, whether the businesses offer similar services. Here, both names create essentially the same commercial impression, herd plus hype. If both companies are marketing agencies, branding agencies, social media firms, or similar services, I'd consider the risk of conflict to be moderate to high, compared with more distinct names. Yeah, it's a good name. It's a good name, and they're not really even taking advantage of it. I like their name, actually, more than it saying herd hype. If you came in here and said, hey, I've got a name, herd hype, Okay, I can go with that. Hype herd. When I hear hype herd, to me, I and it can go 50-50 with people. They're gonna think HEARD. A lot of people are. So,
I mean, you would still think you could still potentially think that with the reverse to herd.
yeah. Now, what if you went with HEARD?
That's strange. So I'd literally be sued even though it's not the same thing.
Yeah, they even said social media firms. Yeah.
These trademark laws are such bullshit. I feel like you should be allowed to have the same name and no compete somewhere. But
take it up with the U.S. Trademark and Patent Office. Now, HEARD, HYPE, that's a beautiful name. Herd hype. Oh, but the other company's name, it's just one letter.
Yeah.
So that you can't.
Yeah, no, it's still they just sound alike.
You can't have that one either. And look, we don't even know.
Which is again ridiculous that it could be spelled differently and in a different order. It's like crazy.
The reason why Parrot Carrot at this time doesn't run into this is it's a children's book. It's a TikTok meme, but it's really not anything. It's like a dad joke. And that's why nobody's taking it. But herd hype.
I mean, technically, I could call that hype herd or that herd hype company and ask them and get in writing. Are you going to sue us for using the name?
They're not gonna respond to you. And if anything, they would say, we are going to defend our trademark to the ends of the earth because they don't want the infringement.
I mean, it might indirectly give them more business. People misspelling.
Yeah, but chances are it's going to become really popular, and they're going to go from number 1 in the search engine result rankings to page 50. And they don't want that. It's going to hurt their brand. So they're going to sue you.
How big of a company is it?
Big enough to sue you. They have a website. If they're a cattle herding marketing agency, they're going to have...
What the fuck does that mean? No one even knows what that means.
They're going to have some rancher out there who has a lot of money and a lawyer who's not doing anything, and they're going to sue the balls off of you. I would, even if they didn't have that, it's sad that they have this name because it could have worked, but now it absolutely does not work. It's dead in its tracks.
Well, if we partner with them and be like, we'll give you a percentage for letting us use the name.
The name's not good enough, though. If it were, let me just give you different.
Carrot.
Let me just
There's a cattle farmer named Carrot.
Let me just give you a different demographic. If I were to say to a class of first graders, what company sounds best? And I said, Hype Herd, Ad, Arena, or Carrot Parrot. 30 out of 30 kids are going to say Carrot Parrot. Now, if I did it for high schoolers, 30 out of 30 schoolers are going to say Parrot Carrot. Maybe five of them might say.
Or do they have the context of actual business?
No, just based off the name. Just 100% based off the name. Maybe 25 out of 30 are going to say Carrot Carrot. There are going to be some people who are negative, whatever.
Carrot.
Parrot Carrot.
Yeah, you said you were saying Carrot.
I don't believe so. Parrot Carrot. But if I did, it's something that did.
You're saying Carrot. I get it.
Apologies. It's very easy to do. You've already done it, I've already done it, and we'll probably do it a lot. Okay, if I were to take 30 CEOs I know CEOs who know how to market. Harry Carrot it's a viral name. It's easily marketable. It's pretty. It's loud. It's exciting. It's everything that Herd does not have.
No, it's a fair criticism. I mean, if there was one punch of mine that would have been like, this defeats, this is my knockout blow to Carrot in the boxing, it'd probably be that.
I could have seen it.
I think it's Carrot. It's solid once you actually get the meaning behind it. I don't think that meaning jumps out of you necessarily right away, but once you grasp the concept, it's there. Just some, like, yeah, maybe doesn't cover the crowd sourcing aspect, which I feel like is important, but it's not the end of the world. And I think you can name it whatever. I mean,
you could.
I guess no, you can't really name it whatever you want it to actually go viral. Having a viral name is pretty crucial.
The argument could be made that Hype Herd doesn't have anything to do with contests. This is less a crowdsourcing website and more a contest website. You are not building Facebook, you're building a contest website, and a carrot is a reward.
That's a good argument. And I think they're pretty intertwined, but yeah, I hear
I think they're pretty intertwined. There's similarities. I wish that Hype Herd didn't, or Herd Hype or whatever didn't exist, because I would have made a push for HERD. Hype Herd, to me, or Herd Hype, both of those work if it's HERD. HEARD. Okay, so
I mean, the trademark thing, you know what Blippi is? It's like a children's TV show. It's about like Rock Studios or whatever. It's just like a super popular Netflix video. And I was like,
not Bluey, right?
Asking that Blippi.
I know, but there's Bluey too, right?
I'm not familiar with children's TV shows, but yeah, it would apply for Bluey as well. Like, if you Blippi and Blippi are spelled completely differently. Spelled BLIPI or BLI, 40 P's in a line. It's like literally because they sound the same. Like, I don't know, these trademark rules are so stringent and restrictive.
Well, the issue that you're going to run into is, so they're both Blippi.
Because literally, it's because it's not necessary, like, you can have the company in different verticals, because Blippi, even though it's a children's TV show, they also have some vague relation to technology and marketing, apparently. Or it wasn't marketing, it was like technology and like some virtual application. I was like, because they're have like some random, like they have an app or something on the App Store, and that was it. And because there's like a children's Blippi app on the App Store, I was like, yeah, you can't. Blippi's gonna sue your ass.
Oh yeah, definitely. Bluey is widely regarded by parents and critics as superior to Blippi due to its high-quality storytelling, emotional depth, and education value, whereas Blippi is frequently criticized for being overly stimulating, shallow, and potentially addictive. I'd make the argument that if Herd Hype and Hype Herd are too similar, then aren't Bluey and Blippi, like, those are two super similar names. Why isn't that, they're both children's shows, like, why isn't that an issue? But there's probably some creativity.
I just disagree with the fact that someone would get confused by, like like I understand if it's the same sounding. One is like you say that. I mean, even though I disagree with that too, because you can see it typed out differently. It's like, well, if someone heard it in a conversation, then they would be confused or whatever. But it's like someone could hear this in a conversation and be like, one is Facebook, one is book face. I'm not gonna go looking for bookface.com and type in Facebook unless I have like a reading impairment.
But it's more than that. It's search engine optimization. So that Herd Hype company or Hype or whatever, they've already established themselves as with their rankings. They don't want competition. And if you come in,
still a two, like if someone, you're saying that it doesn't matter the like the sequence of words in terms of search engines.
it can.
Because they should have the dominance for when people type in herd hype, but then another website should have the dominance for they type in hype herd.
No, it's just generally it's going to be what people click on is going to rank there. I like in an ideal world if Google doesn't flub the numbers. So somebody may just type in the word hype, herd, and even though that company's herd hype, there are going to be people who accidentally didn't remember your name correctly, and they're going to go to that website and then leave there really quickly and then go to your website. It's called like dwell time on a page. It's I think almost worse for someone to go to your website and leave it immediately. Like that's really negative toward our website. In your case, that company is going to defend their trademark, and you don't want to go into something knowing that you're going to have eventual litigation, especially on the name of your business, which would just kill it. Especially because you just can't afford to pay a bunch of lawyers to do this. If I were you, I would get parentcare.org. I would go to ChatGPT or whatever, get a version of this website going before August. If you wait until after you're back from August, this website's never getting off the ground. Like it needs to be faster. If I had one criticism of you, it's you're not fast enough. And
I need to be able to operate it. I can't be operating it successfully when I'm occupied by other shit. Like I haven't been back to Ontario in 5 years, so I'm gonna be way too busy. So if I launch it, then I can't be on top of all the contests running and like all the billions of things that I have to be doing.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you have to run contests, but you at least have to have the SEO working for you. You're gonna lose like at least a month of SEO, and then you're gonna get into okay, well.
I mean, do you think people are gonna be searching for it when it's not being like launched even?
It will cost you $13 to get this thing established. Right now, it's not established. What also is really important is the earlier that you get this done, the more that you can prove in a court that it was your idea and somebody else stole it or something like that. Like, basically, it's just right now an idea. And I understand you want to go on vacation or home or whatever, and that's important. But you're already looking at this. This thing doesn't get launched before October at this rate, maybe.
I'll have it already before I leave.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is why not just launch it, soft launch it, show it to your friends, show it to your family. They can go to the website, they can get an idea of what it is. Maybe they want to invest, whatever it is. But then you have something. If not, you're just wasting a month. Not saying you have to sit there and run contests. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying you could put out an article about it or just for SEO purposes, a press release. The earlier you get this stuff done, the better. And I think that you could, if I were the person doing it, I would say to myself, I'm going on vacation in August. So my goal is to, this is exactly what I would do. I would buy any name. You could hyper, whatever. You just, any name. But the name that I thought I'd go with, and Parrot Carrot would help you for SEO purposes. I get parrotcarrot.org. I take my code. So I buy that today. Today is Tuesday, June 23rd. I buy that today. I upload the code that I have to it. Maybe not make the website public yet, but start to see some of the kinks that I'm working out in it. And then I'm going to get all my social media, and I'll have that done by. I'd have it done by tomorrow, but I'm a little different. I'd have it done by the end of the month. Like I would say to myself, I have 1 week to get a website and get all the social media for this as possible. And then from there, it gives me another month to be able to put my code up and everything. And then I go on vacation. In the meantime, my website's working for me from press release or from a social search engine result aspect. When I see people from home, they're going to say, "Hey, what are you doing?" And you can be like, "Well, I'm an artist, but additionally, I have this startup that I've launched softly, and when I get back to British Columbia, it's ready to go for me, and I'm going to start hosting projects or hosting contests in the fall." Like, you're basically going to save a quarter, and that's important in terms of launching a startup. That's how I would do it. If you don't want to do that, I'm not going to force you to do it. I know between the two of us, I'm get it done right away kind of a person, which can have negative aspects too. I'm not saying it's always good, but you've been talking about this. Your mom was in town 4 months ago, something like that, and you have built some code, so that's good. But you still don't have a website yet. You still don't have a single social media account, which is what this is based on. And I understand you're going to be like, dude, I didn't have the name. If I'm going to go with this name, then it's going to take me time. But what does it hurt you to go and get all of the social media for Parrot Carrot? Even if you don't name it Parrot Carrot, they're free. Take them. Get them while you can.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to metabolize the name.
That's the thing. We've been talking about the name for 2 weeks. And even if you don't like the name, then you can always just change the name of the social media generally. On most platforms, you could just change it. Like, you have no social media for this business. If I were the person doing it, I would say by Friday I'm going to have 30 different social media accounts. If I need to change their names later, that's fine. They're going to start to develop followers. I might be able to even just connect them in a link tree, and then I have something. The metabolization, or the um, the waiting, it's to me procrastination. You got to get this thing done. You got to say, like,
I've told you before. It's like there's a lot of like tiny little pieces of like technical infrastructure that need to be built on like the back end.
No.
Like, all this shit to like orchestrate.
You're doing it.
Just like launching like a website.
You're doing it the wrong way, though, in my opinion. If you had the social media of it already created, it would be working for you. Even if you didn't say what it was, because I understand you don't want to give away the secret sauce, you're going to organically get followers to that. So while you're building up,
if you're not posting, you're not going to get followers.
I create social media accounts every single day, and I get random people who follow me. Now I know.
Well, you're not going to go viral. You got like 10 followers. You're not going to go viral from just having a blank random account.
But it helps. It would help your social media. Right now, there's going to be a little bit of a challenge for Parrot Carrot to outdo that children's book, but it's a different industry, so I think that you're not going to run into too much of an issue there. Um, it's like I get that the back end's going to take time. We're talking about 8 hours of work for you to create all the social media, and then you're done. Then that stuff's working for you. Then nobody's going to steal your name. Then you work on all the back end stuff because the back end stuff is important. I'm not denying that. You also have to figure out like is it feasible and everything, and we think it is. Um, Let me ask you, when's your goal to have when's your goal to have your link tree with 30 different social media?
Like at least by end of the month.
All right, so by
I said like, and I
July
thought
1st.
much about like the soft launch thing that you mentioned, but I mean, I guess I want to like hit the ground running with it, but
I mean,
yeah, I mean, if I wanted to, I could just show whoever the website. Why do I have to fucking
well, look, I want you to look good when you go back home, and there's a plan to do this. You could say, people are going to say, "Wow, it's been 5 years. How have you been? You've been, hey, I've been great. I am an artist. I am a muralist, but additionally, I have a startup that I have soft launched. Here's what it is. It's essentially a social media contest crowdsourcing platform that I think is the next big thing in terms of advertising. You can check it out. Parrot Carrot, linktree.com/parrot carrot, and view all our social media there. You can just Google it, and we're going to show up if you type that in. Like then you have something to be proud of. Then you have something established. If you don't have that stuff by August, then you just have an idea. You have no website, and people are going to be like, okay, so it's just an idea. It's a totally different thing when somebody can look it up on their
I mean, I
phone.
do have a website right now. It's just not wired to a specific domain name.
That's what I'm saying.
I can show someone the website right now.
Yeah, that's not good enough.
I can do all that.
That's not good
Yeah,
enough.
I have no problem doing that. Except my only hesitation would be like putting it out there. Someone sees it.
No. I don't want you to put your code out there. You just need a landing page coming soon. Revolutionary with your logo. Like you don't have a logo yet. You don't have your social media yet. Like that kind of stuff is kind of easy to do, as opposed to what you're doing. It's like you're working on the really hard stuff when there's really easy stuff that is going to work for you in the meantime. Then you're going to be able to show people, hey, here's our logo, here's our social media. We just started, but feel free to follow us and follow our journey. They're going to think it's a good idea. It is a good idea. But for you to say like, okay, by the end of the month, I want to have all my social media. Why not by the end of the week? Or like even you may say, all right, well, Rabbi, quit bitching at me and I'll get this done. Okay, great. Then in 8 hours, you should come back and you should have 15 different social media platforms. And the reason why I know how quickly this is done, I get these guys in Africa to do this all the time. You've heard me have this conversation with them umpteen times. Do you have a link tree? No. Why not? I don't know what that is. Okay. Do you have a Twitch? Do you have a Twitter? Do you have a YouTube? It just takes 8 hours or so. So when you're making you're making this a project, it doesn't need to be. It's 8 hours of your time, and you will have a YouTube account, a Gmail account, a Twitter account, a Twitch account, all that stuff. Will you be able to, like, where you should be coming to me or to somebody to say, look, I can't get Parrot Carrot. I already know on X, and I'm probably not going to be able to get it on some platforms as well. What do I go with? The Parrot Carrot? Right? Isn't that a good question?
Well, yeah, no, you just have to come up with a consistent alternative that's available. All of them. Or like if you have the name of the mascot or the name like the parrot.
Don't go with the mascot.
Parrot or whatever.
Don't go with the mascot. You will.
Merit, carrot.
Didn't I say? Isn't that what I said? It should be merit.
Yeah, you said that was
the name of the merit. Yeah. But that can always change too. The thing is, I would go with the parrot carrot. And if you're like, well, why that? I know at least on Twitter, you could have 15 characters. I know that off the top of my head. I make these things all the time. And parrot carrot is 12 letters. And the is 3. So you could get the parrot carrot. Now, you had said something like, well, what about parrot carrot official? Okay. But
that's way more than 15 characters on Twitter.
Oh, yeah. You can't get that on Twitter, but like on Instagram or something like that. Okay. I would say to myself, parrot carrot is the number one thing I want. If I can't get that, then I'm going to go with the parrot carrot. And if I can't get that, then I'll go with parrot carrot official. And if I were you, I'd be like, what do you think of this strategy? And I'd be like, okay, why parrot carrot official and not official parrot carrot? You'd be like, well, I asked AI and it said that that's the best way to do it if you can't get your thing. I'd be like, okay, I get that. That works. But, like, what I would want to hear from you, and you're my friend, so I don't want to be hard on you, but what I want to hear from you is, Rabbi, you're absolutely right. I will be back here by the end of tonight. You got a podcast to do tonight? I'd be like, yeah. You're going to be like, okay, when is it? I'm going to be like 6:30, and it'll probably be done about 8:30, maybe 9. You'll be like, all right, great. I'm going to come back here at 9 p.m. tonight, and I'm going to have a link tree. I'm going to have a YouTube that is waiting the 24 hours so I can upload stuff, meaning it's verified. I'm going to have, of course, the Gmail. I'm going to have an X, a Twitch, a Twitter, a Rumble, and a Spotify, a Pinterest, and a Snapchat. I understand if you're not going to have Blue Sky yet and this other stuff. I get that. And I would say, that's great, Riser. Do it. I'll see you in 8 hours or so. And you're like, I do have to...
I was not set on the name. I didn't want to waste time.
I get that, but it's not necessarily wasting time because you could change that stuff later if you needed to. Literally, there are only a few of those things that you wouldn't be able to change. Like, even if you got parrot carrot at YouTube or whatever, you can change that username. Now, you may say, yeah, but I can change the email, the original email, parrot at Gmail. Yep, I get that. So you would just create a new whatever herd hype, and you could change the email address that's connected to the YouTube account. What I'm saying is for most of these, you could change them, but like the fact that you don't have social media, you should say, I'll be back in 8 hours and I'll have that stuff. That's not hard to do. And I understand you might be like, dude, I have to take out yellow and I was going to play pickleball. Okay, that's 4 hours of your day. I still make these things. Yesterday, I made, just on one of my accounts, I made 2 Rumble accounts. I made 2 YouTube accounts. I made 2 Gmail accounts. That's 6. I made 2 Twitch accounts. I made 1 Nemo TV account and something else. Oh, and a locals.com account. That's 10. And I can tell you how long that took me. And I add stuff to it, and I also connect it to something. It takes about an hour. It doesn't take that long to do. And another thing, you don't have to put anything for the description. You just have to get it. So if I can do it in an hour, you could do it in 8 hours. And then you're not kicking the ball, the can down the road, saying I'm going to get it done by the end of the month. And that's what I do. But I'm not telling you how to do the rest of your day. But that's what do they call this? Founder's mindset is, or entrepreneurial mindset. You got to be a go-getter. You got to get this stuff. Go for the brass ring. I know you fell asleep during the McDonald's movie, and I'm going to give you shit on that until you watch the rest of it. But it's about perseverance. It's about persistence. It's about grabbing the brass ring. It's about chutzpah. There's this like 1 minute speech that he gives in it that is just like it lights a fire on you. And then once you have your social media, you can have a website maybe by tomorrow or something, just a landing page or whatever. And then I'm trying to think what else you need before you go home. You're working on the back end of that. I understand that's not all worked out. I get that. That's the hard part. That's the secret sauce in terms of getting the website to work. I get that. But then, like, what else would I bitch at you about? You need a logo, so that's not hard to do. But then you need to upload that logo to Reddit and just see what people think of it. So that you probably give people a week to be able to comment on and stuff. Once that's done, then I would say you need to populate. You want to populate the text of your social media and your descriptions and stuff without giving away exactly what it is right now. You could just say, like, the next wave of advertising or social media, but just be really vague about it. But basically, then you've got everything set. And it's like, okay, if we were having a meal together with a bunch of people, I would say you set the table, you make sure the silverware's there and everything, so that when the meal's ready, everybody can start eating. The way that you're doing it is you're making the meal right now, but there's no tablecloth, there's no plates, there's no glasses, and you're like, yeah, but when the meal's ready, I'm going to be able to serve it right away. And I'm like, yeah, but you don't have like the initial stuff. That stuff can work for you. So you do it the way that you want to do it. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but what I'm saying is that it is 1:40 right now. If you took Yellow out, you could even play ball with her or whatever for an hour, because I don't want you to, like, blow your day or anything. But I would just say to you, if I can make these accounts in an hour, you can make these accounts in an hour, and you'd be back by 9 or 10 o'clock tonight, and you'd have it all done, and you'd feel really good about yourself. And if you have to change something in the future, that's fine. You already have the accounts established. There's nothing. There's not most of the stuff to be changed anyway. But I get it. You were like, hey, I wasn't set on the name. I still haven't heard back about the website. But if you just recognize that you can get the Parrot Carrot, if you can't get Parrot Carrot, or parrotcarrot.org, which is fine. And there's some hesitation, I understand, too, that you're going to be like, well, what if something comes up next week or next month that I like more? Okay, then you abandon this. You will have spent a total of $13 and an hour of your time on social media. And you can use that social media for other things. So, you got to be a go-getter. You got to have hustle. You got to get fire. Yeah, you've got to have desire. And if I had to say, if I were selling you as a founder and entrepreneur for a business to one of these companies, I would say he's very consistent, he's very smart, he's savvy. He can be conservative with some decisions, but he's a giant-ass procrastinator. And I think that you can easily change that. You just got to get stuff done faster. So that's what I would do. And I want you to prove me wrong. I wouldn't say that to you if I didn't want you to come back in 8 hours and have all this stuff done, even with a mock-up of a like, this is what I would want to hear from you. Rabbi, I've got a mock-up of a logo, and you may not like it, and I don't care that you don't like it, but I have something. And we can look at it together, and we'd be like, okay, this works. Ideally, though, what you're going to want is 50 logos, and you're going to give that to the people at Logo Design, on Reddit, and you're going to ask them which one they like the most. That's the best way to do that. So even if you and I both love a logo, I wouldn't say we're going with it. It's absolutely because somebody's going to look at it with different eyes, and you're gonna crowdsource that one. But I have confidence in you to get this accomplished. And like you built that Scrabble game so impressively. Like I if you can build this website like you built that Scrabble game, you have a chance of becoming very successful. So like when you absolutely, if you like, that's what I would say to these CEOs. You should see the way that this person.
Sometimes feels daunting to do shit, and then I get distracted and create like Scrabble, and then I feel less intimidated by tackling a bigger, giant problem-solving project. Because there's more moving parts that I haven't specifically done necessarily before, but I find the challenge fun to just solve the problem. It also feels good to just check the box of shit that's done, even though sometimes it's like a bunch of back and forth with AI to try to get it to not fuck up all the time, but eventually it works out. Usually you just keep pushing forward.
If you didn't have AI, I don't think you could get this project done. I think you think the same thing. It's a lot. Like you wouldn't know how to code all that Scrabble stuff. It's really complicated. But you do have AI, and you're good. Exactly, and you're good with it. I've seen what life was like before AI when I worked in the startup world, and to put together what you did, even just a website, takes a long time. Uh, and you get broken links, and you get certificate expirations and that kind of stuff. But you have AI. You basically have a team of people who can work with you so long as you stay dedicated to it. And I get it, the distractions and stuff. So I I'm gonna, as your friend, challenge you. You have it's gonna be 2 o'clock. By 2 o'clock, I want you. I'm gonna challenge you. I want you to do whatever you need to do with yellow. Take yellow out. Play ball with yellow, because I don't want that to be a distraction. I want that done. And make your meals or do whatever. Get your pizza. Whatever you need to do. You just need to spend like 1 or 2 hours making a link tree. You don't need to put a logo and getting a YouTube, Gmail, all that stuff. And then tonight, come back. You don't have to stay long, but I just want you to be like, yeah, you didn't think I could do it, though I do know that you can do it. I have confidence in you, but I'm going to give you that attitude, like somebody's challenging you. I'm trying to light a fire inside you, because when I hear you say I want to have it done by the end of the month, I know I made 10 different accounts for one of my Rumble channels yesterday, and it took me an hour, and that was connecting them all, which takes a long time because you need the RTMP keys. Like just creating the account, it takes like 1 minute, especially when you have a Gmail. If you have a Gmail, you can use that Gmail to connect your link, your Twitter, your Twitch. You can't do it with Rumble. Wait, can you? No. Well, you can, but not like that built-in SSL or whatever. Like not the built-in one-click create the account. So I'm challenging you. I don't think it's good enough that you're gonna wait till the end of the month. By the end of the month, you should have a lot more done than this. So, and I get you got other things. You got your murals, you got your insurance, you got the thing with the Canadian board or whatever. I get that you're doing other things, but am I setting unrealistic expectations for you?
No, but I mean, I've explained my trepidation with the social media things, because not, I mean, I see where you're coming from, like, build social media subtly, or whatever, but
If I'm not, I haven't picked the name yet. It's like, I don't know, it seems irrational to spend time creating that stuff. And I get that you can change the name and the email and whatnot. But me, like the back, like that stuff could be made like instantly, like the back end stuff is like way more important to get done. And but my goal, like I said, like by the end of the month, have literally everything done and ready. And also, according to AI, the likelihood of this herd height website of actually winning the case is very small.
No way. Wait, what do you mean?
It's saying that you can just file the trademark for U.S. and Canadian trademark, and then under Class 35 advertising and promotional services, and then it'll go through if it's not an agricultural business.
Neither's that other one. The other one's a marketing agency. It says it in the name. Or in their... it's called...
Cattle Producer Marketing Agency.
It's a marketing agency. So I wouldn't just go with AI on this one. In my opinion, they are going to sue you, and that's why this is a no-go for an ad. You don't want to take the risk. It would be one thing if it were like a product or something, but it's not. It's literally what you are, basically, a marketing agency. And there's...
Like it says, Herd builds custom logos, print-ready sale catalogs, and e-commerce websites specifically designed to help farmers sell bull semen, physical cattle, and direct-to-walker feed. Herd is a software platform hosting crowdsourced ad tournaments where digital content creators compete for corporate marketing backing.
That's
A
like
cattle rancher from Kansas trying to optimize their year-round bull semen sales leads is never going to accidentally land on Herd to try and buy an Angus bull. Different target audiences, intent, and daily operations do not touch. In terms of strict legal merit, their case falls apart almost instantly.
Incorrect. Hold on. You even said in there that they're a crowdsourced bull semen company. Is that what Herd is?
Yeah. No, they're not crowdsourced bull semen.
They are a digital marketing agency, and they've been around since 1998. They're going to sue you into the netherworld, right?
They're selling semen and bulls. But I think in terms of trade markets, like, what markets are they in? Or could they confuse?
They're in website design. They're in marketing. They're in branding. This is like very similar to what you're doing. And I know that, well, they're doing it for cattle. I get that. But there's overlap. Look, I'm a reasonable person, and I'm a third party. And I would tell you that you're infringing on their trademark. It's like when...
I mean, you can still apparently just file the trademark under the software, like category or whatever, and then you're operating separate from a livestock marketing. Because we're not marketing livestock.
In some ways, you're going to be. You're going to have Omaha steaks. You're going to have hamburger companies. You're going to have, like, there is overlap there.
That's a good
אבל שם הדברים, התורה רק עשתה מדאורייתא, את השיטה, את הקלבוס, את הלוק.
The fact that they're a marketing agency kills this in my mind. It's just like it's too close. And I understand that they're Boltzmann and other stuff, but they're also website design and brand creation. That's basically what you're doing too. And you don't want to go into this knowing that at the end of the tunnel there is a lawsuit waiting on you that could potentially torpedo your whole idea. You want to go into with something that's clear and clean and doesn't really have any conflicts.
Yeah, apparently that overlap.
Is that what AI is saying?
Yeah, marketing hamburger product. I mean, we could potentially just say nothing beef and livestock related.
Right, so the name's not that good. To turn away McDonald's, turn away McDonald's and In-N-Out and Burger King and Wendy's and Shake Shack and all these other places, just because,
That's true.
like, that's ridiculous. I mean, if it were that important to you, then to go with the word herd or whatever, then change it to HEARD. Then it's different. It still has the pun on it. You could still go with the herd thing. It strengthens your argument.
I'd rather name it carrot, but no, apparently it doesn't. It's more like the
It
sounds the same.
It strengthens your case slightly, because you could make the argument that it's not spelled correctly. These are two separate words. One is the verb of hearing something, and the other is a group of animals. Those aren't related. But the way that you have it, it's literally the same name, just swapped. And you're both marketing agencies. To me, it's similar to dumb Starbucks. It's like you're still selling coffee, and it's basically their name, just with a little something different to it. Like, it would be like if you started a coffee. In my mind, it's like you're starting a coffee shop called Buckstar.
That's. I mean, it sells coffee, but it also sells. It's like a Costco that happens to sell coffee.
It's a marketing agency, and that's what you are. I mean, I know you're going to say we're social play.
They market specifically cattle, not everything.
They do branding. They create websites. They also have some kind
The
of
cattle industry is a cattle industry.
That's been around since 1998. That's another big thing. It's not like they're brand new to this, but they also do customer retention. They capture leads, automate follow-up, and close sales for people. Like, that's a lot of what you're going to be doing. But I mean, do whatever you want. If you,
I mean, no, I agree. I just was curious.
If you said to me by the end of today, yeah, I went with Hype Herd, and I got him a link tree, and I got a social, I got all that stuff, I'd say, all right, I can live with that. I get it. I think you're gonna fail if you do that. Like, it's really interesting. But I'd be proud that you did. It's really interesting, this aspect of it, that the fact that my streams are recorded, and I have just this overwhelming confidence. If I keep doing this, I'm going viral. But there's some perhaps truth to that. Imagine you did go with herd hype. This is what I would see happen. You'd be sued within a year. it would torpedo you. Somebody would eventually hear this conversation that we're having. They'd start Parrot Carrot, and it would be you would be like you'd be the McDonald's brothers. And I know you didn't watch the movie, but like they lost out on billions of dollars.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, I guess I have to go Parrot Carrot. I mean, maybe not. I just like don't love that name at all.
I'm not gonna tell you.
But I
That.
actually like love that name and was like, that's a dope name. I would go with it. And but I honestly, it's like I don't care kind of enough about it to. I mean, I guess I do, but we
Right.
both have the same mindset that this you need a name.
You need something. It's a placeholder. So why don't you just say this? Maybe this makes you feel better. Your company is Parrot Carrot until you find something better. Go create a link tree with Parrot Carrot or the Parrot Carrot. Go get your YouTube. Go get your Gmail. Go get all that and come back in 8 hours. And then I will say good job. If not, you let another day blow. And like you've been talking about this since I mean we've talked about it for like I don't know 8 months, something like that. I first introduced this idea to you I think in like November, something like that. So and you liked it enough to tell your mom about it. That was like 4 months ago. And since then you worked on the back end, but you don't have any social media, you don't have a website, you don't have a logo. Those are 3 really simple things that I think you could have all your social media by today. You could put out a Reddit post with like 50 different logos and have people look at it for the next week, and you could have that chosen by the end of the month. And you could have a website, whatever you want to make it, for $13. It's a risk, but whatever. And just a landing page. So I'm not going to tell you what else to do, but I'll be a little disappointed if you don't do that. But it won't be the first time I've ever been disappointed in my life.
Alright, Master Parrot Carrot.
I'll even say this. Why don't you just do it right now?
I'm walking out of my apartment right now. Literally walking outside right now.
All right, you taking yellow out?
Yeah,
Are you just to go to the bathroom or to like play ball?
play ball. Yeah.
Riser, this will not be successful because you don't have the fire.
I do have a fire.
No, you don't. If you've ever seen a founder or creator or an entrepreneur, they would not be making that decision.
Which decision?
I would say, look, I got to take my dog out to go to the bathroom, but she can wait on. I play ball with this dog every single day. For one day, she can wait, and I'll take her out. I'm not gonna not be with her or anything like that, but I've been challenged. I've been challenged. People who are challenged.
I never said I wasn't gonna create the social media.
You didn't say you.
Your own assumptions.
You didn't say you were either.
Okay, I never said I wasn't.
I know. I'm saying entrepreneurs, people with a founder's mindset, they would say, "I'll have it done. What time do you want it done by? 9 p.m. tonight? It'll be done." I've seen
Alright, well, I mean,
I've seen successful people. They don't have the mentality that you do. I'm not saying that you aren't going to be successful in your life. I'm not saying that. You will not be successful with this mindset.
I mean, I've explained why I haven't created the social media. It's because I have not felt that the name have not been happy enough with the name to do so. And there's also 10 million other things that need to fall into place. And I also think that just creating a bunch of ghost accounts is not going to do much except for a secure name. But we'll go with Carrot for now. If I can come up with a better name, then I'll just swap it.
There you go. But no, what I'm saying, not even that. It's the mindset of people with killer instincts, which is what you need to be successful in business these days. When there's a challenge before them, they accept that challenge, and they will tell the person who's doubting them, "I'm glad you're doubting me. I'll have it done. In fact, I'll be in here waiting for you." If you had challenged me,
Well, if I make a challenge for you to go outside and go egg like 16 cars, you'd be like, why would I go egg 16 cars? That is, like, I have no reason to go egg those 16 cars. And then you'd be like, well, I'm challenging. And then you'd be like, I don't really agree with this challenge.
no, but that's a different. That's
just like the time. It's not like I understand.
You're gonna need social media for your. You're gonna need social media. So it's not like I'm saying to you, to go do something illegal. That's argument ad absurdum, which is a fallacy. I'm not saying it's always a bad fallacy, but it's just a logical fallacy. You're going to need social media. I'm challenging you. At least create the accounts and come back here by 8 o'clock tonight or 9 o'clock tonight and say, I got it done. Great. If you have to change...
So you're giving me the Nigerian spa treatment?
The Nigerians move faster than you do. I hate to say it, but they do. They will be like, okay, they'll stay in here for a few hours sometimes and just create the accounts and then have me look at them or ask me questions. You don't need that. You can figure all that stuff out. But some of them have that fire. Not all of them, but some of them do. In your case, you didn't say what I wanted you to say, which is, I will have that done by 8 o'clock tonight or 9 o'clock tonight. I'll just have the accounts made. If I have to change all the names, that's fine. But if you want to challenge me on that, I'll accept your challenge. And you haven't said that. And that's, as a founder and an entrepreneur.
I'll get it done, dude. I didn't know the hyper situation. Sounds like that's a nightmare. So I'll get it done.
Now, you had said one more before you go. You said Ad Arena. Is that available?
That name sucks.
No, it doesn't suck. It's okay.
I think Carrot's better than Ad Arena. I mean, Ad Arena is not the worst name in the universe.
No, not at all.
It's not.
Ad Arena does have an issue though with
I doubt it's.
it has the same. Somebody's got that website. Buy this domain. It might be for sale. All that stuff. Right,
Like you mentioned before, it's not memorable as I mean, it's not a bad name.
You are someone who, I'm sure there are different kinds of people, and I guess it's type A and type B. Type A people would be like, dude, I'm not only gonna play fetch with my dog, I'm gonna eat a meal, I'm gonna have all this stuff done by, what time do you want it done? I'll have it done by 7. When you're still in your podcast, I'm gonna be waiting here for you, and then I'm gonna have you check this stuff out. And I don't want you going to the bathroom. I don't want you restarting your streams. I want you to view my stuff right away. That's type A. And then there's type B, which is like, okay, I'll get it done when I want to get it done. And then there's another kind, which is almost how I feel like you are, which is like when someone challenges you, the fact that you're not doing it on your own, or like it's like somebody's giving a false constraint to you, makes you feel like I don't want to. Now I don't want to do it. Almost like it's a different kind of mentality, and I've seen you do type A stuff like with that Scrabble. You were like all over it. I could be like, oh, change the lighting, change the color, make the thing bigger, and I'd be okay. I'll be back in 3 hours. I want that fire out of you. It's not even my responsibility. I'm just seeing that like you're. It's like how motivated you are for a project is how I see it. You were really motivated for Scrabble. This one's kind of a scary project too, because it's gonna be a huge work investment, and chances are it is going to fail. Not because of you. Somebody is just who's bigger than you and badder than you is gonna steal this idea. And even if you have Parrot Carrot, and I think that's a winning name, we haven't talked about that one. And while you're outside, I guess it's not like. What do you do if Hype Herd just finds out about what you do, and they just start doing this idea bigger than you do, and they have more connections, they have employees? Are you okay with the failure?
When people are copying you, that's typically, I mean, there's two ways to look at it. Like, is it a Chinese knockoff? Because that killed the shit of entrepreneurs when they develop a product, people in China go and manufacture it for 1 cent, and it just destroys the business overnight. That would be a very big threat. Could that happen? I mean, if someone with infinite money is able to replicate it, they could try to build a community and a network larger and faster. And will they be successful at it? They might. It might just end up helping promote Carrot once people are like, oh, that idea was literally stolen by this shitty company. Every comment on that site is now, you've stolen the idea, blah, blah, blah. And then there's an argument to be made that there's multiple Coca-Colas, there's Coke, there's Pepsi, there's ginger ale. There's like a billion different players in the drink space. So, is this a category? I mean, if it's truly the future of marketing, then all those marketing agencies might have their own marketing podcasts like this one.
Well, I can tell you kind of from the flip side of this. So, the startup for which I worked was not the first mobile detailing app in the world.
I mean, that car wash industry is not anywhere near the size of advertising industry.
Let me finish.
There's still multiple.
Let me finish.
Sorry.
That's okay. This was already an industry. The guy the founder of the startup, used the competitor's app and thought, I can do this better. And I have more money, and I'll be able to do this to the point where we're the successful ones. And he started the business and did all these things. So he basically stole someone else's idea and did it bigger and perhaps better to the point where the state shut it down. I get that. But there was nothing that those other businesses could do to stop us. And in your case, it's like I have knowledge or experience as a company from that would squash you. And any good idea that you have, we're going to steal. We did that. Basically, we would use the competitor's app. We would see everything that they did, including their terms and conditions and their agreements, everything. And then, so it's like, so you didn't do anything differently? We did. The thing that made that app different, and this was my contribution, it was the first ever scheduling and mobile on-demand app for its industry. The competition did not have the ability to schedule services, so that made it unique. But aside from that, like, it just turned out to be who had the most amount of money was going to win that, who could market it the most, and all that other stuff. In your case, somebody could just take your idea and you're not really going to be able to do anything. And I know you're like, well, people will find out about all this, and it's like, no, they won't. There's this delicate time right now. It's like you are a bird who is sitting on a nest, and you've got this idea, and you're letting the egg develop. And once the egg hatches, there's going to be this period of time when you're feeding it and it's growing, and the baby bird's about to take flight. But then when the baby bird takes flight, there's going to be a huge period, which is when you launch the website and everything, whether this bird is going to fly or not. Or is some bigger bird just going to come along and kill this baby bird? And you didn't ask me for this, but it's a very easy thing to replicate what you're doing. I mean, we agree, it's just a website that's hosting links. There are a few advantages you could give yourself. A name is one of them. Speed is another one. Network is another one. Certainly a social media following is another one. Connections works with network, that, or maybe you have like really good programming or hosting or any of those things, but you really don't have any major advantages in that. The name, maybe, but that might not be. You never know. Any company with any of these advantages will just be able to squash you. And that's why speed is so important. You could say we can make decisions faster than our competition. And that's like a huge advantage that you could have. So,
what do you mean by make decisions fast?
Well, so you're just a one-man band. If you want something done, you don't have to go to a board of directors and ask to purchase a company or to connect with a certain contest. You can just do it. If you wanted to change a logo on your website, you could do it the next day. When at a corporate level, it would take some time for these organizations to make those decisions because the corporate world moves a little slower. But at the end of the day, there's a huge chance that just some advertising executive sees what you're doing and takes your idea and calls it Ad Arena. And November of this year, you're done. That's so. If I had to say, what are the odds this is successful? 10%. What are the odds that it fails because of you? Let's say like 20%. What are the odds that it fails because of a lack of funds, or you run into some kind of legal issue or something? Probably another 50%. And what are the odds somebody just steals your idea? Another 20%, something like that. So, and that's just realistic. Now, let's say I blow up tomorrow. I'm on this one podcast with 250,000 people. We're going to be able to bankroll your idea. Nobody's going to be able to compete with you. But like without the value of my stream, it's an uphill battle.
I'm sure if my brother actually saw that it was generating money, he would probably bump me a little bit. But if it's generating money, then it would be self-sustaining.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just the boost. I think that this has to be like launched correctly from the start, which means need actual users and actual companies. I don't like you know how like when you're sending out these cold emails, you run into the issue of like 4 people send you report you as spam or whatever.
Correct.
It's like you don't want your. I think getting users is simple enough. You can pay influencers money. It's not hard, and you can get tons of people to go to the website.
I disagree. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. Let's talk about that from a realistic perspective. You have a budget of $10,000. Most influencers are not going to do any kind of campaign or shout out for you for less than $1,000. So you basically have 10 influencers who will do this. And of those 10 influencers, depending on if they're not inflating their numbers or what.
That's not the deal that I'm talking about.
Okay, what's the deal you're talking about?
You just make a deal based on the revenue coming in the future, make it attractive enough, and then they're like, okay, I have to do 5 posts in exchange for $20,000. They'll do the 5 posts in exchange for $20,000 paid out from future revenue. Whatever the be like, oh, no one wants promise of future money or whatever. If it's the right price and they think that the idea isn't retarded, that's probably
My podcast tonight got delayed, and I don't know when, but that's disappointing. Did you hear me? No? Did you hear me?
I said no.
My podcast got delayed for tonight, and it's disappointing. It is what it is, though. I was really excited to do it, but that's all right. Can't control everything.
No guarantees in life.
That's right, my friend.
אם אתה מפגר בשתי כסים, אם אתה מפגר בשתי כסים, אז יש כסים. אבל לא רואים לו, זה רק בשתי כסים, זה לא מה? כן, יש לך שתי ציורים, אבל לא חשבתי את המילה הזאת, לא אלו, לא מכל גדול. אם אתה רק לומד דבר אחד, לא מתאים להגיד לא אלו. לא, מה לא אלו? כי אנחנו שואלים את זה, שתי ציורים, שתי הלחמים ושתי הכסים. כולם פה שמודרים מהיר, שמודרים בכל אותו עשיר. אז קודם כל, אני בא להגיד, לא כמו במרמר, לא שמספיק לחשוב מחשבה שתיגו בכנס אחד. ואני אומר לא, זה אחד, זה לחשוב. לא, רבנו כבר עושים, שמה? לפי רבנו מספיק לפעמים, זה אוטומטי, קופץ, על הרבנו, וגיס, ולהגיד, לא, להתפגז. אבל צריך בשתי הלחמים, צריך לפעמים בשתי הלחמים, אי אפשר לפגז בלחם אחד, בשביל לחשוב שזה אוטומטית קופץ על לחם שלי. צריכים לחשוב בהכל, כמו שאני לא יכול לחשוב על אם אני חושב על ירק ימין, זה רק על ימין, זה לא קופץ בשמאל. אז גם ללחמים, אם אני חושב על פיגול בלחם ימין, זה לא קופץ, זה לחם שמאל. זה הפוך עם רבון, שאומרים שזה כן קופץ לסים. לא, יש כאן סטינים, גם בסים ישמעו, גם בלחמים ישמעו.
I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom.
אז הם באים למעט, אז הפלטה אחד, אני לא מכיר, מה לא אוהב? עוד. אבל הבעיה שהיא, או שמה, לא יהיו משמעות יוסי, פיגר וגדול, הנאס בחוץ פיגר. זה מה הנאס בפנים, לא פיגר. אני מראה פיגר, אבל להגדים, מה זה בפנים, מה כבר להגיד? כל מה שבבניין הזה, זה בפנים, זה האיפה. וכל מה שהוא עושה כאן, באזור הזה, לעזור, זה בחוץ. הוא נוגע לסוגיה הקודמת. אם העורך רוצה להכניס את זה אחר כך, זה היכול, נראו נכנס לפנים, אי אפשר לעשות פיגול בפנים. כל הפיגול חייב להיות גם המחשבה שלו וגם העשייה שלו. אז אם הוא עומד כאן, הוא שחט כאן, הוא חשב באמצע השקיטה שהוא ישפוך את הדם כאן, בפינה הזאת, כאן, מחר, אז זה פיגול. למה? כי הוא עומד לעזור לזה. האם יש פיגול על $2,000, הפרה שמביאים שהסנטגרם נמצא טעות, ואומר בישראל שהם יכולים לאכול סוג כאלה. סוג עבירה שמכירים בחלקת החלקותים של טעות, אז כל פעם יש לו יחד, באים ואומרים פעם אחד $1,000. כל הדם שלו לכל נזרק לפני. עכשיו, האם יש פיגול דבר? אבל גם המנגנון שאומר שיש פיגול זה רק על הדברים שנעשים בחוץ. אז לכן הגמרא אומרת כיצד, הוא לא אוהב בחוץ. הוא אומר באזור איפה שאתה נראה כאן בתמונה אומר. הוא אומר, אני שואל את המנהל סלחת זה סביבה מלומר. אני שוחט את הבימה כדי שאני אזרוק את הדם בתוך ההיכול שזה בפנים מסע. זה לא פיגול, למה? הוא עומד בחוץ וחושב על משהו שיעשה בפנים, לא עומד. שתי המחשבות שלו חייבים להיות על בחוץ. עוד סיפור, לא יקוס, לא קיוס. תמורה להסבירה שמחשוב בעצם אני אומר שמחשוב מבחוץ, לדבר על הספנים, ככה אני עמד בחוץ וחשב על משהו שיעשה. ורואים מבפנים, לא אומרים לי מה זה, המנעס, להשאיר אימון ממופו. הוא עומד בתוך האיפס. הוא אומר שהוא יעשה משהו בחוץ. מה זה? האימון. החל והכליות, זה מה שמקפידים, שמים על המזדח, כמו שאנחנו רואים את המזדח, מאחורי שזה בחוץ. שוב, הוא עומד בפנים, חושב על משהו שהוא יעשה בחוץ, זה לא פיגול. לעמוד בחוץ ולחשוב על משהו בחוץ. או, יש לו שיריים, מה זה יש לו שיריים? זה היה הרבה בסבוך. זאת אומרת, מה שנשאר מהאדם, הכלי הכי טוב. עושים את כל הזריקות של הקורבן, שולחים את זה כאן בחורים האלה, וזה חלק מהעבודה. אז אם אני חושב לעודד אותו, זה נמצא בחוץ, באזור, לא איתי גאו איתי. למה שמחשוב על בפנים מגובה מהאזור. הוא בפנים, אני חושב, כל משהו שעושה בחוץ, בעובדה. אבל רואים בחוץ, בוא נערים, שואלים את הכוונה, זה מישהו שיגענו למותו, ולאט לציון. אם הוא עומד בחוץ, זה סוף סוף הגענו, וזה בגללית. למה? כי הוא עומד בחוץ. הוא אומר, אני שואל, אני שוחס, שזה עושה בחוץ. המנת מישהו שיריים למותו, נכון שעושה זריקה בתוך האירופה, אבל השיריים תמיד נשפט אותו בחוץ, אז הוא עומד בחוץ, הוא חושב על בחוץ. והכל הכל בחוץ, ולאט למינו למותו, הוא יקפיר את האימון לפה, בחוץ, אבל בגלל. זה, למה? כשלחשוב בחוץ, הוא עומד בחוץ, הוא חושב, ודבר ענס בחוץ, מישהו שיריים נפל גילונץ, אנחנו לא תגימות, אבל הוא חגר, אז אנחנו מונים כאן חידוש יפה. כאילו למעשה בזבוכן, מישהו חדש בזבוכן, הנה נעזם מישהו ממש בוכן, צריכים לעשות חזור על הדבר. מה רוצה לתמיד? לילה תגולי, דם, אם הוא אומר שהוא רוצה לפרגל את הדם, יכולים לספור, אי אפשר לפרגל דם. למה? מה זה דם? דם זה הדבר העיקרי שכל תמודה. כשלוקחים השליטה והקבלה, מה תקבלים את הדם, והולכה, מוליכים את הדם, ואז צלקה, מה עושים? זה יזכיר את הדם. זאת אומרת, הדם, שראינו בפסוק, הדם זה מה שקוראים את הפרה של הבן אדם, זה מה שמתיר לאכול את הבשר. הדם הוא המתי, תמיד זה מכאן אדם כי אפשר לאכול בשר, זאת אומרת, הדם מתיר לך לאכול בשר. אז בזה קוראים מתי. עוד דבר, נמצא, עושה ככה, ואז יש לך לי, קטן, עם משפונה. אתה הולכת לקמח הזה, שמו פה על המספר. עכשיו, מותר לך לאכול את כל הקמח הזה. זאת אומרת, שהכניסו זה המתי של החוק. הוא לא עובד בדבר. זה רק עובד על זה שנמצא, על השיריים, על הבשר, על דם, בזמן שהוא המתי, לא יכול להתקדם.
So, I gotta tell you, I don't see anything wrong at all. Even always how I pictured you would look like.
What are you gonna do when Gil told me radio runs over you?
You're absolutely right. It's been almost 3 years. It's coming up in October, as always. We will be there. No Sony Mania. 16, 17, and 18. Are you saying you're going to be there? Can you possibly make an appearance?
We'll see about that, brother. We'll see how much time I got on my hands.
What's happening? You're fresh off of WrestleMania. I didn't. There's a giant fan that has made its way to our room because of your big entrance here. Any chance a fire alarm goes off because of this? No, right? My goodness. What's up with your mustache? Is that hanging on all right?
Yeah, brother.
That is a bright yellow. It almost seems like it used to be perhaps some type of like favorite stuffed animal that you cut out.
You know, the whole shirt's falling apart hard times.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so weird because you literally just won like a $380 million settlement. Because he was what's the word? Slander from online. No, somebody talks bad about a doctor, talks bad about saying that he's did this and this, and they unveiled a lot of information that was private and sexting. Yeah, and they got so you're falling on. Did you spend all that money?
Yeah, it's been a lot of stuff lately.
Yeah, like what?
A lot of women, a lot of baby oil, you know, a lot of vitamins, taking care of these 24 inch $5.
Barely 24 inch $5. You're counting both of your arms.
there's this guy we're talking to named Dom Campbell, who they've been selling some cats right now.
Well, Hollywood, I'm glad that you're going to be joining us. You're joining us for the rest of the show. Well, this is Anna. She's from Iceland.
I'm a pretty good judge of character. She seems pretty cool.
And this is Mr. Sam Weiss.
Yeah, I don't get a good vibe from this one.
Yeah, he's Cuban. What appears to be technical. All right, let's keep it moving. We have Hollywood Hulk Hogan joining the show. We're going to watch a minute of the comedy stylings right now of a person named Alistair Clark. Alistair Clark. Here we go. Here's Alice. Awesome. Fun stuff. Alistair, you did so many jokes in that minute. That was incredible. Heck yeah. Didn't even bother memorizing them or reading it bigger and pretending like you were looking at the camera. You just went right up to the paper for a lot of that, huh? What'd you say there? Right. You only had to do like 3 jokes. You did like 20. I love the setup you have next to you. Is that a drill and a wine bottle? What do you got going on over there?
Is that your wrestling name, the Carpenter?
That's his job. That's his Hulk Hogan here. Have you ever heard of Hulk Hogan before? Hear that, Hulk? Big fan. Almost as big as the fan we had to bring in here because of your intro. Almost as big as Ralphie Mason and Jazz. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to tell Gino, the guy that runs this brand, like, were you like, oh, really spray it, get in there and spray it?
Gino was on control.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You coached him into really make sure there's a lot of smoke. Yeah, I have a feeling you did that. Gino, do you think you would have done less smoke if he didn't tell you to do so much smoke? Wow.
I told him he was like a rabid dog. I was like, Gino. Dirty water the whole head, brother. Calm down.
Alistair, so let's jump right into it. I see a wingsuit. You jump out of like planes and stuff like that, or what are we talking about here? Wow, you did that You're gonna die soon. Definitely be a day after Red Band is already done.
So that's like one of the real suits, right? Like the...
c'è in realtà fino a 2 sì, quello che fa vedere con la famiglia di da come e loro che fa vedere con la famiglia molto ma anche il che poi di tempo questo trovano tutti i contatti da il tutto il contatti da
Fucking serious. This is gonna be like a video of Red Dance, except he doesn't fly in the suit at all. It's weird that you wear a suit that makes your wings bigger. Red Band wears clothes that make his thighs smaller. Somebody say wings. Oh my god. Wow. You ever have any close calls, Alistair? You ever have a wingsuit act a little bit janky on you, or you ever have the ground come up faster than you thought it would?
The only post on that act I didn't remember how to read and
I was just told from the producers that that video is called Tree Landing. Is that possibly because... Oh, wow, you landed in a tree.
yeah, because I'm very good at it. I was having fun with it.
This is on YouTube, right? I've seen this before. I was obsessed with these fucking squirrels. People would be here, though. That's so crazy.
Does someone come up and help you, or do you have to cut yourself out of that, or do you climb down? What's your plan of action when that happens?
I had to climb down and then tree down and then get my
Sometimes you gotta climb down and fight before you climb back up, brother.
Wow, with Hulk Hogan with some wisdom.
It's easier to climb squirrels.
You train for something like that. Like your first time, there's no like, get on a guy's back and then jumping up, a mountain, and I guess you're hitting tree, or you're just pretty much like, oh, this works.
You have a girlfriend?
No.
Have you ever taken a girl squirrel suiting with you? Yeah, what made you get into that?
Oh, there he is. What up, Sam?
Break out the meeting.
Baby, I just want you to be successful.
Lamb shit.
Hey.
Yeah, no, I appreciate everything you say, and I respect you. And sometimes I'm just critical of things, but I do trust your judgment. And if I feel compared here, like I can see it working, but I'm just like, it just seems like so like absurd of like a name that's like seems crazy for me to process it, but I like the thing about it is like if you're a high IQ person, in my opinion, I'm like I really just can't believe that like the name that you pick is like but it just seems like a children's book type name. But is all just love my faith. Yeah, that's what you think it's the best name for it is.
If you don't like it, don't go with it. Go with whatever you want. What I'm saying though is that the fact that I'm live streaming it, a lot of the things that I say will turn to gold. And some on the stream, there's like a certain value to that. It would be like so like again, I know you didn't watch the McDonald's movie, but there's one part of it where they're like the McDonald's brothers were like,
And like, we should make it make a drive. No, drive-throughs are stupid. So you just you didn't take drive.
that's not what I was gonna say, but that's just another example. The McDonald's brothers, you could have. It's at the end of the movie when they're like, when they're poor and they lost their business to Ray Kroc, and they're not even like something else because he owned the name. He stole it from them. Just they said to him, "You could have had any name in the world. Why did you take our name?" And he said, "Because McDonald's sounds like America. McDonald's. That's a guy I trust. Kroc. My last name Kroc. It sounds like your crock of garbage. It didn't have the same name, didn't have the same pizzazz that McDonald's has. And I knew it as soon as I saw the name. I had to have it. And what I'm saying is that, like, basically, if you don't take that name, somebody will watch my stream and take that name. Would you disagree?
I mean, popular response to it. Right now we're just going on. It cannot get take off. The reason to believe it can take off? Sure. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's guaranteed. You can speculate that. Speculations come true. I wouldn't, if I was streaming my life, I wouldn't say that every single idea I had. I get good ideas all the time. That's true.
And let me say this. If this project is as big as I think it's going to be, even the ideas that I don't like will turn to gold.
You're doubling down.
Yeah, I am.
Classic.
I see it like this. The only way I can really like compare this is like the Bible, whether it's somebody's name or an idea. All of that stuff became really famous, and in video has the potential to do that as well. So, what's an idea that I think is a bad idea that I think will be really popular? The way that I want to just say, the way that Brendan Schaub talks, I can't stand it. It's like, it's lazy, but I think people in the future will do that because they think it's funny. Even though they know I don't like it, they'll do it just because it's the opposite. What's another example? So I have a computer that I bought like a couple years ago. Not like, and I thought it was going to be really good, and it turned out to be. It works, but it's slower than I would have liked it to be. But I think that computer becomes really popular in the future, just because people know that I disliked it, and they're gonna want it. What's another example? Um,
Well,
the
my says should have seatbelts, so they'll continue to remain seatbelts. Just to spite.
no, that one they will. If it's not a funny idea, they'll go with it. What's an okay? So, and I've written on that subject. Something that I've written on? Um, that I oh, okay. Here's one. Tater tots. I don't really like that name. It's like a potato.
You don't like that name?
I like it. It just to me is always. Whenever I think of it, I think of Napoleon Dynamite, and the food in Napoleon Dynamite. Just all of Napoleon. Have you seen Napoleon Dynamite?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's just like tots. Like it's just boring and like. But the fact that I called into that podcast, and one of the things that I quoted was a Brendan Schaub quote. It will make like that. The fact that I don't like that will make it really popular. Uh, what is especially stuff with food though? Anything that I talk about, thousands of years. So what's a thing?
Do you
Cherries.
think that tater tots would have taken off as hard that the name has helped that thing take off a lot?
Yeah, I think people like them. I don't know. I just don't like the name. I don't know. There are some things that I really don't like. Um, I'm generally pretty proper in the way I speak. I don't end words generally on prepositions. I don't like contractions, even though I just used one. I don't like contractions in written words and in written form. And though I use them while speaking, I don't know. I just to me that's just not ever seem very appetizing. I mean, I've got to be honest with you. I've never had one, so maybe people really like them. Like, what is it? It's just like a hash. It's like a French fry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I like French fries, so I'm sure I would really like them. But it's just the name. Okay, here's one. I don't like oatmeal, and I don't like cereal. I never. I shouldn't say I never liked it. When I was little, I used to watch cartoons in the morning, and they would have these commercials on, and they would be for like kids in Africa who had like flies like flying over their faces and stuff, and they were eating this like mush, like I don't know, gruel or something nasty, and it always reminded me of oatmeal or cereal, just like something in a bowl, and I never really liked that. Like, so then if I could have anything for breakfast, I'd want like pancakes or waffles or donuts or anything but like anything in a bowl. And to this day, when I see cereal, I think about it's just like very, it's very, uh, it's very. I don't want to say disgusting to me, but there's just something that takes my appetite away. But in the future, I think people love fucking oatmeal because I talk about it and cereal and all that shit. They'll love it. They'll make cereal milk. Cereal milk is a thing where like it's just like the remnants of milk that people drink from cereal. But to me, I just find that
That's amazing.
I just find that to be kind of disgusting. Something that will be
How many types of cereals have you tried? Is it like tater tots where you've never tried cereal?
like I've had like versions, like kosher versions of like Rice Krispie treats. So that's like a cereal, and like Cocoa Puffs or like Lucky Charms, and maybe like okay, here's something that I don't like: trail mix. But trail mix is going to be huge in the future, Riser. Huge. Why? Because I talk about it, even though I don't like it. I don't think I've ever had it. I don't like all kinds of shit mixed together. I'm someone who likes to eat one thing at a time. But the fact that I talk about trail mix will make it fucking super popular. But I don't. To me, I don't like to eat stuff like that. I don't like to eat a mix of stuff. I like to eat one thing at a time. And if you're like, okay, well, why? It's like because I like to be able to savor the flavors of each item as opposed to just having everything mixed up for me already. What's another example of that? I like saying that because they're predictions on what will be popular perhaps in the future. Just for a moment. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Oh, tight. Somebody might have me on their podcast, so that's cool. What's something else that I don't like a drink that I don't like? I don't like the taste of alcohol. About 25% of all people don't like the taste of alcohol, but we just don't really speak up about it. Like, we have a direct aversion to it, that it does not taste good. It's a poison. And so, what about it? So I'm an advocate for, like, if you're going to have a beer or something, like, why wouldn't you just have something that's sweetened? That's just, to me, like, it makes more sense. And I think that, I don't know, I think that, like, all alcohol will become more popular in the future. But that's not a really good example. What's a better example of something I don't like? Okay, here's one. On macaroni and cheese, I don't like the part that is like maybe a little brown on the corner. I don't like that. That's disgusting to me. I think people will fucking love it in the future. Here's one. Brownies with nuts. I don't like brownies with nuts. Brownies with nuts are going to be so fucking popular in the future. It's going to be unbelievable. If you're like, why? I can't hear you.
They're going to increase the sales from what they already are.
Oh, big time. Yeah. Because the idea of nuts, like, I think the future becomes very sexualized, and the fact that there's brownies and nuts is just like a play on words. It's almost a pun on itself. It is wordplay. Brownies, I think it's a phrase for poop, and nuts, obviously, like testicles, and just that alone becomes funny. Though I don't like nuts, I don't like nuts in most things. I like things like just what they are. Don't add shit to it. But then there's other stuff that I really like that will become popular because I really do like it. I love pineapple on pizza. Some people can't stand it. Cool. It's just a thing. Um, uh, this isn't really a dessert, but I think it could be. You just take whipped cream and put maraschino cherries in it. It's just basically the top of a sundae. I don't understand why that's not like a dessert. It's amazing. Um, what else? Like fondue. I really like fondue, but it's not really like a mainstream thing that people eat. It's just kind of like melted cheese. You just go melt cheese and eat it. Absolutely love it. Um, what else? Well, one big one, ranch dressing, has become very popular because of the World Cup and stuff. But I've been a major ranch dressing person for a long time on French fries and, of course, salads and things like that. Um, even like cheese pizza and stuff. Um, but I could even eat ranch dressing and just bread, just a ranch sandwich. I don't think it's a bad thing. What's another one? Something that I don't like that will become popular. Um, trying to think of like a television show or something that I don't like. I don't know. But yeah, so in answer to your, or in reference to your point earlier, so you think that just some stuff that it's just the fact that it's talked about on your stream will become popular? Absolutely. Given enough time. Riser, did you watch Kill Tony last night? No.
No animals.
What animals?
The clone. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
What animals that we don't currently now?
Well,
or maybe they're in like another culture, like Peru, it's guinea pigs.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you, Jews will eat pig because we'll be able to genetically modify pigs to chew their cud. Perhaps the same with camels. Are the split hooves, or perhaps there may be a way to genetically modify camels to have split hooves, which opens up camel milk and pig milk and bacon and things like that. I don't want to look at it from a Jewish perspective, though. Other perspective of animals, I think we'll eat less animals in the future. So one day, I think everyone will be vegan everywhere. We'll be able to create lab-grown meat that tastes like bacon or tastes like turkey or tastes like steak, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. So, in answer, I think meat will become very expensive. Like, this has been a prediction for some time, especially amongst the rabbinical community, that meat will be something that will only be eaten once a week. Yo, what are you in a fucking drive-through?
No. The school is a sneaker.
So, in answer to your question, I don't think we will necessarily expand. I think that, actually, though, I think that salmon will become as expensive as lobster. So, if you like salmon, you better eat it up now because it gets really expensive. Yeah, but they will create false scarcity on it so that it like really increases in price a lot, which will allow them to make more money. Man, I'm so pissed that this fucking podcast canceled tonight. And they said that they had something that came up and that they rescheduled. But I was really excited to do it. I had written them an outline of what I wanted to discuss, and it was all stuff that I know that their listenership would like. And then I'm also pissed at this guy. I wrote up this not huge, but like a pretty thorough outline for him. And he hasn't gotten back to me. But I understand these guys like have jobs and stuff and family issues or whatever. So I can't be too sad. I go through these phases where like I send out my emails and then there's this lull where I may not get anybody who connects with me. Maybe I do get some people who connect with me, and then I schedule them, and then there's this high when I schedule them, and there's a super high when I'm on the podcast, and then afterward, and then there's a lull again until I get scheduled on more podcasts. It's just this cycle I've been doing. I was on a podcast yesterday for 2 hours, and there was supposed to be another guest on there, but the other guest couldn't make it. So I got to talk about alien abductions and time travel and something else that was really interesting. Yeah, it was. What else was it? Alien abductions and time travel and I guess those are like the main two things. There was this at the first part of it they had all this stuff on the paranormal, and I don't really like, for as long as you and I have spoken and you've known me, how much do I talk about ghosts? Exactly. It's not an interest of mine. And I don't really go into like that kind of stuff because to me it's got to have some kind of evidence. Like alien abductions, they do implants in people's bodies that the metals can't be traced to metals on Earth. That's really interesting to me. Like that's a new kind of technology. But things with ghosts and stuff, I don't get into.
Where is that piece of metal currently?
Well, there are lots of them. So Dr. Roger Lear is the first person who he was a surgeon during the 1990s who died a couple now like within the last decade or so, and so did he removed in quite a few different people the metals. Where are they stored now? Some of the people, they're still in their bodies. If they were removed, I don't know exactly what happened to them, but the test results were published. I've seen them on camera move without anybody interacting with them. That's a really fascinating one. They're like little. Do you know what the mint, the Tic Tac mint is?
Yeah.
They look like those. They're really smooth, and these people just have them in weird places of their body. And traditional science says that this is like shrapnel.
Yeah.
What do you say?
We're on the elevator, so there's a lot of
אם אנחנו מסתכלים כאן, נראה שהעבודה השלישית זה, אוי לא, בוא. עכשיו, אם אתה לוקח את הלבורים מכאן, נזיז את זה לכאן, ונותן את זה ביד של הכל, אז הלכת מכאן לכאן. עכשיו, לא הלכת לרגל, הלכת עם הידיים שלך, הלכת מכאן לכאן, או, לא, לא לרגל, שמו אלוכה. ישר אלוכה. עכשיו, כדי להסתפס טוב בראש, יש לנו כאן דוגמה מהכל העצור, הוא מעיר לכולם.
יובל, it can be. No.
למה זה כאילו לא עשית? והוא אין לי מקל כאן, אין לי מקלות, לסמוך בו כאן מקלות.
What are you doing? Why are you sliding on the ice while you're learning Torah? The doctor told me that
Yo, dog.
Alright, talk.
Well, I was just saying that, like, Dr. Roger Lear. I talked a little bit about that yesterday. That like they would take these little things out of people's bodies and then have it on camera, and it would move without someone having to touch it, which was always like really fascinating to me. That like something could move without having any kind of external effect, or like without having an external force on it. And these things are in people. You can see them on x-ray. So you ask, where are they? I think the answer to that is they let the people who had them extracted keep them. And what do they do with them? Sometimes they publicize them. Sometimes they keep them in a safe place. Some people, I'm sure, throw them out because they don't like feeling like they're chipped. But it's a phenomenon. It's not just like one person to whom this has happened. It's like thousands of people have had this all over the world.
אבל חשוב לי, זה עכשיו משהו שצריכים לעשות, אם זה משהו שצריכים לעשות, זה חשוב. והכל משהו לא כל כך פתרון. זאת אומרת, לפתרון זה שכנה עמי, ברבנותי, שגי לו חייבים לעשות את הנקודה הזאת, לאסוף את כל הדברים. אבל זה חשוב לי. אבל אפשר לא, אני חושב, אז לא,
What's up, Tim?
Okay. Did you hear my question?
No, I didn't. What was it?
It's like, why would they give back the insanely rare metal to the person and not study it?
It has been studied, so we'll look this up. The metal that is removed from alien abductees, what happens to those little tic tacs?
They should be in like a museum or something.
I agree, but they don't. At least the government doesn't like to acknowledge it. Come on, dude. Where's it? Come on. What happens to the metal in alien abductees, the little tic tacs, once they've been removed from someone's body? Like, what did Dr. Roger there do with them? So, okay, so at least in his case, he did not return the objects to the patients or the general public. Instead, he retained physical possession of the alleged extraterrestrial implants. But he's not the only guy who's done it. He kept these items, which he claimed were pieces of rare metals, nanotechnology, and microcircuits, in his private possession, and used them for his own subsequent analysis and research. Lear subjected these objects to various tests, including scanning, electron microscopy, and broad-spectrum elemental analysis to determine their composition. He claimed the objects exhibited strange properties such as emitting deep space frequency radio waves, having unusual magnetic memory, or containing isotopes like U-236 and iridium. Does that answer your question? Does that answer your question?
I was muted, so we have to. It's not like there's like a bunch of independent scientists who are seeing this metal and testing it. It's just one guy.
No, he was the major person who did it. Let me look it up. Now that Dr. Roger Lear has passed, who are the big people who remove alien implants from people? Can you give me a list of 10 people who have done it?
So they advertise on their little strip mall stores, alien implants.
Roger Lear was a serious surgeon. He was not just like a random guy. He did this between the 1990s and 2014. So another person is John Matriciano. Another's Daryl Sims. Steve Coburn. John Mack. So he's pretty famous. Virgil Priscu, Roger Bigelow, he's a billionaire. Robert Bigelow, I should say. Colin Kelleher, Kid Green. So who's carrying the torch? There are like 4 guys who are doing it now. How many of these are surgeons? I think it's
I would hope all of them if they're removing alien ships.
No, none of the other ones are. Well, one of them's a surgical assistant. The other people are investigators or materials researchers. One's a psychiatrist. Um, so they may not be surgeons, but they're either surgical assistants, materials researchers, psychiatrists, um, another scientist. One guy's a billionaire. Another one is not a.
The person actually removing the chest.
Not necessarily. Another is a physician, but he didn't do surgeries. So, of them, uh, four of them are physicians. They're just not necessarily surgeons. So, like four, or I should say now, like five of the people are doctors. Another three of them are scientists. Another one is materials, and two others are like materials researchers. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Are you ready for an update on Brendan Schaub? Because, because
Can I
they're
ask one question first before you can answer this question?
sure. I'll make it quick.
Brennan Schaub.
Go ahead.
Okay. Back to Carrot. One. I'm assuming I need to make a Gmail account for this before I make all these social media.
Absolutely.
Okay. And two is like, as I was saying earlier, it's like it's like a machine that you have to feed. Well, at least from the company's perspective, it's a furnace that you have to keep shoveling coal into the company. So, like I was saying earlier, you know how like Gmail will just flag your shit if you're sending like 30 unsolicited emails per day. Now, I assume that the conversion rate of an email to a company would be higher, but it's probably still not going to be anywhere near 100% that actually see an email or a social media inquiry and then actually end up doing the contest. So my question is just, how do you keep it so that there's a sufficient amount of inquiries and companies that are running contests on the site?
Can you repeat that last part?
Yeah, how do you keep it so that you're not how do you keep it so that you can make enough inquiries out to these companies in order to keep the contests rolling? I mean, it's not really, I guess it is a problem if you have too many contests and not enough users, but that's probably a better problem to have than too many users and not enough contests. So yeah, how do you keep, because I think that's like the main resistance to being squashed. Like you can keep pumping out contest after contest after contest, and that's going to grow the brand and establish it as a market, a moat, and territory around that certain field. In order to do that, you can't be like limited. You like blocked after sending 30 emails over. Right? You know what I'm getting at?
Could you please ask the question at the end? So what's the question?
Well, back to like the problem of like when you're sending out an email, you can only send out 30 emails, right? And a Gmail account is like, how do you keep the amount of outreach to these companies sufficient enough? Like, how do you send enough emails and social media inquiries out to these companies to alert them about the site that's hosting the content?
Well, I think word of mouth will be huge. Once one company sees that it was successful, all the companies are going to want to get on it. So you just basically need a few campaigns before people are going to come knocking at your door to be able to create a contest with you. Well, what do I mean? Let's say you got Magic Mind to do a contest with you. Well, anyone who's connected with Magic Mind on social media, which would be like a lot of companies probably, are going to see the great ad that they got from your platform, and they're going to come wanting to join your campaign. So I don't think it'll be too much of an issue with you getting companies once they see it work for another company. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. But to kickstart it, you need to be able to contact your companies, and perhaps this is where your strategy or thrive is build a bot that is collecting all the data on companies to reach out to, and then firing off a certain amount of emails to start off and promote the platform to them. Get a list of companies that once the site opens for business, there's actually companies that have agreed and committed to contest on the site.
Yeah, I think the more difficult part is getting someone to take the risk of using your platform and getting creative. Like, that's a delicate balance. But once a big company sees that it worked for, or any company sees that it worked for an organization, people are going to be knocking on your door to be able to have you have a contest for them.
Yeah. No, that's I think partnering with you're gonna need some partners that are creators that can pull in audience or users are interested in making ads like top Blender YouTubers to get people that are interested in 3D animation on your site or whatever else, a graphic designer, influencer, comedic influencer, anything like that.
I don't think that's the way to go. I think you're going to waste all your budget by doing that very quickly. Going to influencers to me are a dime a dozen for the price point you're looking at, and they're not going to necessarily be able to deliver. You were talking about like $20,000 and they were going to post like 20 times for you or whatever. You don't have that budget. You're going to have maybe a budget of, right now in total, if you did $1,000 for 10 different influencers, you're not going to get an influencer with 1 million people following them for $1,000. That you might get somebody with anywhere between 10,000 and 100,000 followers, and then it's going to look like what kind of engagement can they get. But even if they were like really all about this, how many people realistically are they going to get to create an ad? Maybe 5, which actually is not that bad. If each one of them got 5 people, it might be, that's 50 total things, and then a company 50 entries. 50 entries for a company, they're going to get something really good out of that. So then it works. But that's your entire budget. So how would I do it? I would go to Magic Mind and I would say, look, we want you to post a contest on your website. We will give you, instead of me going to influencers, I would pay companies initially just to post on their social media that they're hosting a contest. So I would basically say to Magic Mind, we want to sponsor you for a contest, $1,000. We're going to give away $1,000 on your behalf for the people who can make the best ad for you. And they're going to post this. They're going to get a really good ad. They're going to get it for free. You're going to pay the winner $1,000, and that's a really strong brand, as opposed to just some random influencer. Basically, I'm cutting out the middleman with the influencer. Everybody goes to influencers. They're a dime a dozen. What aren't a dime a dozen are companies. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. Leverage the company's social media.
Exactly.
Or social media audience.
Exactly.
And is it enticing enough to say, look, we'll waive all the platform fees? Like, you can host the contest absolutely free.
Did you say you can host a podcast absolutely free?
No, I'm saying like instead of necessarily paying the entire contest, we're not we'll get rid of all the fees, zero fees, and give you zero fees for 5 future contests in exchange for just most of the contests when you're supposed
to. I think the first one you probably have to sponsor on behalf of somebody, so that somebody sees that it works. Unless you know somebody who's going to take a risk. Like if you know a business owner, like I know some business owners. I don't think this is their market though necessarily. They it could be. They're not like super social media savvy. They're more like traditional brick and mortar. But if this were my project and I really believed in it, I could go to them and say, look, I want to sponsor the podcast. And see, the thing is, they don't really, some of them have social media, but they don't, some are big, but I don't know. It's like there's a delicate balance, I would say. Let me just ask, do you know any business owners? Or does your family know any business owners?
I'm sure. For like a public company. Off the top of my head, me personally, the answer is probably no, but I haven't asked friends. I'm sure if I asked every single one of my friends, my family, to ask every single one of their friends.
No, two parts. You answered the question. Okay, so you don't have anybody who you could just go to. So that makes it more of a challenge, but not impossible. Um, do you know any influencers? Do you know do you know any influencers personally with 100,000 people following them on any platform?
My brother's YouTube, and he actually does sponsors on his YouTube channel.
Okay, so then why wouldn't you go to your brother and say, "Hey, I want to do a contest for you. What do you want? Like, what? I mean, the best thumbnail. I know he already does that, and there's an art to it and science and everything. But he's never crowdsourced that. That would be a perfect one to crowdsource, or just even a social media post or something.
Yeah, that's true.
So there you go. That could work. That's the perfect person. So you say to him, "Look, I want you to sponsor a contest. You have huge social media or whatever, and you've never crowdsourced your thumbnail. You think you have the secret sauce because you have a really successful YouTube channel, but in reality, you're just stealing what other podcast channels do or whatever YouTube channels do. You've never crowdsourced this to see what 100 people think on it. You only see what the numbers say. And I get that, but why don't you try it? If anything, it's going to get people to post about your YouTube channel on their social media. And I'll give you $1,000, or he could probably, I'm sure, do that easily. But like, however you want to do it, and it'll just be for your following, and you make like a little video on it, and it doesn't even have to be like long form to screw up your algorithm or whatever. It could just be a short or something like that, and you could take it down later if you wanted to. But just something to get something out there about your company. And then once somebody sees that worked for him, you're going to get other influencers who want to get involved in this, and then eventually you get businesses involved. So that's what I would do, is go to my brother, and I'd also tell him, look, this has an opportunity to be a dynamite idea. Right now, I'll give you 50% of the business, and you become an angel investor.
Yeah, no, I'll pitch him on that. I mean, I'm sure for sure he'd be able to test it.
Excellent. So then that means in reality your brother owns 25% of the business. You own 25% of it. Actually, no. He owns 24.5%. You own 24.5%. And everybody's favorite rabbi is sitting pretty at 51%.
Great props.
100%. Dude, I know that you fell asleep during that movie, but you gotta watch it someday. I know you're like, dude, I saw it, but dude, it's so cutthroat. Imagine, I don't know, just taking somebody's name from them and their business and all their ideas and leaving them broke. It's just like and then it becomes so popular that it's like Coca-Cola. It's
it's like having your crypto wallet stolen. It goes like $1 trillion.
That's exactly it. Yeah, something like that.
But you also created the coin.
Right.
The McDonald's brothers could have been more sad.
Well, yeah, they could. They got fucked though at the end. They had a handshake deal where they were supposed to get 1% of all profits in perpetuity, and that was not enforced. And one thing I'd like to do in the future is give them that back. Like, McDonald's is big enough now that, and they recognize that there was a handshake deal, and it was never like it was breached. That they should give that back. What would it mean? It would mean that basically,
mean a lot of corporations,
well, okay, fine, but they could just,
all the years that they didn't pay.
yeah, I mean, it would be a lot, but nothing they couldn't handle, especially once.
How do you think McDonald's could improve that business?
Oh, easily. They just automate everything. They've had automated restaurants. It's called the Speedy system, which you would know if you watch the McDonald's thing, where nobody works in a McDonald's restaurant for like almost 80 years, almost 70 years, almost 80. A completely automated restaurant, and but they didn't do it because there was a lot of pushback. People didn't want to be fed by robots, but they had. It's called the Speedy system, and it's a completely automated restaurant. Those guys were flipping brilliant.
That long ago? They had 70 years ago.
Yes, a completely
They had an automated restaurant.
yeah. Let me look at the first automated restaurant and then the Speedy. Well, here we go. Speedy system, automated restaurant, McDonald's idea.
Is that the McDonald's brothers or Ray Kroc?
No, everything was the brothers in terms of the idea. Ray Kroc came up with the real estate idea, which destroyed the brothers. McDonald's brothers Speedy system. McDonald's brothers Speedy system. Automated, fully. All right, the Speedy system developed by Richard and Maurice McDonald in 1948. Okay, so the Speedy system was there by applying an assembly line to principles of food preparation. Okay, so that still had an assembly line and stuff. However, I think the fully automated restaurant goes back to the 30s. Fully automated restaurant was invented when? I've seen pictures of it. Okay, so 1966. But the idea was around earlier than that, 1895. So 1866 marks the first completion of the first fully automated restaurant in the United States, with Jay's Brookdale Restaurant in Minneapolis, Minnesota, becoming the first to operate using Amfare system. While earlier iterations existed, such as the Cuisinana Automat in Berlin, 1895, which used vending machines for service, and the La Fiesta Drive-In in New York, 1963, which featured an automated kitchen. The 1966 Brookdale location was the first to fully automate the national restaurant industry's operations, though it still required one worker for order check matching. So, but this goes before then. So, an automated restaurant or a robotic restaurant is a restaurant that uses robots to do tasks such as deliver food and drink to tables. Yeah, we've seen that history. So they had vending machine ones. Oh, maybe this is what. Well, there was like an automat vending machine restaurant in 1936 where everything was just a vending machine, but you could get a meal. And then they have sushi conveyors. Okay, so McDonald's partial animation.
Was the ordering autonomous? And that require like text to speech?
The vending machines, you just go up to it and it has a hot meal behind like, you just pick what hot meal you want, put the money in, and then you get it.
What year was that?
It goes back to 1895.
They had vending machines back then.
Yeah.
1800s.
Yeah. Let's look at when it was invented. Vending machine invented.
That's a good idea for a simulator game.
Hero of Alexandria in the first century of the Common Era. So it was designed to dispense holy water in temples. A user inserted a coin in a slot. The coin fell into a lever connected to a pan. The weight of the coin depressed the lever, opening a valve that released the measured amount of holy water. Once the coin slid off the pan, a counterweight snapped the lever back, closing the valve. So that's like an ancient one. The ones that we know, there were coin-operated machines that dispensed tobacco in 1615. The modern one, though, 1880s. Which, I don't want to piss you off, but it does have a tie-in to The Fighter and the Kid. Can I tell you the story? So Brian Callen, a couple weeks ago, said that his uncle and his great uncle and maybe his grandfather or something came up with the idea of the vending machine, and obviously it's been around for a long time or something, but somebody stole the patent from them, and for like 80 years, or like, well, it wouldn't have been 80, maybe like 50 years thereafter, you couldn't mention the term vending machine around them or they'd get really pissed off. Anyway, that's the end of that story.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. Or it's wild. May I please tell you the development in the Schwabiverse in 2 minutes, please?
Yeah.
Okay, so there was no Fighter and the Kid today, which there really always is. But Brian Callen is in Mexico with his billionaire father, basically, or multi-millionaire father, and they're on vacation. Brendan Schaub's pissed off. There have been all these videos that have come out about Brendan Schaub recently that are really well done, but they are basically saying that The Fighter and the Kid is going to end in August, that the Golden Hour podcast is going to end in August, and the reason why is Brendan Schaub's contract with Podcast One. It's going to expire, and they're not going to renew it. They already announced in January what people they were going to renew, which were like Adam Carolla and some other people, but not any of Brendan Schaub's, any of his partnerships, and he is hemorrhaging money very, very quickly. So what he's done now is he does YouTube lives, just like I'm doing, but he gets more people, obviously. And he's just going off donations. And he also does TikTok. He has 225,000 people who follow him on TikTok, yet his TikTok gets like 100 people watch it, which tells you he just bought all of his people, basically. He just moved out of his $3 million house into a $1 million house. They just did a bunch of renovations. He's coaching football and stuff. But basically, he doesn't have a job, and he needs money, and he doesn't have any money. And because these podcasts... Oh, he sold that to Aubrey whatever that guy's name is, the guy who started On It with Joe Rogan or whatever. He sold it to that guy.
Marcus?
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, he sold it to that guy, and that guy just didn't do anything with the brand because it's absolutely terrible. And Aubrey Marcus in some interview said, "Yeah, I bought that brand, but that's just because Brandon needed money, and I felt badly for him."
He fleeced Aubrey Marcus.
Oh yeah. Aubrey Marcus is like
The absolute state.
he's a fleecer himself, and um, so
Really?
yeah, I think. I mean, he sold like I could be that. No, I'm pretty confident on this. He had that stuff like oh uh not Magic Mind, but like and not Athletic Greens, not AG1, but it's Alpha Brain. Oh yeah, that's what it is, Alpha Brain. He sold Alpha Brain, which is actually pretty expensive. He had Joe Rogan talk about it all the time, and if you look at the ingredients, it's like there's some kind of controversy with it where um, maybe like the tests weren't always working out, so they had to do some kind of uh, third-party lab testing to be able to keep it consistent. But it's basically like let me look up the actual controversy. Alpha Brain controversy. There was something to this. Alpha Brain, the nootropic supplement, co-founded by Joe Rogan and made by Onnit Labs, has faced significant controversy regarding false advertising and the efficacy of its clinical claims. Lawsuit allegations. The class action lawsuit filed in 2024 by plaintiff John Paul Lotz alleged that Onnit engaged in deceptive marketing by claiming the supplement improves memory, focus, and processing speed. The complaint argued that Onnit's own 2016 funded clinical study contradicted these broad claims, showing no statistically significant difference between Alpha Brain and a placebo in most tests, and the placebo group outperformed with the placebo group outperforming the supplement group in several areas. The suit cited the Global Council on Brain Health, which states there is no convincing evidence to recommend dietary supplements to brain health in healthy adults. Legal outcomes. Legal challenges to the product have seen mixed results and eventual dismissals. In California, it was dismissed. In New York, it was dismissed. The marketing context. Despite these legal disputes, Onnit continues to market Alpha Brain as a product that supports cognitive function, leveraging Joe Rogan's massive podcast audience for promotion. The controversy highlights broader scrutiny of the brain health supplement industry, with competitors like Prevagen and Neuriva also facing similar false advertising litigation and settlements. Does that answer your question?
So he co-founded out.
Yeah.
It wasn't just like endorsing it.
Yeah. You're saying Aubrey Marcus? Aubrey Marcus owned On It until he sold it to Unilever for like $256 million or something. Aubrey Marcus, money, Unilever, On It. Aubrey Marcus sold the company to On It in 2021 to Unilever. While the exact sale price was not publicly disclosed, the transaction is widely reported to have been a nine-figure deal with estimates ranging from 100 to 400 million. I just saw one time it was like $240 million or something like that, but I don't know for sure. The exit significantly boosted Marcus's personal wealth, with his net worth estimated at approximately $50 million. Does that answer your question?
So he's behind the lawsuit.
Right. No, he's good. He and Joe Rogan made
His
up.
reputation is a little tarnished. That's a lot.
Yeah, everybody kind of sees him as a grifter because of his.
Thinking knowingly did that.
No, for sure, dude. It would be like, hey, I think Magic Mind did the same thing. Magic Mind used to be called something else. Yo, what was Magic Mind called before Magic Mind? It had a different name. And they had to change it because they got sued or something. Um, Magic Mind Shot, previous name. It used to be called James's Magic Potion. Yeah. There's something to that though. Maybe it wasn't that, but I knew they had changed their name for some reason. But why would you ever think James's Magic Potion's a good name for your fucking thing? Like, I guess you probably because you can't just call it Magic Potion. People would say that's too generic, so he had to brand it somehow.
I didn't know this, but you can't actually. This is a strange law. So you can't actually name your brand after something that describes what the product is. If you wanted to name your hamburger thing Tasty Burger, you can't do that. Which I find is like kind of
How did Burger King do it?
because they're not describing the burger itself.
Doug, I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Now it said if they didn't call it a yummy burger, there's no yummy burger, you can't do it. Burger King doesn't describe like what the burger is. You can look it up,
What's the deal when naming a product that you can't name it directly after the more generic version? Like a restaurant can't name their burger something burger. It has to be something near descriptiveness doctrine.
Apparently, you can name your brand a descriptive name like Tasty Burger, but you cannot get a trademark for it. It's not protectable.
Okay, so
I thought they were saying you just couldn't name that. But that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense.
מכיוון שהאבן שמה בצד, אז אין את השיעור הרגיל של הקריצה. זה מוריד מהשיעור.
Can you list a company that uses that naming, the descriptive doctrine?
Oh, yeah. I mean, McDonald's uses the hamburger. Like if
no, it's got the name of the company itself.
Well, wouldn't Burger King be that?
Descriptive company names directly state what the business sells and sells. Many mass corporations started with names that are considered merely descriptive of the trademark. While these names are hard to protect, these famous companies prove they have secondary meaning over time because consumers are very to link basic words to
Okay, so
various examples of descriptive companies. Best Buy. This name combines two descriptive words and tell customers they will get the best deal from. General Motors. The name describes exactly what the company does on a product, making motorized vehicles. Pizza Hut. The name tells the consumer the exact food item they sell and describes the shape of the building where they sell it. Bank of America. This name describes the exact type of financial institution its primary geographic location. Whole Foods Market. American Era.
Okay, so
Toys R Us. Dollar General.
so initially they couldn't get that trademarked, but because they used it enough and they could, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, apparently. Burger King is also descriptive. It uses the exact food item to show the local burger market. Dunkin' Donuts, General Mills, the Weather Channel, Booking.com, PayPal. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, but all of those have become trademarked.
Just kind of. Yeah, I know. Once it grows large, it's not like you can't name the company that's not trademarkable until you establish a big enough brand.
Yeah, but it's like if I called something Riser's Restaurant, and then you just went by Riser's Restaurant, you can't trademark that because it's like too broad of like it's a restaurant. Perhaps I don't even know if that's necessarily.
Yeah, because it has restaurant in the title and it is a restaurant, then it's descriptive.
Well, yeah, but then eventually you become really big, and then we just drop the Risers, and then it's just restaurant. Like what would be something like that? I was just thinking of it. In Canada, don't you have something called Superstore?
Yeah, it's called the Great Canadian.
Oh, okay. That's different then.
Yeah, we like Whole Foods, that just market. Whole Foods Market, that's for the whole market. Foods.
Okay, in Canada, don't you have the beer store?
Yes, we do. That's another great example. That's like the most descriptive name possible.
I agree.
But I think, yeah, I guess someone else cannot now because they've grown so large take the name of beers. Not that you can open up alcohol.
I was gonna say, didn't they? There was some kind of. I was like in shock when I went there. That like, all you sell is beer. They're like, yeah. But there was like some kind of loophole that they had some kind of connection with the government that like. It was just it was weird. I just remember being like, the only thing you can buy here is beer, and they're like, yeah. And I don't know. It was just like
Says it right in the name of the store.
exactly. They're like looking at me like, "Are you fucking stupid?" It says beer store. That's it. That we don't sell wine. We don't sell liquor. It's just the beer store. And it was just like, huh? They don't. It's not like a liquor store. You can buy like you can't buy cigarettes here. No, are you fucking stupid? It says the beer store. It was just
Not even spirit.
yeah, it was just like, well, can you buy non-alcoholic beer? They'd be like, dude, get the fuck out of here. Like, quit with your fucking questions. But it was, yeah, it was just like it was so generic that it was brilliant to me. And it was like, well, why doesn't everybody name their store this? Like,
It's like the greatest cryptocurrency of all time.
exactly. That's exactly right. I mean, if you were to trace my life back to like marketing impacts on my life, that was big. And then when I was like, well, you should call it the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, there would be some link there. Like, why don't be whatever you want to be? Be the change you want to see in the world. If you want to be the biggest cryptocurrency of all time, well, then just call yourself that.
I mean, when by like this definition of like advertisement marketplace, people are like the advertisement marketplace.
Yeah, but you can't really trademark it.
Advertisement contest.
The issue is you're not going to be able to trademark that necessarily.
Yeah, no one can trademark it either. I guess.
Yeah,
I'm not saying I would do it. I'm just saying. There is like a strategy. It's like the dollar store. Is like another example, but it's the dollar store. Everything in the store is a dollar.
that's not a thing though. I don't think you can have that.
But it is in Canada.
Okay, because like in the United States, they're like Dollar General, Dollar Tree, like Dollar Store. I mean, maybe it is.
I don't have the dollar store.
Well, we used to in California have dollar stores, but it became too expensive to charge just $1 for stuff. So then it was like they would do $1.99 or $2.99, and then there was one called the 99-cent store, and this one was very popular because it was cheaper than $1. It was 99 cents. But then they eventually had to start charging 99.9 cents, and then 99.99 cents, and then eventually they just shut them down. It's just the when you got to think like in the state of California, minimum wage is like $15. In the rest of the United States, it's $7. A little more. It's like more than double the amount to have somebody work. And the property is very, very expensive. That, especially for like leasing, the places can't make any money anymore. And the argument is, well, what if they just sell like really, really cheap shit? And they kept getting cheaper and cheaper stuff. And I just guess that their margins were just not enough, that they weren't able to pay for it. So if you're asking, there aren't any places like dollar stores in California anymore? There are, but they're in like a rural area, not in like the last big chain that sold stuff for just $1 was like the 99-cent store. Now if you go to like a Dollar Tree or Dollar General, any of those, the stuff is like $3 or $5. And they've been sued on this topic, and the argument is we are different than the stores that are called everything's a buck. There used to be stores that had that kind of a name. Everything's $1. Or the 5 and dime store. That was a little different too, but like we're just saying that it's Dollar Tree or Dollar General, but it's not necessarily saying everything is $1.
You say how many dollars?
Exactly. But originally, everything there was $1.
Should just be called the money store. Everything costs money.
Man, I'm so pissed about this podcast. I was like,
Do they cancel more than one time?
no, just one time. And they're a professional podcast. It's like more than one guy doing it. So I don't know. They had some kind of issue, and they said that they would. I liked how they was smart how they asked me. They're like, they didn't even ask me. They're like, we appreciate your understanding of this. Like, we'll have to do it another time or something. I'll read you what they said. It was just like, oh, you're not even going to give me a chance to be like, no, we can change it. They're just like, no, we're. How did they say it? They said,
אז הוא הולך ככה, מסתכל, אבל רק לא שיצבו סוף, עד לכאן, כן? זה לא שיצבו סוף. זה לא מגיע עד הסוף, זה מגיע רק עד לכאן.
Really appreciate your time and flexibility. I'll circle back soon once things settle a bit. Sorry again, Supernatural Station Podcast. So it was just like they already appreciate my flexibility and understanding. And it's like I didn't even give that to you yet, but I guess I'm forced to now. Yeah. Anyway, so hopefully that gets rescheduled, and the one that's really big, the one with 250,000 people. That guy, I would have expected him to get back to me. I mean, it's only been like, I don't know, 16 hours or something. And maybe he didn't have a chance to go through my email because it was pretty thorough, because it's like, dude, you told me what I could and couldn't say. I want to make sure that everything that I'm saying is like within your like the agreed upon discussion topics. The last thing I want to do is endanger your channel, especially if you're going to let me be on it. So hopefully that guy gets back to me. I got to do another tomorrow. This is such a stupid ass thing to me, but I guess okay. So the lady's like, I've been having trouble. I've been having some technical issues or something. She's like, can we? Basically, the gist of it is, let's do Wednesday. We'll check and make sure all the technology works, and then we'll do the podcast on Thursday. And to me, it's just like, let's just meet early on Thursday to do it. Why do you have to take up 2 days to do this now? It's like another time slot I have to give to this, but I understand. Some people are more advanced with this stuff. Other people are not. I told you that I told you about this one guy who I did this. I was going to do the podcast, and then I felt like he didn't record it, and I felt like he wasn't taking me seriously because I've got like Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, new stuff. Well, I kept asking him like, hey, can you send me that recording or whatever? And he's like, yeah, we were just, he eventually got back to me. He's like, yeah, we did not, I didn't record it. It was just like an initial meet and greet. So I kept asking like, okay, well, can I be on your podcast, et cetera, et cetera. And he's like, eventually he's like, yeah, we'll do it in July. And he added me to his like email list. So I think that one actually may occur.
It says that they're going to record a podcast.
So he didn't technically actually say that, though he made me think that we were recording, though I knew in the back of my head, I've done enough podcasts that it tells you when it starts to record, and that I never saw that. But I think I'll be able to do that one, just because I put enough pressure on him. Anybody else would have been like, okay, well, whatever. It's just going to air. Like, I've done some of these other podcasts, and I don't know necessarily when they're going to air. My biggest fear, I don't want to say biggest fear by any means in the podcast world. I have lots of fears in the podcast world. But my biggest concern, one of my bigger concerns, or just, I don't even want to say it's a huge concern, but it is a concern, is that I'll be on a podcast, I'll think it went really well, and the host won't think it went well, and they just don't publish it. And then I gave my energy, my time, and everything for this, and it just never went anywhere. That has not happened.
That's one way to look at it. Like some of them, they'll inevitably end up in the
throwaway basket, but the broader mission of just doing as many as possible.
That's exactly
A
right.
steady rate that saves.
That's a beautiful phrase, my man. Yeah, 100%. I love that. That's insightful and beautiful. I couldn't have said it better myself. Very, very beautiful. If you're watching this now, a steady rain that sucks. That's exactly right. Um, I haven't had that happen yet, though. All of the podcasts that I've done eventually are published. It just takes. It just. It just. A lot of these podcast
They're in the
hosts.
queue.
Yeah, exactly. They bank them, so they'll be like, "Yeah, it'll be out in like 3 or 4 weeks." I had one published on Sunday. It was a good one. It was a good conversation. I did one yesterday. That one, I'm pretty sure is up, but maybe they had to do some editing to it. I don't know. Um, when I do these podcasts, I have a few things on my mind. The big one is I hope my connection holds, and I hope their connection holds, and I hope my app doesn't crash. You know, all those little technical things that you have that anybody has when they're doing this kind of stuff. Um, Another one
So
is
your Wi-Fi cuts out a decent amount. I know my Wi-Fi cuts out really.
it does.
Your Wi-Fi is no stranger to cutting out.
Absolutely no. I know that. It's just for like a second usually, but it's enough to like stop like half of my streams. So then I have to restart them. Yeah, no, I know. I have requested that this get looked at. The ISP has said like this. There was this one time
ISP is like stereo streaming on 30 devices.
that's what they say. They're like you know your router can only handle so much, and it can get to a point where it gets like a bottleneck and it has to like reset itself. Not the whole thing, but just like the stream. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense to me. Um, there was one. This happened like last summer or something. I kept complaining uh, for the house manager to contact the ISP, and I was like, "Come on, like this thing's cutting out on me like 2 or 3 times a day, just for a brief second." And I'm like, I've got it on camera when it's happened. So they were nice enough to have the tech come out, and the tech goes and he's like, I just checked the box and everything. Your Wi-Fi has been consistent for the last 20 days, and you're saying that it's cutting out like 3 times a day or something like that. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, look, the last time it cut out was like on this date. It was like, I think it was like even like June 19th, 2025. And what am I going to say to that? His data shows that this thing's not cutting out. I'm showing him video that it does. He can just be like, well, then don't use our internet. You know, I mean, there's like, I don't have a lot of say. And so, especially because I don't control, like, I don't have control over like who the ISP is or anything. So I just kind of have to go with it, and I recognize that I'm streaming on like 33 different devices. I get whenever I bring up the topic of the ISP, the house manager will call his son in Iran. The son in Iran will go into the like who's like really he like has like a telecommunications company himself, and he'll go into the router and he'll be like, you are using a terabyte a day of upload. Like nobody does that. Like why is it so high? And I'm like, well, I'm live streaming my life and that kind of stuff. And he's like, okay, well then don't do that. It's like you're complaining that fire is hot. Like if you blast this thing 24/7, it of course is going to have some issues. So you're 100% right. The internet can be more consistent, but overall, for as much as I'm live streaming, it's phenomenal. because I'm live on so many different devices. But yeah, it'll just cut out on me. And everybody's internet, though, I have come to the conclusion, unless you have like everything is wired, everything cuts out at some point, or that you have outages. You know, Brandon, who's in here like 24/7 for the last year, he had an outage for the last 7 days with his. They had some kind of storm, and so his cable and internet was out. Like even Brandon, who's like,
Wouldn't that be like worst case scenario? Giant mega storm hit.
yeah, this one. Well, certainly. I mean, usually Southern California has pretty good weather to avoid that kind of stuff. But I remember in my early days of streaming, I was streaming while simultaneously on GoPro, and all of a sudden, the entire neighborhood had a power outage, and I was on GoPro at the same time, and I was like, no way. What are the odds of that? That's really weird. And I guess Southern California, Edison had like like occasionally they'll have like a 12-hour outage or 18-hour outage. That's just pretty common in the United States. A few times a year, that's going to happen where they have to put in a new generator or a new uh, transformer or something like that. That's why I'm very specific when people are like, when they're giving me an introduction, they'll be like, Rabbi Rothschild has the longest continuous live stream in global history. I don't, and I have to correct them. I say, I don't have that, and I don't want that. I mean, of course, it'd be nice to have, but that's a lot of unnecessary stress on my life that I don't want to have to work around any kind of disconnects. I don't want that. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. You're like, oh, apologies. There's more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And that's what's important to me. I'd rather have more data than the longest unbroken continuous live stream. Other people have that, and they can keep that. I don't. If I had enough money to be able to have like 15 different power backups and a nuclear reactor and all kinds of stuff, yeah, okay, then I'd be comfortable having that. But until I have those kind of redundant systems, you can have that record. I don't want the stress on my life knowing that something that I really have no control over could occur, and I can't protect myself from it. So,
I mean, even like AWS was like 99.99% uptime. 0.0.
that's
Down.
that's all it takes. That's all it takes for Facebook to be down, or for Twitter to be down. You're 100% right. It's an excellent analogy. So if they can't get it 100% of the time, how am I, just a regular person, supposed to do that? So, yeah. But that's why I'm more persistent than anybody else. If my live streams ever go down, I start them right back up. And if it happens when I'm asleep, I have 4 devices that will restart every 6 hours, no matter what. That are always going, and they're at like different intervals. So they're, I'm not going to necessarily have any lost footage from that. I was going through some of my old YouTube channels the other day, and you know how I told you, like, I used to have a lot of videos, but they all got taken down from like 4 years ago, but they didn't. I got those channels back. Not all of them, but like some of the biggest one that I would have wanted to have with the best angle, and I looked in like every single video is 12 hours, 12 hours, 11 hours, 12 hours, 11 hours, 12 hours, 11 hours, 12 hours. And I'm like, oh, that's amazing. And I just started watching one of them, and it just brought a big smile to my face. I knew, and it was like, it was really cool. It was like, wow, this was like 4 years ago, and I look younger, and of course I'm thinner then, and I'm like talking about something, but it was just like, wow, this all recorded. It really did record, and it's now like an archive. I could literally go and watch myself for 12 hours and just be like just happy as a clam because this plan came to fruition. So I thought that was really cool. And then um, there were some other accounts that I for like 4 years I could not get into, and and then I finally was able to get into the one that I really wanted to get into, and uh, it was like, oh, I finally got into that one. It was really great. Uh, Now I've been creating these new accounts, and if I ever name them Rabbi Rothschild, it gets banned pretty quickly. I think AI's got me pretty pegged. So I'll put like random names on them, like Roger Rabbit or Darkwing Duck or just whatever, some kind of Disney character or whatever. And those ones, thus far, thankfully, nothing's guaranteed, have been saved. So when you search my like live videos, some of the names are like Coolio. They're just like random names that I wanted to not associate myself with it to maybe throw off the censors or whatever the AI algorithm. And I'm not saying it's guaranteed to work, but thus far it's worked pretty well. So that's good. Man, I'm mad. I'm disappointed that this podcast did not happen. I was so excited for it. I say that, but not. I say I'm so excited for it. I've been excited for it for the last 24 hours because I had forgotten about it until this guy emailed me and he's like, "Hey, we're really excited to do this with you tomorrow. Um, will you please send us a breakdown of what you want to review?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, whoops, I have these things in my calendar, but you can imagine like how often they change, and then I have to set alarms for myself, and it's just it's kind of fun though. I was saying what I worry about with the podcast. So I worry about the connectivity. Rez, are you there? I'm just making sure you're still there.
Yeah.
Excellent. I worry about the connectivity. Then I worry about if they're going to ask me a question that I don't know. That's always a concern of mine. I don't want to look stupid. And fortunately, I've been wrong on stuff. I'm okay with that. But it's fun. It's different if I'm wrong on my stream versus like a podcast that's going to get more people to see it, perhaps. And like I was doing this podcast yesterday, and they were the people in the. It was on a panel of like there were like four other people there, and they were like they would just ask me a question on something that I'm not necessarily. I'm not saying I'm an expert on anything, but I may not be all that familiar. They would be like, so Rabbi, what are your thoughts on Nikola Tesla and his views on UFOs or alien extraterrestrials with his use of technology? And frankly, I know that there were like, I could give like a general overview, but I didn't have super specific stuff. But since it's a podcast, I could just quickly type that into Google and get the exact answer that I needed right away and look like a G when normally I would not like. I just wouldn't always have that ability. And or they'll ask me on a topic that like, they'll ask me on like I think it's called EVF meters or something like to like find like to detect paranormal stuff. I'm not into that really. Like I'm not the right person for that. If you want to ask me like reverse engineered alien technology from a crash, I can do that. I can talk to you about like the corporate aspects of that. But the thing about like, hey, there was a foster child that might have been murdered in this field 25 years ago. Okay, maybe, I don't know. I'm not necessarily dismissive, but I'm skeptical too. So I'm just like, while I don't know, I didn't calibrate the. Like I was asked yesterday, there's this picture that they showed. This picture was the size of a postage stamp. It was so small. And they're like, this is a picture of a ghost. And I'm like, it's pretty small to me. I can't really tell what that is. I mean, I don't know what it is, but I have to say something good. So I'm like, but I'm glad that there's evidence. I think the more evidence that we have on anything, it's better, whether it is verified or whether we don't necessarily know the source or whatever. And then they were like going through this EMF thing or something like that. That EMF.
Carly Ghost.
Pardon me?
Carly Ghost.
Yeah, I just ghosts have never been my thing. Um, I I just frankly, if somebody asks me, "Do you believe in ghosts?" I think you have to define what a ghost is. I'm like really specific about that kind of stuff. So, what do you consider a ghost? Well, like, does it have to be invisible? If it's invisible, then by definition, couldn't we not see it? Does it have a shadow? Um, and like things are just the human mind can play tricks on people too. Um, and I mean, I can remember like as a kid, I would there would be like I'd read like a book on like I always thought dungeons were really interesting. So I'd read a book on like dungeons of England, and they'd be like allegedly there's a ghost that haunts the dungeon to this day. And that would be like really freaky to me. But uh, they didn't have pictures or anything like that. So I'm very evidence based, and uh, many times these people, these like paranormal people or supernatural people, whatever you want to call them, they have this like equipment that makes noises when it interacts with something. But it's like, couldn't that be because it has like it's like a metal detector and it just sees that metal's there, or some kind of radio frequency or something. But I'll get asked about that stuff, and I don't know, and I want to still sound intelligent without uh, just basically being like I'm the wrong person for this. Though I feel like I would say that under the right conditions. So I will give my opinion, but it's normally pretty neutral. But then if somebody's like, "What are your thoughts on uh, some alien crash?" If I know about it, then I won't shut up about it. Another one that occurs is somebody will be like, okay, This is one that happened yesterday. We were talking about alien abductees and how they really don't make a lot of money on the fact they don't cash in on their um, celebrity status, so to speak. A lot of them are ridiculed, and I said like I don't really know any alien abductee who's really made huge amounts of money on this. And one of the people who was in there was like actually. Um, so there's this famous case. It's the Travis Walton case. He's been on Joe Rogan, but basically he was abducted for 5 days in Arizona, and they made a movie about him in 1993 called Fire in the Sky. And one of the people who was on the panel was like, I tried to interview him, or I tried to get him to speak at a function, and his speaking fee was too high. And so at least he's making some money on this. But he's like the one example. But somebody else backed me up. They're like, out of 100 alien abductees, maybe one of them makes money on it. 99 of them are ridiculed. They really don't ever benefit in a major way from this stuff. But that was one case where I was like, okay, well, uh, it was counter to what is in general what I was saying. But I even came back and said, yeah, but Travis Walton didn't become a multimillionaire because of this. Like Bob Lazar. You've seen Bob Lazar's house. He's not like a multimillionaire. He's like maybe a millionaire, but not like even like not even like in the traditional millionaire, like he drives a Rolls Royce and kind of a deal. No, he's like he has like a barn and he has a normal house in like Oregon, in like up on some mountain or something. It's like he might have a lot of land and land increases and all that kind of stuff, and so he might have a little money because of that. But Bob Lazar did not become a 100 millionaire or a billionaire because of the um, working at S4 or whatever. If anything, he's been ridiculed, and it brought him some type of celebrity status that he rejects. He doesn't like it. But yeah. Anyway, so and then I'm always leery of somebody asking me a question that, frankly, I don't know the answer to, and I won't have time to look it up. And at that point, I'll just have to say I'll need to research that. So with these podcasts, those are always things going through my head, and then you go through like, am I talking too much in this, or some of them are conversational. Others, they ask the question and then they want a response. Others, some of them are like, we try to keep this to an hour or whatever, and then we'll be talking and they'll be really engaged and they'll be like, oh no, we'll keep going or whatever. And then the podcast ends up being an hour and a half, and I kind of feel bad because they at the beginning said we're going to try to keep this to an hour. So there are all kinds of concerns that happen when you're doing podcasts. Certainly the rescheduling. Other things about which I have. Welcome, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
Good Lord, Brandon got so many.
I know. I know. It's like, where's Waldo to see? And many times they change their logos or whatever, their profile pictures, and I'll be like, which one do I recognize? Like, you came in here, and like I keep an eye out for you, but even it's like, where's Waldo with all the different things? How was your day, Mr. Aquarius?
Oh my God, it got so many.
Well, I'm happy. That's a very good thing. Keep them here. So, Mr. Aquarius, how was your day?
I had a good day. I'm just eating my chicken right now.
Oh, okay.
It seems like I'm not going to eat this chicken.
There he is.
Wait a minute. It's me. I'm back. I'm happy. Which one are you? Where you at? Where are you? Which one is you? What is it? Okay, I see you. Dan. It's you. I know. I'm not taking out the whole bunch. I know we missed the whole bunch. I had to keep Rabbi company. So he was so worried. He was really worried.
Yes, ma'am.
We had to keep him company.
That's right.
He was jumping around while we're going. Yeah, I'm going to do it.
That's right.
I know, and you're back. Yes. Yeah, I'm back. I know, happy because when I'm not here, I can see you. I can see you. Yay! Yay! was really worried. Yes. Every time you come in, you think it's you. I'm glad you're back. Yay. I'm gonna keep them spread. I know they got more. They got more tornadoes in 13 states, not mine. Which one am I Let's say tomorrow, rather than you here, tomorrow, rather than before that.
There's a lot going on there.
You do. You do. Got the young boys. Yay! So Ross still here. My bad. I'm sorry. We just got the one in here, Brandon. Sorry, Rabbi.
You're good.
Brandon's It's eating with me, Rabbi.
Podcast, another podcast, and they just played it, and I think that's really cool. Thanks, big dog.
Yeah, congratulations.
אז זה אנחנו לומדים מהמילה דגל, שהרגל צריך להיות הנ"ל צביעות, ברגל יפויים.
What did you say, Rabbi?
I don't know. What did you say, Brandon? There you go. Look at you all.
Robert, what you eat for supper?
I haven't eaten yet. It's not even 5 yet, so I don't know what I'm having.
למה ימיני? נכון, ששמע, על הר סיני. שאתם תהיו עבדים בשבילי, אתם לא יכולים לעבוד עליהם, ולא יעבוד עם לעבוד. אל תהיו עבוד עם לעבוד. בוא נראה, אני יודע שיש רצה.
So how was your day, Rabbi and Brian? I never had a good day. I'm so happy to see you.
Mr. Chris, I wasn't happy that I was supposed to do a podcast tonight, and I was really excited about it, but they had to cancel. Not cancel, but just reschedule to another time. I'm not sure when yet, but that's okay. But it's good that I was on this, just a brief part on this one podcast that I really liked, that they were really nice to me, and I appreciate that. So that's good, and I sent out emails today to be on other podcasts, and I got a couple of people who responded. So hopefully we're able to set something up there. I sent out some other emails, and I have not heard back from them yet. So, but it still hasn't been that long yet. So hopefully that all works out, and I kind of have my night cleared up because I was supposed to be on a podcast tonight, but it just, again, did not necessarily happen. That's all right. No big deal there. My streams have been going well, which is good. And Riser was in here for quite a few hours, and we were just talking about business and stuff. You're good. Absolutely, no big deal. I've been working on my bots a little bit today, and I haven't really been able to pay too much attention to. I've been able to pay attention to two of them, but not the other one. So we're probably will do that tonight a little bit. Tomorrow, I have like a preliminary meeting to be on a podcast for Thursday, which yeah, so that's cool. Then I'm on another podcast on Friday. So I've got two more this week, and I was on one yesterday for 2 hours, and I think that one is published, so I will upload it to my channels when I have a moment. And then we had Tony in here, who I think you've met, and I was on Tony's podcast 4 times, and I'm helping him with. He's 21. You know how life is like when you're 21, and you've got your whole life ahead of you, and you're dealing with family stuff, and dealing with trying to figure out what you want to do as a career and that kind of stuff. So we've been helping him with that, and helping him with his some of his issues in terms of technical issues he's been having. And then I started watching a movie. Mr. Aquarius, I don't have the attention span for movies like I once did. It's different if I'm in this theater and everything's dark. But if I'm in here and I've got people coming into the Discord and I've got all this stuff going on, I become very distracted. But I started watching the Steven Spielberg movie that came out recently called Disclosure Day. And I've got to say, it came out like in the last couple of weeks or so. And the people were talking about it on the podcast last night. So I figured, I'll give it a run. And on the podcast last night, they were all like, it's not good. And I'm 25 minutes into this, which is not that long, but it is not good. It is. I don't really understand I know what's going on, but it's got Emily Blunt in it. If you know who that lady is, she's like a British actress. And, I've got to say, she does a really good job because she's British, but you wouldn't know it in her accent that she's doing like a Russian accent and an American accent, and you cannot tell that she's British. But she would have fooled me if I didn't know she was British and they were just like this woman is American. But I'm gonna try to get through that movie, and I've yet to watch the Michael movie, but I really want to. Again, it's hard for me to watch movies because I'll get somebody who comes in here and then they want to talk for 2 hours or something. Not you guys. I know if I said to you guys, "Hey, I'm going to watch this movie," don't try not to bother me. But you guys would be totally fine. But it would be like brand new people. What's he got there? Oh, is that a dog? You got a new puppy?
And the puppy baby.
It's his dog Princess? Look how sweet.
It's so cute.
All right.
do. And I'll be showing us something. Well, go ahead, Rabbi. Yeah, Rabbi. We won't do that too.
No, I know. But like people who don't know me, they'll come in here and I want to spend time with them. I want to talk to them and learn about them and tell them about what I do. And so they'll just be like over the course of a 2-hour movie, maybe 3 or 4 random interruptions or whatever. So, like today, I was watching this movie and somebody came in, then somebody else came in, then Zoot came in, then Riser came in, and then you know. But the movie wasn't very good thus far, so I'm not too worried about it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the movie.
You didn't, so don't you apologize. You're good.
Okay. I know it'd be quiet. When you get through, I'm done. Now, I'm so happy to see him. I don't know what to do. I'm so happy. Thank you. Oh, I see you. I see you. Everybody still looking there and watching something else?
I'm just watching my robots, making sure they're working correctly.
And you're watching the robot.
Yes, I think they're working correctly. But you never know until you check them. And
Right.
the thing with a robot, if I don't check it, and I just assume that it's working and something goes awry or isn't correct, it'll just keep doing that until it's basically fixed. And so you always have to kind of check and make sure everything's going well with it.
Love that thing, Rabbi. It's so red in there. I love it. I can't hardly see you because it's red. I love it.
Yeah, I like it too. It looks like a nightclub.
I love it. Yeah. You just squat down on the bed. I'm not happy. I love it. Right on your happy. It's like a brand. I love it that Brandon's happy. I'm happy too. And you too, Rabbi. When we're happy, I'm happy.
Absolutely.
But we're happy. That's with me. As long as I'm happy, you happy. Right, right, right. As long as we all happy.
That's right.
Yay! Yay! Look at him. He's excited, Rabbi.
I love it. All is good in my world. Generally, when I know my supporters and Brandon.
Look at Princess. Look.
I see it.
She's so cool. She's so cute. She's so She is so cute. She is so good. He's happy. Oh, now you got a cat. Oh, Tigger?
Juju.
Did you say Lulu, Rabbi?
It's like show and tell.
Yeah, look, Rabbi. You said it's in the cup. That is cute. Look at that. Brandon.
Just talk to her.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we want one since it's here. Cute. You got it from McDonald's? Mickey D's? McDonald's? We're probably gotta get a cup. If it's here.
You don't want to jump together.
Okie dokie.
Just put the phone down. I'll be okay, Rabbi. He just started talking. Can you put the phone in? No. Oh, he's okay. Ooh, Lord. I'm scared. He's okay.
No, bro. No, bro. We're going, bro. We can get down there, cuz.
I got to get rid of Mama. Let's go. Save your time in the dish like a dinner. You could have told me about the dishes. You're doing it Okay. Okay, I forgot I would have did them. Okay, I forgot I would have did them.
What if I tell you some cards are that's the only
Okay.
wearing a big
Yes. Miguel. Miguel. Bobby Clemens. Oh, your name. You live in something. You live in something. No, I got it. No, I got it.
Deixa eu ver essa coisa. Isso é uma coisa que vai ter sido praticamente. Até dá para chamar ele. Já me estamos precisando. Melhoria, opções, commonly, every שהזוהר, שזה האזור הנכון, עוד יותר חמור מהאזור האדום שזה יותר קשה. לא יכול להיות, זה בסדר, האזור הנכון זה כאלה שהוא בסדר.
What do you say? What do you say, Rabbi?
I hear him.
והם עליה בסוף, הוצאתי. כל זה שמשפחה, נאכל לפועלים. שירה ראשונה של המינכה. עכשיו, בגלל מה, אנחנו יודעים, אנחנו יודעים בסוף. בתוך הפרש בגלל שזה אומר זה הערך, לא ממש, בתוך הפרש בשביל לא נכנס, לפחות בתוך האש. ולמור ולא מתגוע, אבל בסך הכל לא מתגוע. מותר לעבוד, חופשי, בעזור, ולכל הכל, ודאי, שמיטה, לכל הכל. עכשיו זה גמרא מחשבה שלנו. אבל לא,
This your father walks? This your father walks? It's watered down. It's watered down. It's in the refrigerator. I just said it's just water. Walmart and Belgium. Walmart and Belgium. Mark.
Okay, this is the apple. Look up.
Yeah, through the pan. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's good stuff. Good stuff.
כל מה שאתה רק מהקליצה והלאה זה לפועלים. אבל לפני זה, או שנייה נראה איך הוא מתעלם. קיצור האלה, וזה אנחנו רואים שקליצה זה גבול. זה גם להיות מסכים. אבל, אם היינו סיפורים שהם זו, שאפשר לעשות מילה מצטה בישראל, אז הוא דק שאפשר לעשות ישראל, ישראל יכול לבדוק. לא מה, הוא יכול להציג ביו, לא. מה שאנחנו רואים כאן, משהו מעבדת. מספיק עבודה, לסמידו שצריך להיות בתוך לסמידו. איך אני יודע שסמידו? לישור הסכם. זה לא עבודה פשוטה שצריך כואב. כאן גם זה, יש לי ראייה לגיוס. Bueno, תעזור, בסדר. זה מפורש, וזה בעצם נראה לי משנה אחרת. שואלים, איך אפשר לקרוא את זה במשנה? כל מיני תירוצים. אומר לגימור איתך. מלכות, להיות בגדול בצובים עלינו. אז עכשיו, אם חסר, כן מקבילה, מקביצה. אז הוא מאוד נעזר בשבילך הביתה, להביא עוד כמה פלוסים. לא קרה כלום בינתיים. לא משנה להיות שזה פלוסים ממנו. אי אפשר עכשיו. למה? לא, שזה לא שנייה. זה כבר בתוך הכלים, זה לא יודע שזה פלוסים עלינו. מי צריך לדבר? רק השלב הידיעים באדום, אומר לשלוח זה מה שעושה את התפיסה הדמית. אתה לא יכול להוסיף. טוב, שאומר לי, פלוסים עלינו, פלוסים עלינו. יש כאן שפסור, מה שמביא זה הכותרת לטוב, לא נצטרך את זה, אבל הפסוק כתוב בהריסס, רש"י, שצריך להיות מלוכה. והפסוק זה אנחנו לומדים, שאם חסר טיפה, אז הוא לא טוב, אבל כל זה זה להיות מלוכה, הוא לא קיים מלוכה, עד שתשוקו את זה. שום שלנו לא, אני שואל לו להיות כתוב שסקרית לו, זה מלוכה, נכון. וחסר מהמלוכה, למה זה מלוכה? אז אני המלוכה, איסו, שום דבר, חוסר היו, אם במצור, להביא, בשנה, מנת שלא יוצא עם הלב. אם חסר קצת שמן, אפילו שהשמן בתוך הכלי, איזה כלי, חלום, הכלי היפה הזה, מזהב, שורס. לכאורה הכלי הזה מתחדש את השם. זה כמו מלכה שנמצאת בתוך הקערה, וזה מתחדש שלנו. אז בינתיים, השם מתחדש להגיע. הוא מתחסר זה, לא יכול להוסיף. וכאן תגיד שאתה יכול להוסיף. בוא נראה, הדברים זה הכלי שמתחדש. זה שום. הכהן אחד שופט את השמן לתוך היד שאוי זה היה לנו זה בסדר זה שם לשמאל אני לא עומד שם מיד הספרים, משהו שם, שמים על הפועל, על האוזן, זה, שמים לו עוד לא קיטנה, שבעים שחוסו, וקניצו לחדור, אם חסר לשביים, אם לשביים, אתה לוקח, קרנה, ומלא את זה, עד הסוף, ואז הכוי עושה ככה ביד, ולוקח, אם חסר, וזה הגיע למספר. עכשיו, בדיוק, מישהו לקח קצת יותר עניין ומועד, שעושה לדעה עוד יותר. עכשיו מה עושים?
Everybody else, I would be more honest, brutally honest, and say, I don't really watch much of anything. I'm too busy right now, thanks. Now it's to the point where literally if anybody recommends me anything, if there's a crazy homeless person like out my window, like you should watch this, I'll just watch it. I mean, I'll just watch it. It's a time right now where you can literally just afford anything. Or again, Redman making a weird face, but this has been his entire life, so nothing has changed. I saw your tweet the other day where you're like, man, I wake up nowadays and I realize what time it is and I feel guilty, but then I realize it's okay. And I'm just going to tweet back at you, nothing has changed in your life.
Yeah, that's not true. I mean, I usually wake up like noon or 1, but that time I woke up at 7 p.m. Wow. I went to bed at 8. Jeez. Yeah, like you said it, brother.
He wakes up at 1, but he doesn't respond to text messages until 4:30.
Actually, yes, my brother, yes,
And if you FaceTime him at 4:30, it looks like he just woke up. There you go.
Have you had any symptoms at all? You know, since you've been back in New York?
You were in New York during the worst possible time. Nothing at all? Time flies. It's like a man in a squirrel suit. Interesting stuff. So what else has been going on, William? What else is shaking in your world?
Yeah, William.
I called you William.
Did you hear that William's back together with his ex-girlfriend?
I think this might be, say, in a lot of leaks over here, apparently, and from Brothers Exclusive Show. So William's girlfriend peed herself?
She slept in her pee pants like that. I'm like, girl.
What a world. How about to pass the time other than watching stuff on Netflix and stuff, David? Anything else?
That's a lot of round trips to the fridge, brother.
Where are you doing all this walking at? It's all Dogan there. Have you been losing any weight? Do you have a scale?
I see that you look exactly the same. That smile leads me to believe you're going to look exactly the same. You smile so big. That is not the smile of somebody that has been on a mission. What if he lost 200 pounds with the size of his head from being this big?
That's true. That thing is hefty. No, yeah.
Hold on a head.
How do you know that's a running David Lucas joke?
I'm a fan of the show. Tell Tony Mania, brother.
Wow. My goodness, all together.
You meant forget.
Baguette. I love that shit. I eat that a lot. Capers, I just got my first jar of capers recently. I'm making it home. You're not a caper guy?
You like the raw salmon?
Yeah.
You're just quoting the I Spy song. Never mind.
Well, yeah, Anna is here. She's from Iceland.
Yes, this might be the worst character I've ever played. But I'm committed to it to the end.
Amando posso, quando chega sul passeio, lasciami l'opera, uno spirito da trova, e una poi me la non può essere scosso, e di più a rispetto.
Poor Jeremiah just got to go out and switch back out of here. Yeah, you can tell the who writes this stuff over here. Jeremiah gets to switch to one of the most London-hated characters of all time, Hollywood Hogan. And this is just some stranger from Iceland named Anna who barely understands what this totally animal girl.
I don't know what's going on. I think Rabbi hates Icelandic people. I think he's racist towards Iceland.
Let me ask you this, Anna, because you're from Iceland, and I know there's a certain type of person that lives there. Have you ever seen anybody that looks like David Lucas while walking around in Iceland?
Never. I've never seen anything like this.
David once went to Iceland. David once went to Iceland because he thought they had a lot of frozen foods there. Everybody's frozen.
Although we do have a lot of fish, and I know you like that. Somebody say hi.
Basically, you can do that's like your fucking trademark now. Booty holes and dildos. You can basically say anything and it's automatically hilarious. Perhaps that could be the name of your first special, David Lucas, booty holes and dildos. That's right, he owes me a note of shape. If he gets wildly successful, which he will, of course, he's played by me as well. Anyway, this is stuff that I talk about with some of my black friends who bond over a fandom of the No Limit Soldiers and things like that. Some of these things that my white friends here can't even relate to.
Yeah, I can totally relate to that.
You actually work on yeah. No way. Mr.
Self the shock.
Yeah, the shock. Is your wife? Did you say hi, John? It's okay. There's like one guy back there. Like, if you look at the bad guy cat, you look like the Wizard of Oz that goes in Oz, the HBO series. Or Showtime, whatever the fucking challenge is. That's just funny right there, because of the angle of your phone right now, what you look like. Instead of you look like the Wizard of Oz, the Wizard of Oz, the prison system. You got you good. You got you good. That was a good. That would have gotten Ed Goldberg in front of the side. I love that. I love it when it gets serious.
But seriously, we need your skills to keep the show going.
Yeah, check your blood sugar. There's nothing better than when open up. Nothing better than a guy. Your blood nothing better than a guy 350 pounds saying to Red Man, we need to do keeping you around for a longer time than we expect you to live. Actually, hilarious. Yeah. That's actually true. My Valentine's Day, I just got tested because I have good Writers Guild insurance. I live right next to Cedars Sinai, and I'm up in the medical district of Beverly Hills. And I actually got tested. They took my blood, and it's funny, you're making a joke, but they actually said your blood came back as spermicide. So you're basically a doctor. Thank you.
He went through one of the drive-through lines, and instead of opening his mouth, they said, "Turn over, brother."
This is incredible. You are, David, you still got it. You still have your roasting skills, and that makes me so happy. We're going to get through one more comedian, and then in this episode, there goes David Lucas, everybody. Time for David Lucas. David Lucas is funny on social media. William Montgomery, something on Instagram, michaellaircomedy.com is his website. Let's go with one more stranger here. Is Linda ready? Here we go. The 1 minute set to close us out here tonight. We're going to do one more minute on a long episode of Kill Tony. The comedy stylings of Linda Horde, everyone. Here we go. Here's some band's going to play. Hey, Linda Horde, here we go. Linda Orr, hello, how are you, Linda?
Oh my gosh, I had such a great time.
I love it. You have such great Wi-Fi. Where are you at?
I'm in Chicago, Illinois.
Hey, yeah, Chicago's got that booming bandwidth out there. 8 Wi-Fi. That's right. They got a Wi-Fi and a couple ladies on the side-fives. You know what I'm talking about? Howdy. So, Linda, awesome. You are a beautiful young lady here. I feel like you have this max headroom type of vibe to you.
מה שחסר אחר כך, זה לא משנה, ואז אתה יכול לאכול כל השבועיים רבוי סל. זה לא חסר.
Sharon Stone across the leg. Let's see it. No, right.
ערב טוב רבוי סי, צוצרי כמו עולה. אם נשמסים רוצים לשמות אותם, רבוי סי. אנחנו עושים זין בייג' למטה. אתמול היה שיטת רבנובר, הכהן לוקח את הדם של החפש הפנים להתקיז את הדם על המצווה של האש על לפחות 7 פעמים ולוקח את זה בשתי גינים, אז הוא אומר שזה פסוק. ומיום הרבנות זרחי ואומר, איתמר, תביאי את האינפות. כל יום ויום, הכהן גודל מביא, תביאו, מנחס חבית, פעמיים ביום. עכשיו הוא לוקח סורים, סור, הוא מחלק את זה לחצי, חצי בבוקר וחצי בצהריים.
Tony, every episode at youtube.com/GoTony. Why not watch it live, right? So Linda, how's it going out there in Chicago? How are you?
Oh my God, I'm so good because I don't have to go to work.
Yeah, what do you normally do for work?
Well, I was doing some script transcription and typing and a little bit of chocolate-earing. But I'm just like living my life.
What was the last thing you said? A little bit of chocolate-earing?
Chocolate-earing.
So you really are a chocolatier?
I am.
Hold on, everybody, just wait a second. I couldn't hear her. What was your response there?
I am a chocolatier, and the name of my little company is Little Chocolatiers.
Wow! I have referenced chocolatiers many times on this show. And I have yet to ever meet one until you, Linda. How long have you been a chocolatier for?
About 2 months.
Goodness, so this is all new to you. And, wow.
Well, I mean it for a while, but I really got serious about it 2 months ago.
Red man just came in his pants. This is a real chocolatier, Red man. I heard white chocolate's not really chocolate.
You know what? Right.
Alright. you talk about that. I had a little bit of trouble hearing you during certain parts of your set. Did you say that you had cancer at some point?
I did. I had cancer last year.
Wow. Can we ask what kind of cancer it was?
It was lady cancer. I had it in my uterus.
Oh wow, that's a very tough cancer to survive, right? Or do I even confuse with ovarian? I know ovarian's a real hard one. Is uterine a tough one too?
Utilitarian is the worst.
Go ahead.
I don't know.
Right, that's incredible. Normally those things spread very fast down there. But congratulations on surviving. Is that very hard?
It wasn't my favorite thing in the world.
For sure.
Now the only thing spreading is your legs.
Well, I have to spread
Maybe we can edit that. We can edit that in the room there for the show.
YouTube cancer now, like I did Andre the Giant in the 90s.
That was the 80s. Remember, Andre's already dead. Some of the CDs really kicking it.
Today is the anniversary of my 18th year match with The Rock.
Anyway, Linda, what's your love life like? You single?
No, I'm not married.
Wow, how long have you been married for?
I think 8 years.
Wow, good for you. My goodness
Big
gracious.
fan of your relationship with Flavor Flav.
Oh, yes, that's right. The sunglasses are giving us a lot of leeway. Giving us a lot of leeway to make Max Syndrome and Bridget Nielsen jokes. So I find this incredible that you had uterine cancer and your husband stuck with you. Were you guys able to stay sexually active? Are you still able to be sexually active? How does that work with uterine cancer?
Okay, let's see. Well, still sexually active. It's different. I lost a portion of my vagina and radiation in my vagina. So it's not the same place that it used to be.
Right. It's a little bit different. Anna has a good point. Maybe there's superpowers down there. Have you ever tried to maybe like spring your legs and shoot your vagina at a bad guy or something like that?
I'm gonna get that the next time somebody comes up to me and train.
Yeah, if anybody comes up to you and tries to take your purse, just leaf on them. Let's see what happens.
Finishing move.
That's right. That's right. The old Chicago fucking Jesus Christ. Oh my God. It turns out drinking almost a whole bottle of red wine is affecting my speech, man.
Looks like Uncle Tony's table wine is taking him out. 1, 2.
Wow. Linda, any special skills or talents that we should know about? You're goddamn right. You can play a song, Linda. Please let this be a saxophone you're about to grab. Oh, it's a guitar. Okay, Linda, we're excited for you. She's at Iris on her IRISUTTER on social media. She's going to play a song for us right now. You want to set it up for us, Linda?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. She is Linda Ford.
כל עוד שלא עשית את הקריצו, אתה לא יודע איפה הקריצו, קריצו צדדים, קריצו שמאל, קריצו למטה. או עוד לא עשית את זה, זה משהו פיזי שאתה חייב לעשות. בואי, תראי, אבל לא, זה לא נכון, כיוון שהנתונים, זה הבזיכון, הבזיכון האלה, הדברים האלה, זה הקריצה שלה. זה כבר ברור מה זה. אם תגיע הזמן, לא פורק, כמעט מפורק איתם. וזה, אז ברגע שהגיע הזמן שלו, אז לא, נעשה עבודה, כאילו זה כבר נעשה. אבל יש לנו את הבזיכון בצד, והם יושבים שם, מחכים לך לכך. אז הגיע הזמן, לא,
I believe in miracles as well.
Eliminado Rabbi,
Maybe next episode, hopefully we're gonna be. It's okay. You can find it, Jeremiah. You can find it. Jeremiah, safe word. Safe word. There you go. There you go. We already got it. We got it. Jeremiah, we got it. Jeremiah.
יש שיטה סנדרה,
There's like a line at some point where like just because it's sort of ignorant. Okay, I didn't even respond to anything where that could be a response. Here we go, back to the guest list of 4. Thank you so much for your incredible song that you played for us, where you had the notes and the chords in your head and you executed it. That was incredible. Very impressive. She's at Iris Cutter on social media. There she goes, Linda Moore, and that is tonight's episode of Kill Tony. Thank you, Linda. Congratulations to everybody. The guys selected by the incredible T-Arena, G-T-C-I-J, E-R-N-A, and at Strange Taste underscore on social media. I always want to say Strange Brew, Strange Times, Strange Taste underscore. Let's check in with that drawing right email, shall we? Okay, Jeremiah, why don't you plug your stuff? I'm going to hand for Hulk Hogan and Gustav tonight, Jeremiah. I feel like that would get you two stop playing the saxophone. I should just say that from now on. Is plug your stuff.
Do you want to keep playing?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Jeremiah wonders who's on this week.
Last week was Joel Jimenez.
I didn't ask about last week. I said who's on this week on your book. We know that because last week you said Joel Jimenez was on.
I couldn't remember if I said it or not.
You don't forget.
Pretty sure Jim Russell just marked down big calls into the show. And spitting the last Jeremiah Jackson on gets.
See, the Tiger King, I got doing that because I was on character watching Hulk Hogan, who's worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
Like I said, the Hulkster's full on our target.
Oh my God, you are unbelievable. You sold out of those calendars. I don't understand.
Actually, there's still some that's a real thing. After my story.
All right, we got you. Let's look at this drawing for Ryan J. Ebel. Wow, look at that. Is that fucking painted already? How did Johnny even do that? Is that enough black paper?
No, it's just made up a little bit. To make more
נכון זה עדיף להביא את הכל ביחד, אולי אפילו באים במצווה, לכתחילה. אבל, ובלא זה אומר, אם הכל גודל גילג את זה חצי, זה לא נורא, אתה יכול להמשיך הלאה. אם אתה רוצה להיות ממש מקליד על כל ההלכות, אחד לאחד, ושיהיה ממש, לכתחילה, מיצוע. זה אתה עושה בבת אחת. אבל אם עשית את זה חצי, זה לא פסל את זה. אומר לי, ביום בבית חוסר לרש"י, אומר לה, ביום,
Hey, Charlie, do you see what it says there at the top? It says Tito's. That is awesome indeed. No fucking kitty rotten shit. Is that Michael Blair out there all by himself?
כמו שראינו אתמול, אז זהו, זה... כתוב בתורה שצריכים להביא את הכל ביחד, מחצית שלו בעבוד, זאת אומרת, אתה חייב להביא את הכל ביחד. אז אתה אומר לי שלא,
thingy isn't a
מלא
conditioning for
ידידים
this week.
שטוענים להביא ישר למדי ישראל. לא, 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 אתה צודק,
Fucking
ודאי שאתה
incredible.
חייב להביא.
Everybody's
אבל לא
gotten
רק
that
אתה צריך
sale on
להביא,